missiles in the sky. I watch my life flash before my eyes, but at least there's one huge plus. We know that the bomber was a gay woman drone pilot. Hashtag girl boss. A gay woman drone pilot. Hashtag girl boss. I'm here to get my kid from school. I pull up, don't see him at all. I stop the car to head inside when a black van cuts me off. An armed agent steps out of the van. Next thing I know, I'm in an ICE camp, and I won't see my son again. At least I wasn't deported by a man. Brown woman, ICE agent. Hashtag girl boss. A brown woman, ICE agent. Hashtag girl boss. I got laid off by a woman CEO. Oh yeah, it was hashtag woke. Israel destroyed my olive farm to build a settlement. Thank God the IDF has gay soldiers in it. We'll continue bombing Yemen. It's fine, the Pentagon will be led by a black man. Don't you know the world's inherently violent? That's why we need more women drone pilots. Someone murdered a white family in the year 1983. Multiple witnesses saw the crime that night. They all agreed the killers were white. The police had a different idea in mind. They found a black man to malign. They framed and sentenced him to death. His appeal rejected by Harris. Black South Asian prosecutor. Hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian prosecutor. Hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president. Hashtag girl boss. Black South Asian vice president. Hashtag girl boss.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, fantastic afternoon, fantastic pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from gloomy California, Los Angeles, folks. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, I hope all the girls, and I hope all the MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Monday, folks. Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is Monday. I hope my audio is fine, because a lot of stuff has been tweaked. You might have noticed. And there's also some flash photography happening in the background, and that's because Los Angeles Times is here in the building. But folks, before we get into everything else going on, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker, in between the time period where I press the start streaming button and press the start streaming button. Audio is fine. Things look odd because things were moved. Okay, I know that, considering that I have the same kind of neurodivergence that many of you have, I understand when things are moved and you lose your mind over it, but so much light. Yeah, there's a lot more light. You can't really see Kaya because she's behind me. She's like laying down behind me. We can fix that. We'll change that. Don't worry. I don't like change. Okay, well, folks, personal news, okay? I'm going to get into all of that. I'm going to get into all the personal news and everything that's going on in the world of Hasan, Hasanabi, Piker. New camera, new lens. No, camera's actually still the same. But let me tell you, okay, we got some crazy shit here. Look at that. Boom. What is that? Do you mind being on camera? Because I might show you. I'm going to show the aerial. You don't want to be on camera? Okay. Chat, look at this. Boom. Okay. Boom. You can kind of see him in here as well. Boom, boom, boom. That's crazy. What is that? We have another camera, but that one's like busted right now, but it's fine. I broke it immediately. So, yeah, the kayak corner has moved. We had a crazy setup, crazy production. While I was at Disney doing Oogie Boogie Bash for you guys, I had a whole team working in here, you know, and there's more that we are going to be doing. But I just wanted to give you a brief show of what the heck is going on here. Okay. Anyway, folks, personal news wise, last night I ended the broadcast after a couple hours of running around Oogie Boogie Bash, and we made it home and I passed out. I was talking to Austin this morning, as a matter of fact, and he was like, this is Austin was saying that this is the best he has slept in a very long time. Okay. This is the best he has slept in a very, very long time. Probably because he actually had to, you know, run around and walk around a lot. Anyway, but of course, I have Los Angeles Times in the building, and you guys are already being freaking insanely annoying nerds about not being able to see Kaya and just simply not behaving as always. Okay, you need to chill out. So I like the slight change. The room used to look like a Tiny Desk concert layout, except that instead of fun music, all we could hear was the ramblings of a deeply insane man. Yeah, I wanted to make it look a little bit more professional, kind of, and I'm gonna take that out as well, and you know, move some stuff around there as well. So we'll figure it out. But in any case, that was More Woman Drone Pilots by Vika's Music. By the way, that was awesome. I don't know why Lil Bear put that in here, but it was pretty funny. That was the first time I ever heard that song. But yeah, it is, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, it is October 28th, 2024. We are a week out from the election, and we got, of course, a lot to talk about. There's a lot going on in the world. There's a lot happening in the universe. And of course, yesterday I didn't stream, or rather I streamed an IRL stream. So when you do that, you don't get to respond to chat. So I suspect it's basically like I took a day off. A lot of you are going to be fucking annoying. But having said that, we have a lot of politics today. Austin is in the building. He is very excited to do poll watch. He's very excited to talk about, you know, all of the things that have happened over this past news cycle. And yeah, like I said, there's a lot happening in the world. There's a lot happening in the universe. But yeah, we ended the broadcast yesterday. We'll do a little bit. We ended the broadcast yesterday. There was a little bit of I mean, we were tired. We were all tired. I don't think I have that. I don't think that I have that motion. I don't think I have that momentum in me any longer. But while that was happening, D Machine and the crew were working in here with my mom, fixing the background, changing the setup, doing some cable management, and a whole bunch of different things. And I'm very excited that you guys are able to enjoy it. And yeah, this is it. This is the new setup, and it's going to even change further from this point out as well. So we'll see. But I think the lighting is a little bit better now, don't you think? Like, I feel like the lighting has gotten significantly better. As a matter of fact, you can kind of tell. You can separate me from the background as well. That explains the modified setup. Finally, more light. Yeah. So, in any case, we'll do some reacts real quick. We'll take a look at like some of the stuff that you wanted to send me from yesterday. But yeah, classic Austin.
Coupon. Let's use that coupon for a churro. You have it?
Oh, no, yes.
Okay.
Where is it? Awesome. Maybe it's in your wallet?
No.
Is it? Wow, you have such a big wallet. No, hold on. Such a chunky wallet. I swear, what the fuck?
I gave you a gift.
I literally put it in my pocket.
Let's go. Let's go.
He lost everything. Like he is such a messy bitch, dude. You dancing the calling all the monsters.
Okay. Rats, lava, aliens.
Yeah, I had a good time. I had a couple beers in me, you know? Shit was good. It was pretty good. My goat is washed? What do you mean? Austin was supposed to be Tinkerbell, yes. But he lost his he immediately lost his wings despite being Tinkerbell. You dying laughing during the parade? Yeah. I went trick-or-treating for the first time. That was pretty cute.
Get 2 flight piercings, American Psycho.
Twinkerbell. Yeah, he was Twinkerbell, not Tinkerbell. What is this?
Smoking on that Rufio pack. I killed that kid. Anybody see that? I killed a child, dog.
Yeah. You versus Sid.
Hi. He said you sure grew up, huh?
No way. No way. I'm screwing him.
Can you confirm the CIA is not targeting the stream?
2001.
2001.
Isn't that your favorite year? Oh.
Wow. Right as we were talking about 2001 not being my favorite year. Sid cooked you? Yes. Look at poor Marsh. She got soaked. I know. He did. What did you change? It looked like the shelf moved. His move looks brighter, more tidy. Not that it was untidy before. Yeah, love the Disney IRL. I wish I could have watched the whole thing. Disney was better than SFGA. Hey, from New Jersey. Bungalow Bill. Thank you for the gifted subs. 20 community gifted subs. Going crazy with it. God damn. Bungalow Bill with another 10 gifted. Holy moly. First time trick-or-treating.
Kind of lame.
Huh?
This is my first time ever trick-or-treating because I grew up in Turkey. We don't have Halloween.
Oh.
Have Halloween there? That's Halloween in Turkey. That's lame. This is literally, I've never trick-or-treated before. Oh my god. So, maybe I was a little excited.
Trick or treat! Holy moly, thank you. Whoa.
I'm kind of excited.
Yeah, it's
As a
awesome.
33-year-old man.
Car ride, all 4 of your reactions are so different. Okay, you guys got to understand, like, I'm memeing. When I do this stuff, I'm mostly just, you know, I'm trying to amp everybody up. And yeah, it wasn't very...
Look at the detail that Disney puts into their rides. I mean, it's unbelievable. You couldn't get this anywhere else. I mean, just an insane example of American engineering and business. Look at this. Are you kidding me? You can't get that in other countries. Aesthetically, this.
Yeah, I lost my voice a little bit. You flexing on the haters and Cutie was not impressed?
I need to feed these bad boys.
Oh my gosh, it's so hard to be out with you guys.
To be fair, I did feed those bad boys. That turkey leg, man, that turkey leg was incredible. I downed that shit. Big time. It was great. That turkey leg, I think, saved my life. Austin screaming for life. Meanwhile, everyone is just straight chilling. Yeah. Lib dad, autist, little bro, nonverbal twins in the back. Yeah. Did I miss a daily flex? Do LASIK, my dude? Why? You guys looking cool as AF. Nice. So my dad told me he thinks Kamala's gonna win in a landslide and doesn't know why MSNBC's so worried. He's pumped for Kamala. Nice. Turkey can be 3 to 4 feet tall, by the way. That's crazy. That makes sense as to why those legs were so big. But yeah, that's what we did. You know, fun stuff overall. Lots of Hasanabi heads. Lots of Hasanabi heads at Disney that work at Disney. They were fantastic. We got some cool stickers. We got a nice little note. I don't know what happened to my eyes there. It looks crazy. I look crazy in this photo. But yeah, lots of Hasanabi heads working at Disney. You got to do Ren Fair with Peach and Sear for more turkey legs. Yeah. East Company's 101st Airborne Division Parachute Infantry Regiment. Yeah. I did take a shelf out, yes. Cutie's greatest joy will also always be torturing them, and I love her for that. Oh my God. Is this the goofy one? Bro, is this the goofy ride? Because this one was the worst, dude. This one actually destroyed me. I think it just straight up killed Will. I think Will's dead now. Will texted me in the morning. He was saying he was pooping like crazy. But it was just like the amount of food that we consumed, and also how much we got our ass beat on this. Y'all were fighting for your lives.
My legs are done. My legs are done.
Oh, is it over yet?
I think I can walk again. I can never walk again. I'm so stuck in this thing. You don't understand.
You body.
Do we have a maximum?
You're flying hard.
Why is it still slamming us?
When your plane gets to the unloading.
I'm a cast member for WDW, and there was even a crazy amount of backroom chatter here about you being at Disneyland yesterday. You were on a lot of second monitors. Hell yeah. I mean, I love Disney. It's great. Look at this, though. Look at this. I'm not, like, I don't think it's legal for me to, like, there should be a maximum height for some of these rides. And I think this one I might have hit the maximum height on. Because I've never been so goddamn cramped in my life, dude. It was crazy. Yeah, maximum height is like 6'3". I was definitely over it. The Pixie View on Incredicoaster was so good. Yeah. I had such a good time. That's on the first one, and then that's on the second ride. Yeah, the Incredicoaster was smooth. It was buttery. Anyway, but overall, very fun, very productive. Had a great time at Disney. Got back, passed out, woke up early, got Kaya groomed. T-Rex arms. Dude, what do you want me to do? I can't move my arms. It was like stuck under the thing. I tried to move my arms up to be like, to do the, I couldn't. I couldn't do it because my arms, the thing like stakes you into it. I was trapped. I was clamped down. Anyway, overall, great stuff, fun stuff. Had a great time. I hope Cutie enjoyed it more than anything else. But yeah, I got Kaya groomed this morning. I played basketball. Austin talked about you in the tub.
Like that.
But like when you meet him, it's kind of like.
Well, Hasan has like that.
Autism. I'm just kidding. That's
No.
not funny.
Yeah.
It's not funny at all.
He struggles to
ableism.
Cock.
Say hello.
Yes, thank you.
He struggles
Thank
to
you.
say hello.
Thank you so much.
When meeting people.
Yes, thank
He's,
you. But he's like literally I cherish him and I adore him and I love him forever. But that is, I'm a little drunk. But yes, no, but I take him as he is, but I think it's hilarious. I think it's hilarious when he meets people. Because I'm like, Hasan, hello. I was seeing, there's a guy that I know that he's met a lot, and he comes over a lot with me. And for a while, I was like, Hasan, he doesn't think you like him. And I had to explain to him, I was like, look.
Listen, it takes a while, okay? It's just, it is what it is, all right? You just got to get a little you got to pre-cook it a little bit, but it's fine. So, yeah, we got a lot of news to cover. We got a lot to talk about, okay? So let's get it started. Huge playlist for later. Themasius, thank you for the playlist. Nazi rally at MSG redo. Many racist jokes. Okay. Austin in the building for election for poll watch and more. Get in now. I put jokes in air quotes. Okay. Does anyone have a blast off meme? Streamer Awards nominations just opened up. We can nominate people like Sean the Black for Rising Star. Hell yeah. Go nominate Sean the Black for Rising Star. I don't want to use a 9/11 meme, okay, for a blast off meme. There's a lot of people that are like looking to be offended about this sort of stuff, okay? So gotta be holding back on these 9/11 memes for now. Made a few blast off memes for you. Yeah, I saw that. Okay, well, at least there's a bunch of other ones. I'm gonna use another one from that grouping that you have. Okay. Gaming later, potentially. Not blast off, but before politique. What do you, why are you sending me this TikTok? Like, you're like, hey, this is not a blast off, but before we get to politics, like, you really, really have to watch this TikTok. Like, what is happening? I take one, I didn't even take a day off. Technically, I still stream, but I was away from chat for one day, and chat's like, y'all are like, you know, when you have a pet, you have like a bad pet, and your bad pet like kills a squirrel and then brings it to you. That's what you're doing right now. That's what's happening currently. It's ridiculous. It's just like, hey, I know you weren't around yesterday, so I just, you know, there was a bunch of TikToks that I really need you to watch. Here, watch it right now. It's like, stop bringing me dead squirrels, please. And also stop killing the squirrels, please. You cannot have separation anxiety with a 33-year-old man who is an adult, and you or yourself are an adult as well. Okay? I do not want this gift from you. What's up with the lighting? You moving? No, I'm not. I just like move stuff from behind me. The lighting is better, is it not? Is the lighting not better? I think it does look better. I think it looks definitely better. What do you think about Edinger Mantum's hopium for Dems lately? His brand of cynicism paired with real evidence to point has me kind of apathetic about the election. Maybe Trump will actually lose and we're stressed out for no reason. I've already told you what I think is going on. If Donald Trump does turnout in the most unlikely demographics, men, young men, specifically younger men, non-college educated men that normally don't show up to go out and vote in very important districts, in very important states, in these 7 states. If he gets dudes in Philadelphia to be like, dudes rock, man, and I like Trump, and not only do I like Trump, but I also like him enough to go out and vote for him, because that's 2 separate things. Liking Trump is one thing, okay? Right now, as it stands, I think, and this might come as a surprise to many people, what I'm about to say, I think there are more people in this country that say they like Donald Trump than there are people who say they like Kamala Harris. Having said that, however, I think that there are more people in this country that say they dislike Trump than people in this country that say they dislike Kamala Harris. The issue is, you might like Trump, but are you going to go out and vote for Trump? Okay? The issue for Donald Trump is, a lot of people might say they like Trump, but I think you've probably met a bunch of those guys in the real world, maybe at a gas station, okay? Maybe your coworkers, and you kind of get a vibe that they're not reliable voters. You know what I mean? Like they like Trump, they're just not exactly participating. They might think that the election is on November 7th, for example. Like they don't have a lot of things going on up there. Okay? So that's the situation. Liking Trump is one thing. Liking Trump enough to go out and vote is an entirely different thing. All right? Trump supporters, when you tell them you actually have to cast a ballot. I mean, that's the situation. And here is a key part of this problem. Turnout. So there might be a lot of people who like Donald Trump, but you have to activate them. And one of the things that the Trump campaign has done that is really fucking stupid is that they've relegated turnout responsibilities like door knocking campaigns to super PACs, to outside groups. Normally, that is supposed to be directly handled by the party. And not only have they relegated turnout to outside groups, they've given it in Arizona to Turning Point USA, which we'll see how successful that will be. But more importantly, they've given the overarching bulk of it to Elon Musk. And Elon Musk is a notorious charlatan. He is a massive fucking grifter. He is a fraudulent person. So, of course, Elon Musk might do some Elon Musk shit. As a matter of fact, we have seen him do a bunch of Elon Musk shit, like the $1 million a day scheme that he's doing that is most likely illegal, for example. That's number one. Number two, turns out they've been lying about their door knocking campaigns, like how many doors they've knocked on, which is very funny. And you can't have that, because you might have a lot of people who love Donald Trump, and they're never shut the fuck up. And it's really annoying how little they shut the fuck up when they should shut the fuck up more frequently, right? But if their doors are not getting knocked on, they're not going out to vote, okay? They're just not. So it's really funny that Donald Trump has, I think, done a fairly decent job with outreach on areas that he could potentially go and pick up new voters from. The issue, on the other hand, however, is will they go out and vote? So he's killing it with low and mid propensity voters by higher margins than Kamala is with high propensity voters. But high propensity voters vote. They love voting. They love voting. They love voting more than anything else. They're old. They're relatively well off, oftentimes have a college degree. They have a little nest egg, and they fucking love to vote. They love it. It's their favorite activity, usually for dog shit things too. So we shall see. It's a matter of how much Kamala Harris will hemorrhage her base in places like Philadelphia in all of this effort of driving turnout from the suburbs. Very funny that the people who have been accusing Democrats of election fraud don't even know basic laws around elections. Oh, this is electioneering. Yes. This is a fun little thing that you probably were oblivious to if you've never voted, I guess. So, why do people take it's not sarcasm, it's real takes? I hate seeing everyone clipping you. They're deliberately doing that, and it's okay. It is what it is. Don't worry about it. Israel says they might retaliate again. They might do a double retaliation. Israel cabinet decided to conduct another response to Iran soon due to the attempted drone attack on Israeli prime minister. Nice. Fun stuff. I also want to point out that Trump's kind of shit at general get out the vote messaging compared to Harris and the Dems. Like, his rallies are all about wild shit, but then he barely spends any time talking about the fact that the only way it will happen is if you vote. I guess it kind of dovetails with his idea that he'll steal the election with other votes, but still. No. He's been trying. He's been trying his very best in his messaging to be like, to both say that like the election will be stolen again, but also simultaneously try to get people at least motivated enough to go out and vote, because like he realized, I think, that if you say the election is going to be stolen, then, you know, why would anybody go and fucking vote, right? Like, why would you go out and vote if it's going to be stolen regardless? So that actually was depressing turnout. So he had to swap that message around a little bit and be like, we have to go out and vote in such large numbers that the election can't be stolen from us. That's what he said. That's his new meta. That's what he's doing. Which I think is, you know, we'll see. Camera quality is so good that it's bad. I think the camera quality is great. I think you're being crazy. Who else undocumented and voting twice? Me. In Pennsylvania and Michigan. Yeah. Israel's parliament passes law to ban UNRWA. Nice. Classic. Clean your fridge? What do you mean? My fridge is clean as hell. Do you think that last night's rally hurts Trump's chances, or did they stay the same or go up? No, it hurts Trump's chances, I think. I think it hurts Trump's chances in a spectacular fashion, because he had a bunch of dumbasses. And if the campaign, or the media is already doing this, but if the campaign is like smart enough, they can like they can basically clamp on a Tony Hinchcliffe line. There's hella Puerto Ricans in fucking Pennsylvania and New York, but especially Pennsylvania. And I feel like there is nothing you could do that is dumber than just shitting on Puerto Rico like that and saying that it sucks, like in a nonpartisan fashion too. Like, there's certain things you could say. There's certain things that you could have said about Puerto Rico in a way where you could like tailor it to like, oh, fuck the Democrats. He didn't do that. Tony Hinchcliffe just straight up was like, Puerto Rico is a trash island. It sucks. So when you say that, it's Jover. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm the Harris camp, I'm gonna be like, this is the racist that Donald Trump aligns with, associates with. This is what Donald Trump thinks about Puerto Rico. Slap on the Puerto Rico, like the Hurricane Irma paper towels. Remember when he threw paper towels at the victims of Hurricane Irma? Like, when you just put that and just blast it into every Pennsylvania district that has like a shit ton of Puerto Ricans in it, it will definitely hurt Donald Trump. Is wild that he didn't workshop the act anywhere and just raw dog the racism. Yeah. As a Puerto Rican, this won't change the minds of Puerto Rican Trump supporters. My two racist ass TO TOs as brown as the migrants that they are, twisting themselves with the pretzels, defending it. Yeah, but that doesn't matter. AOC called out ADL. Let's go. Yeah, the ADL is like trying. The ADL is trying his very best to like not call out Trump while calling out Trump. You know what I mean? Because everyone's been cooking him. Anyway, let me see if I can get Austin down here because I want to watch the rally with him too. Hold on. Also, Bad Bunny and Ricky Martin endorsed Kamala Harris. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, he did workshop the act in Austin at the mothership. He probably destroyed there because they're his fans and laugh at anything. Yeah, no, that was my first inclination as well. That was my first reaction to it. It's like, dog, you might think that this kind of stuff is funny in like Austin, in like a racist ass audience that goes to a non-woke comedy club or whatever, right? But like when you say that in fucking New York at Madison Square Garden, sure, you're speaking to a room full of Debras and Barbaras from Long Island and New Jersey that drove in to the city to specifically watch you and Donald Trump. But like there are, there are a shit ton of Puerto Ricans in New York and also in Pennsylvania and many other places in the country. People forget Puerto Ricans are American citizens. Like it's crazy. You're on TV, bro. Wait, really? What now? Yeah, I saw this, and didn't Trump's rally effectively say if you aren't a white Republican male, you're an immigrant or an enemy within law? The Israeli parliament passed a law on Monday to ban UN relief agency UNRWA from operating. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, the thing is, lots of Puerto Ricans are very nationalistic and very sensitive about the island, regardless if they want independence, statehood, whatever. They love the island. It's the last beacon of our heritage we have left. Not all PR feels the same about it. Some are too far down the racism mark, but I think the non-political Puerto Ricans will get pissed. That's what I'm thinking too. Exactly. That's why I said, like, there is a way to frame this from a right-wing perspective that benefits you, to be like, oh, the Democrats, like, they hate Puerto Rico or whatever. They turned Puerto Rico into a dump or whatever, if you want to like still make it racialized. But like when you say Puerto Rico's shit, like it's a trash heap in the middle of the ocean, you're going to piss off every single Puerto Rican person. And the only people that will defend it are going to be like that fucking Nazi, the Puerto Rican Nazi, like Stone Toss. You know what I mean? Like, he's the only one. The one that's like, hello, ladies in Japan. I'm a white man. Mark Anthony also endorsed Harris before the Puerto Rican trash island Nazi rally comment. What do you think the secret between Mike Johnson and Trump is? Wait, what? I don't know what that is. Yeah. Shrub Lee, I heard it. I heard that Kamala Harris is coming to the park by your house. You have blasted this over and over again. Are you trying to get yourself doxxed or something? What's happening? Stop fucking linking this rally that Kamala Harris is going to be at, okay? I got it. I heard you. Is garbage at crypto bros and billionaires want to move there for tax exemptions, thus displacing us? Yes. There's a lot of issues with Puerto Rico. Puerto Rican here, please tell chat to hold off on calling PR statehood because the Trump rally comedian Poland shows sovereignty equally popular as statehood, and the pro-independence candidate has a real shot at winning the governorship on a decolonial progressive platform. Oh, wow. What's up, Austin? We're doing it. Here, pull a chair.
Am I doing poll watch later?
Yeah, you can do poll watch later. We're gonna
watch the rally.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Hello, everybody.
Austin's in the building.
Hello.
Everybody, goddamn, you are so friggin' loud.
Oh, sorry. Is that too
No,
much?
it's all good.
Can I move the monitor here this way? What?
No.
Why not?
That's insane.
You always do that so I can see.
No, I don't
perfectly.
care. You don't have to see anything. You're just
Okay.
here to look pretty.
Are you kidding me?
You're
I'm
here
a
to look-
politician now. Who
you
interviewed Bernie Sanders?
You're here to look pretty and respond, okay?
Who interviewed Bernie Sanders?
You did. What do you mean?
That's what I thought.
Yeah,
Okay.
but this is
You have
my
to-
stream, okay? This ain't the Bernie stream.
I just need you to respect me as a political commentator.
Let's see what the guest camera looks like. Look at this. Boom.
Oh, dang. Look at that.
Yeah, we got...
Things are looking great. All right. Things are
Austin,
looking great.
Austin, the passenger princess, is right.
Yep.
Anyway.
Yeah, no. I'm here. I've been trying to go to the gym for like the last hour.
You just ended
Or
with
3
Mike a
hours.
minute ago? Wait, you were on Mike's stream?
Yeah, I was doing commentary.
Wait, really?
I was taking an interview with Mike. We were talking about the polls.
That's so funny.
We were talking about.
Look at you. You are
we're-
horny, dude. You are
I'm
horny to
so
talk
lived
about.
up.
Dude, you were literally doing this yesterday. We were on the lines waiting for a freaking roller coaster, and Austin's like looking at like poll distribution numbers. He's like, "Oh, dude, things are looking great in Georgia suburbs right now." You know?
I mean, yeah, I didn't say that. I don't want to be held to that because I didn't say that specifically. I haven't looked at the Georgia suburbs numbers. Okay.
Yeah.
In the last few days, but look, I mean, I'm libbed up. I'm ready. I mean, not as libbed up in 2020. Not like libbed up in like the literal sense, like liberaled up, but just like electioned up, like tracking the data, looking at what's going on. I was feeding him information about the Nazi rally that happened.
Yeah, you were on it, dude. You were freaking on it. He was DMing me the whole time.
Yeah.
You have issues, man. Okay.
Me? I have issues?
Yeah.
Bro, this is your job. What do you mean I
know.
have issues? You
know
do this every day.
that's why I'm saying you have issues. It's my job, and I'm like less locked in than you are.
I only do it like once every 4 years. You
That's
do it
true.
all-
I do it
all
when
the
it's
time.
fucking boring too. I don't give a shit. But yeah, it's crazy to do it
At
at
least
like.
I'm doing it when it's entertaining.
It's crazy to do it while like It's crazy to do it while you're at Disneyland. That's what I'm saying is crazy. All right. Anyway. Yes, scrolling you Mitch voters feed at Disneyland. All right, we're gonna do the Trump rally. We're gonna look at some of the highlights from the Trump rally.
Yep.
So for those of you who don't know, Donald Trump had a rally at Madison Square Garden. Now, why is this important? One, because he's not gonna win New York. Why is he doing this rally? He's trying to get a lot of media coverage surrounding the rally. And I guess in order to maximize the media coverage, he just let the racists run crazy. Say crazy ass shit during this rally. Now, it's not that surprising. Madison Square Garden has hosted a Nazi rally in the past. I believe in 1939. So,
Yeah.
it hasn't been 100 years yet. I just never really thought that we would get a second Nazi rally before the century turned, right? Have you heard about what's happening in Scarthville? No, I don't. I'm not going to do what the fuck. I'm over here talking about like a Nazi rally in Madison Square Garden, and this chatter's like, bro, please talk about the internal politics of Georgia, not like the state of Georgia, the Georgian nation state.
Oh, yeah.
And like Russian influence.
My feed's been very confusing. I don't know why the algorithm has been feeding me the state of Georgia information.
That's
I'm
crazy.
looking for the U.S. state of Georgia.
Yeah.
Like,
anyway.
yeah.
Here's the rally. If you want to skip around, just send me links from like some of the top moments. Because there's a lot of crazy shit. I know this one is a big one too. We're going to cover
Rudy?
that. Oh yeah, he went up there and he was saying some fucking nutty ass bullshit. Dr. Phil was there.
Phil was
all
there.
of the worst people.
Oh,
all
my God.
all of the worst of the worst scumbags were there. It was just fucking awful.
To begin with this, of course, and you know what the lead story is, a presidential election. There are just 8 days to go, and the candidates are drawing massive crowds as they crisscross around the country. We're going to start with former President Donald Trump returning to his hometown right here in New York, where he headlined an all.
And here are some highlights from it.
This is a 1939 one?
No, here's some highlights from no.
Oh, this
here's
is
some
yesterday.
highlights from last night, Chad. Chat, last night, Here are some highlights from Madison Square Garden, where Donald Trump went back to his hometown to have a rally and to talk about how to make America great again, and numerous other things of that nature.
They put George Washington up there?
Yeah.
God damn.
Yeah, you can see some young Trump supporters here. Okay.
I mean, George was pretty racist.
Yeah. Just, you know.
I mean, George may have been there if he was still alive at the time, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, he...
To the flag of the United States of America and the republic for which it stands.
Is that guy
one
German?
nation,
yeah.
indivisible.
Yeah, dude. He's like the leader of the American Nazi Bund movement, I think. Wow, really loved it. The crowd was loving it, dude. 22,000 of them.
Oh. Where did all these people go during the World War II? Like, were they like, oh, shit?
That's actually a good question. I don't know,
Like,
but
what
I did
happened
not
to them?
know this. I did not know this until I watched Band of Brothers, but there was like a call to like a fatherland call from Nazi Germany. So some Americans of German descent, unironically flew, like they went to Germany to fight on the side of Nazi Germany.
Oh my God.
So you had dudes who were like cornbread in like fucking Ohio and shit. Like that literally went to fight alongside Nazi Germany. They got captured by American soldiers. They'd be like, yeah, I'm from Wyoming. And he's like, just a Nazi.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious. Well, so not all of them went back. Were they just like,
No,
oh,
no, I don't think all, yeah. I mean, were they
like, oh shit, I didn't know it was all that.
I mean,
They,
dude,
like,
I think they know. I think they know it's all that. If you're at the,
I mean, it was the.
If you're at this rally and you're throwing up the Roman salute, you know what's going on.
I know. I mean, clearly.
Yeah.
Clearly.
You're gonna be in the LA Times, by the way.
Oh, great. Well, it won't be the first time I've been in a big time publication.
No,
I've been on CNN. You know,
you're fucking
CNN. I've been on CNN. I've been on. I think Bernie Sanders interview. I don't know where that was, but
so there is a Nazi mansion that they destroyed in the mountains here in California in like the Pacific Palisades. Yeah, I've been to it before they completely. I think they like destroyed it completely. Yeah, it's like a beautiful hike, and then like randomly in the middle of the mountain, there's like a Nazi compound.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and they used to tag it all the time, and I think like they condemned the building, and it got to like a degree where obviously they're not going to do upkeep on a fucking Nazi mansion, right?
Of course not.
So it's called Hearst Castle. It is, right? Yeah. And it's kind of interesting because it's like,
okay,
they had ambitions of I guess like reinventing America from within, basically. There's some weird camera flickering and flashes. Yes, there is someone who is.
There's somebody
Hearst Castle isn't Nazi. No, it's not the Hearst Castle. Murphy's Ranch in Santa Monica. Okay, why are chatters lying, bro? Hold on. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one.
Can I say something that's completely off topic?
What? Yeah. What's
Somebody
up?
keeps mentioning that have you heard about the ballot boxes that are burned in Portland, Oregon?
Yeah, Trump was gonna win.
Yeah, no, that's
Trump was gonna win Oregon.
Charlie Kirk tweeted that like ballot boxes are on fire in Portland, Oregon. I was like, Charlie, this is the biggest fucking self-report on the planet.
No, that's
I said,
like
whose ballots do you think were fucking burning in Portland, motherfucking Oregon?
No,
dude?
You don't understand, dude. You don't understand.
Literally, that's the only reason that state
You don't
is
understand.
blue.
You don't understand.
Like,
that's how they. It's not Portland. It's Vancouver.
No, it's Portland.
Right across in Vancouver, Washington, right across the river too.
Vancouver, you kind of have maybe a point, but like it's fucking Washington State.
Oh, it was also in one of the biggest swing districts. They're saying it's one of the biggest swing districts.
Totally. The swing district of Multnomah fucking County. Give me a fucking break. Come on, dude. Come on.
Hearst Castle was like Elon Musk at the time. Oh, in Arizona too. Damn, we had campaign. We had Democratic campaign offices in Arizona shot up and a ballot box burned down, and now ballot boxes in Oregon and Washington set on fire. The right is willing to use violence and steal this election. Watch this space. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I am like, who out of the two major parties is constantly egging on their followers to like fuck around with the elections? And it's not the Democrats, okay? Like, if anything, this is the one area where the Democrats are virtually infallible, okay? They are virtually untouchable. They've never even communicated remotely a shred of the same desire that Republicans at every single fucking rally routinely repeat. Like, Republicans have engaged in electioneering time and time again, illegally. Republicans have fantasized about bringing guns to ballot boxes,
and
basically in polling stations, and they have in places like Arizona.
Yes,
Republicans have shot up Democratic campaign offices in the state of Arizona. The idea that like it would be the Democrats that actually like burn ballot boxes is crazy.
And Democrats predominantly vote by mail.
Yeah, it's not.
They all vote by mail anyway. Why the hell are they burning boxes when the majority of Democrats...
Only one out of the two parties is like actively harmed members of its own party if they're working at the polling stations, okay? Like, and that's the Republican Party. So get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I mean, Vancouver is conservative, more conservative than it is... I think it is more. I think Vancouver, Washington, like what is it, Clark County? Is that up there? It is kind of a little bit more conservative as you get across the river, but I mean,
I'm from Vancouver. VA3 is very much a purple district. Democrats barely won the last House race. To be fair, Marie Perez is pretty much a Republican. Lamau, no, she's not. She actually wasn't pretty much a Republican. She actually ran on like very progressive policy, and then immediately was like, "Just kidding. I'm the worst." She literally was like using the Justice Democrats platform. And then immediately, as soon as she won, was like, "Just kidding. I actually despise progress. I'm kidding. I hate progress. I just look cool. I look like I'm, someone who drinks cold brew all the time." It was really, really gross what she did. Anyway. Just like Fetterman. Fetterman is not the best example because I think he got hit with a stroke gun. So the stroke gun that makes you pro-Israel. So it's a little different for John Fetter Wap. He had a different John Fetty. He had a different situation than who Fetterberg. He got John Fetty Wap. John Fetterbrain. All right, let's get to the actual Nazi rally, the modern Nazi rally they gave him too much galaxy gas in the hospital. Yeah.
All-day event at Madison Square Garden. It included speeches from a number of warm-up speakers, some that immediately drew some backlash. Robert Costa was at the rally. He's with us now in the studio.
Wow, so
Bob, good
friendly.
morning to you. It was a very long day.
Like, what the fuck is the media? Drew some backlash as if it's like they said like they cursed a little bit.
They were like Sig Heiling pretty much.
Like what the fuck?
They were the rally, at least like the highlights that I saw literally were like virtually Sig Heiling. Okay. It's pretty fucking crazy. We'll get to the Arizona domestic MAGA terrorist guy in a second. Don't worry, we got some.
It is so incredibly frustrating to watch the media.
It was, and I was there.
Like,
Trump
frame this as if this is anything close to being normal.
Dude, okay.
Like,
I wanted
other news.
I have, I think, a more diverse media diet than you do in this sense. I wanted you to watch. So, two things. One, The Daily. The Trump campaign's big gamble. Okay? They literally interview election deniers and present them as like reasonable human beings.
Yes.
And it blew my mind. I listened to it this morning. I was like, what the fuck is the New York Times doing?
Yeah.
That's number one. The other one that made me blast into orbit was even worse than that. It was NPR. I think it was Consider This. Okay. Let me see if it was. I think it was Consider This from NPR. For some conservative Christians supporting Trump, it's about the policies. They had a evangelical, Pentecostal, whatever the fuck, pastor that was giving an interview to NPR. And he was defending Mark Robinson. And every single time they asked him about Mark Robinson, he would be like, well, Kamala Harris had sex with whatever, Willie Brown or whatever the fuck the guy's name is. You know, we've all made mistakes. It's like, dude, he is a black Nazi. He said he is black Adolf Hitler. And you're over here defending him. Like, you're defending him by being like, well, everyone makes mistakes. Nobody is perfect. Like, it was crazy.
Well, the media, they have to have like discussions, and we live in a two-party state, but the right has become so insane that they've almost had to elevate them to seem and put them in normal conversations to even have like any sort of content at all, other than just like writing them off. They've like elevated them to, they have to make them seem normal.
This is the other thing. They did glamour shots for the election deniers. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? You can't write op-eds about how, like, you know, where is this country gone? Yeah. Why are people so crazy? And then do glam shots at fucking psychos who are literally like, nah, the election was stolen and I'm going to do everything in my power to steal it again. Like, this is no different than doing a puff piece on a fucking QAnon person. These people are basically QAnon people. What the fuck is happening, bro? They're in your house? No, this is LA Times. It's different. Los Angeles Times is different. But still, like, and also you guys need to understand, not like there is a diversity. There is a diversity of opinion in the media. Okay. I try to explain this to you guys all the time. It's a part of media literacy to understand that, like, not every journalist is operating with the same fucking opinion. Okay. Calm down. Anyway. And this is insane, though. This is actually, like, mind-boggling. I don't understand what the purpose of this could be beyond the fact that this is exactly what they do all the time. They did this with the fucking abortion freaks.
You know what the purpose of it is? Is so people like me can read it and go, holy fuck, these people exist.
I know, but like, for every guy like you that gets angry at the New York Times for even, like, offering coverage like this, there are people who read the New York Times and go, well, these people don't seem that unreasonable.
Yes, I know.
And it's like, you're doing a disservice by not reporting the truth with accuracy. Okay? Like, you have a duty to report the truth. If you, for example, before Roe v. Wade was overturned, if you constantly write articles about how complicated or how controversial the issue of abortion access is, you're doing a disservice to the public, because the overwhelming majority of Americans are not of two different minds on the issue of abortion. They all think it should be protected. Like, damn near 90% of Americans, okay, when you actually, like, talk to them about all of the details of abortion restrictions, will be like, yeah, no, 75% Roe v. Wade unconditional support, right? It was so popular that the 3 Supreme Court picks, the appointments that Donald Trump put in to the Supreme Court, all lied to the American public, lied in front of Congress and to the American public about how Roe v. Wade was a super precedent and how they were not going to overturn it. They lied. That's how fucking objectively popular this shit was. Okay? You say 54% of Americans read at the 5th grade level. It doesn't matter. Even dumbasses or illiterate dumbasses still are like, yeah, I don't think the government should fucking take away a healthcare thing that, you know, my wife might need, you know, or my daughter might need at some point. Do you understand? It does not make sense. So it is very, very frustrating. To be fair, the main pages of CNN and New York Times both call it racist, extreme, and framing is very bad for Trump. Almost all media hopped on this as an extreme and bad thing. Yes, what you are showing is bad and stupid, but some credit to the media for how they covered the MSG Nazi rally. More headlines from last night. Yes, no, they're gonna pick this apart. Don't misunderstand me. I'm talking about what they do in the off season. Okay. This is deeply frustrating and completely unacceptable. Offering a puff piece on the daily, like without just straight up being like, every single thing that these people are saying is insane, is unacceptable. Okay? You will never get me to defend this. It is the exact opposite of what the media is supposed to do. Okay?
Yeah, and what I was saying about that particular video was like, she's like basically framed it as like, there were some things happening at that rally that some people may found offensive, as if what they weren't spewing wasn't deliberately.
Yeah, dude. New York Times looking at
racist.
this and being like, somewhat controversial rally at Madison Square Garden last night.
Yeah, it's like, what do you mean somewhat controversial rally? You know?
Ladies and gentlemen, fellow Americans, American patriots.
Yeah.
I'm sure I do
You've never
not
seen this
come
before?
before you tonight as a complete stranger.
You've never seen this before?
You all have heard
But the
of me
fact-
through the Jewish-controlled press as a creature with horns, a cloven hoof, and a long tail. We, with American ideals, demand that our government shall be returned to the American people who founded it.
Yeah. Are there any New York Times headlines from that rally in 1939? Curious to how they compare to yesterday. I think that they
Some
probably
people may
did
be
the
offended by what happened.
They probably fucking. Oh, by the way, yeah. Do you not know about the America First Committee, dude?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, America First Committee was an America First. Does that ring familiar to you?
Yeah, it does.
Well, I'll have you know that originally it was a nonpartisan, non-interventionist pressure group created in 1940, September 4th, 1940, against the United States entry into World War II.
Yeah.
It surpassed 800,000 members in its 450 chapters. At its peak, the AFC principally supported isolationism for its own sake, and its varied coalition included Democrats, Republicans, farmers, industrialists, communists, anti-communist, students, journalists. However, it was controversial for the anti-Semitic and pro-fascist views of some of its most prominent speakers, leaders, and members. The AFC was dissolved 4 days after the attack on Pearl Harbor brought the United States into the war.
Yeah. You back in those, I talked to my grandparents about that. If you weren't for the war back then, you were a traitor.
Yeah,
it was all unanimous.
Yeah,
back then.
This is the one good war. Like this is the one that makes sense.
No, I'm not trying to say that we all need to be in on wars now.
No,
I'm
I
just
know.
saying back
I
then,
know.
Back then, it was like, you know.
These guys were like.
I'm not saying we need to unify on a war now.
Yeah.
You know?
20,000 Nazi friends at a rally here denounced boycott. Throng in Madison Square Garden appeals to Roosevelt to stop illegal movement. Untermeyer's name booed. 750 police hold off 1,000 red marchers. Stormtroops in uniform clear lobbies. The Friends of New Germany at their rally in the garden. 20,000 Nazi allies denounced boycott.
Wait, hold on. Are they talking about illegal movement? What are they talking about? Is that an immigration thing?
No. That was basically the headline. With Nazi swastikas dominating the scene in 750. Also, you have to remember, like, I don't think exactly what time this was being. Oh, this is from 1934. It wasn't in 1939. It was 1934, I guess. And you have to remember something. In 1934, when someone said like Nazi swastikas, it didn't have that same oomph. Like they weren't saying that to like denounce the rally, just so you understand, because it didn't have that same stink associated with it.
I mean, yeah, Hitler was on the cover of Time magazine.
22,000 Nazis hold rally in garden. Police check foes. Scenes as German-American Bund held its Washington birthday rally last night.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, they were covering it with neutrality.
Well, I mean, look, it's so interesting to see this historically because you're seeing people that are Nazis intertwining the Nazi movement with American patriotism and history, right? It's very interesting to see that.
Like 20,000 Nazi friends.
Yeah.
20,000 Nazi friends. Yeah. I don't know what the exact moment was. This was in 1939. Oh, sorry. This was the Madison Square Garden one. This is 1939. The OG one. I mean, this is the one that like everyone remembers. But basically, my point is, this is, you know, like the attitude surrounding it was very neutral almost. Protected by more than 1,700 policemen. Wait a minute. Cops were protecting the fascists again? That's weird. And I remember there was a Jewish protester that actually snuck into the rally. And I remember him like trying to do a demonstration, like trying to disrupt the rally, and they beat his ass. Like cops literally fucking...
When?
At this rally, at MSG.
Wait, the 1939 one or the what?
The 1939 one, yeah.
Oh, this is so crazy to me because, okay.
Here, this is, you'll see in a second.
Second.
Oh, also they were classic anti-labor union too. The Gentile control. Wait, what is it? Wait. First, the socially just white Gentile ruled United States. Gentile controlled labor unions free from Jewish Moscow directed domination. I mean, he's speaking in English. Yeah. Yeah, look at that.
Jesus.
Here come the police. To also throw a couple punches themselves, you see?
They're not even apprehending anybody. They're just...
Yeah. That guy was later charged with disorderly conduct. Yeah, interesting. Interesting how things don't really change that much, you know? Yeah, history doesn't repeat, but it rhymes, basically. Basically what we're experiencing. Anyway, let's continue.
Themed spectacle in the Garden. It enthralled thousands of his supporters, but the political impact remains unclear. Strategists in both parties tell us the words of others on stage, not Trump, could likely be amplified by Democrats in the coming days.
Can you give me that?
At one of the world's most
jacket?
famous arenas, former President Donald Trump laid out his closing argument in this campaign.
We will have the strongest economy, the most secure borders, the safest cities, the most powerful military.
Trump took the stage at a jam-packed Madison Square Garden in Manhattan and leaned into his border plan should he win the White House.
I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered.
Trump's rhetoric on immigration drawing roars from the crowd.
I will launch the largest deportation program in American history.
All as he was unleashing harsh attacks on Vice President Harris.
No one respects her. No one trusts her. No one takes her seriously. Everyone knows she is a very low IQ individual.
With just over a week to go until Election Day, that sentiment was echoed throughout the night by his key allies, who rallied supporters with
little low
speeches
IQ
over
dog
the course
whistle
of
there
6
too.
hours.
Little low IQ dog whistle.
Trump country.
From Republican lawmakers,
we're going to take this country back,
to media personalities like Dr. Phil and Hulk Hogan flexing their support, as well as billionaire Elon Musk. And an introduction, Elon Musk.
Okay, they would... Can I be clear? If he wasn't like some like Trump grifter, they would all be calling him the F slur.
Oh, dude, yeah.
And they probably still are secretly.
Nah,
but
it doesn't matter. You can be the grossest fucking sweatiest loser as long as you say the words, as long as you say that you love Trump, you love daddy, they will fucking idolize you. That is the thing about right-wingers in general. The thing about right-wingers in general is that like they don't give a fuck. They literally just need to hear those words, okay? They need to hear Trump is right, immigrant bad, black person low IQ, and they'll be like, all right, great, you're with me.
Yeah,
you're on
dude,
the team.
it's so bad. This can't be good for him, right? Like, are there people out there that don't find this painfully so painful?
I think I think people
I struggle to find words in the English language to describe like the level of ick and the level of just so I can't describe it because no word in the language does it really justice to what I feel when I see him and what I see him do.
Dude, this was insane. Like,
no, I know
the USA. Like, how do you fuck up a USA chant, dude? How do you fuck this up?
USA, 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 USA.
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 Yeah.
How does that go?
Aren't we
USA.
cool? Look at me, I'm cool.
USA, everybody.
Come on, everybody.
It's like, dude, what the fuck?
So
dude,
cool.
Dude, please go on the first one-way trip to Mars, please. Just never to return.
Dude.
Oh my God, dude. I hate him so much.
Dude.
I don't know. Like, at least Trump has like redeeming qualities in terms of like being telegenic, like being kind of funny at times. Like Elon Musk has nothing. I don't know who I hate more. I think I hate Elon Musk more. I might hate him more.
Oh, 100%.
He is like,
like it's just,
he is also not dissimilar to Donald Trump, like a ginormous con man too. It's just, ay. I'm dark MAGA, but also dork MAGA.
You can't even laugh at him because he's such a fucking loser. You can't laugh at him.
Hasan jealous because Elon has more money. True.
USA. Wah!
I'm Brian Kill Me.
Oh
I'm Brian
my
Kill
God,
Me.
dude.
I'm Brian Kill Me. Ah! It's like, dude. I get it. I get like, repping your team. I get it. I understand. Okay. That's one thing. But like this degree of cringe, like supporting this degree of cringe is just like, you need like a wellness check.
Yeah.
Like if you're going, that was cool. Your immediate family members have to institutionalize you.
This is
okay. You have to be institutionalized. If you look at this and you go, that's sick. I loved it. I loved it when he did that.
I think he's the best example of what happens when somebody who's terminally online goes out in public.
Yeah.
Like he's so online. He's such like a terminally on Reddit.
Yeah, he is the most like Discord Reddit stalker adjacent guy that sees daylight and just this is how they look,
dude,
and act.
Because he'll go on his Twitter after these rallies and like do some like cringe Reddit meme that he'll post, and then it'll get promoted and put on everybody's algorithm because he owns the fucking platform.
If he wasn't rich, he'd literally be arrested from his basement for posting threads on 4chan. Yeah, no, actually, it's so fucking lame, dude. It's so bad. By the way, I rented a Tesla yesterday for a family trip and tested the latest version of FSD, and holy shit, it was so bad. Literally hasn't improved at all in the past 3 years since I tried it on my own vehicle. I'm sticking to Waymo because FSD was trying to kill me.
No, Tesla's ass.
Yeah, we hate Teslas around these parts. You already know.
Hasan
We both have electric vehicles that are not Teslas.
Yeah, they're all owned by. Well, I guess they're Volkswagen branded, right? They're all Volkswagen.
Yeah, we're on the German.
We own
automobile.
German EVs. Mine's a little faster, but we don't.
It's fine. That's like, I mean, it's true. Yours is faster.
And an introduction
Volkswagen owns
and rare
Porsche and Audi.
remarks by
He's a
former
Porsche and
First
Audi.
Lady Melania Trump.
New York City and America needs their magic back.
My name
But
is
as the
Melania
Trump campaign
Trump.
continues to
And we
court
need
the
to stop
Latino
immigrants.
vote, it was this.
Oh my God, this is what he posted.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh my God, 431,000 likes. Oh my God, dude. No, institutionalized. Like, we need, dude, we need re-education camps. Like, I'm just saying it again and again and again. And people always think like, oh, Hasan, you commie bastard. Hasan, you commie bastard. Like, when you say re-education camps, like, well, you mean like, gulags or whatever. And it's like, no, I don't mean like gulags, okay? But we do need we need to open the schools and we need to force people to go back to school, okay? No more homeschooling. You have to go to like real school, okay? You can't do fake school. This is unacceptable. This is completely unacceptable. If you think this shit is cool, you have to be reintegrated in a normal society. Like, you are not living on the same plane of existence as the rest of us, dude. I swear to God. Where will this go? I do not know. But I do not think that this is going to a good place, okay? Doors open. Shit, I have to sign something real quick. Austin. Yeah. All right, I need you to man the ship for a second because I got to sign some paperwork.
Okay.
Yes, it is botted. I know it is botted. Anyway, here we'll there's some more stuff here that
This
you can
offhand
watch.
joke that drew swift backlash.
I don't know if you guys know this, but there's literally a floating island of garbage in the middle of the ocean right now. Yeah. I think it's called Puerto Rico.
Ooh. Less than 2 hours.
You know what's so funny to me is how like your racist joke flops in front of racists. Like an entire group of people who love racist jokes, who eat that shit alive, and it fucking flopped. How do you do that? I don't understand how you do that. And like the reaction to this was like, oh, liberals don't like humor. And I'll be honest, like I get frustrated because I like comedy. I like offensive comedy. I like dark humor, right? And one of the most frustrating things is like, it's not, people will like say like, oh, you're just sensitive. No, motherfucker, it's not a good joke. Okay, it just wasn't funny. Like, it's not creative. It's just fucking racist. It's just a shitty joke. Like that's really what upset me is that it's just a shitty joke. Like, and they'll consistently. I'm really trying to be a commentator right now, but consistently, they will like say this thing like, "Oh, you're just insensitive." It's just that the joke sucked. There you go. How did I do? About 5 minutes. All right. Whew.
No, you did great. That's it's. The thing is, as someone who is also a comedy enjoyer myself,
yeah,
and does not mind like edgy humor, I myself participate in edgy humor, and I get fucking quote unquote canceled for it all the goddamn time by Republicans who get very upset all of a sudden. And someone who has had a shit ton of comedians who also participate in edgy humor on his broadcast. The thing that really frustrates me is that, like, as someone who is not a comedian, who could never be a comedian, I still have, like, in a very nerdy way, like, followed the process of comedy. Like, how you make a joke, how you structure a joke, and how you write your material, how you test out your material. And the issue is that kind of humor is super bottom of the fucking barrel. Like, it's hack. It's hack material. It is what you do when you're not clever enough to make, like,
Yes.
when you're not clever enough to construct, like, an intelligent joke.
Yes.
That's the problem.
And this is what was frustrating when like Chappelle was like getting criticized, or like when Chappelle was like going through like, and he just like wouldn't stop making terrible jokes about the LGBTQ community.
Yeah.
I'm in the LGBTQ community. Okay, I love a good gay joke. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm down with it.
we
make gay jokes all the time.
we make homophobic
I like
gay jokes all the fucking time.
I love a good fucking gay joke. What was frustrating about me, like with Chappelle, is like somebody who I regard as like one of the greatest comedians of all time. Is
Yeah.
I was like, he's so much better than that.
Yeah.
They just don't. They weren't good.
Yeah,
That's
being-
what was annoying. Is I'm not like, and I hated it being framed as like, oh, you're just insensitive. No, motherfucker.
No,
Make
you're
a good
too.
gay
Yeah, they
joke.
were like, no, you're too sensitive.
Make
You're too
the
sensitive.
joke
It's like,
good.
no, dude.
That's it.
Like, if you at any point, if you are a generational talent in the field of fucking comedy, okay, and you are repeating 4chan like Steven Crowder jokes, like attack helicopter jokes and shit in like 2022, what the fuck are you doing? Like, that's insane.
Yeah.
You know, that's just like, that is the craziest thing. Like, you are supposed to be better than that, man. Like, what the fuck are you doing? How do I contact them on? You don't. Anyway, I don't think he said it as a joke even. I mean, he didn't even try to hide it as one. Yeah,
Well, I was like, there was no punchline.
yeah, and then this last additional detail just came about it. This guy's speech last night, they were saying they didn't vet the speech, so they didn't know his joke was there. Surprise, it was vetted. They removed him calling Harris a cunt, but left the Puerto Rico joke in. So they were okay with it last night. The shock comic who opened for Trump. I like that they're calling Tony Hinchcliffe a shock comic. Tony Hinchcliffe is not, he's never really been that funny. Okay. As someone who used to listen to Kill Tony a lot way back in the day, as someone who was a massive Joe Rogan fan way back in the day before he had like Milo Yiannopoulos and every fucking like neo-Nazi YouTuber on his broadcast, on his podcast, I used to be a fan of Joe Rogan. I have his fucking mug, as you guys know. Like that's the degree of fandom I had for Joe Rogan. I had his literal fucking mug. He was very influential for me in as a independent media figure, right? In some ways, that part still remains to a certain degree. Like I was a fan of his. I would listen to Kill Tony as well. Never really liked Kill Tony as much, but like when you like Joe Rogan, you like Kill Tony. You like all of the people in his orbit, right? And I'm talking, this is like 2014, 2015, 2016, okay? So for me, as someone who used to listen to Tony Hinchcliffe all the fucking time and listen to Kill Tony all the time, he just basically surrounds himself with funnier comedians usually. And that's the only reason why that actually hits. That's his method. His method is be in Joe Rogan's orbit early on, and then be able to get like funnier comics to actually rip apart someone's stand-up material before they've ever actually tested it out. That's it. That was the thing that Tony Hinchcliffe brought to the table. He has never been funny personally. He's never been that funny. Joe Rogan, Joe, someone tells me a man stole a joke from me and put it on Netflix special, says he's a friend of yours. Can you vouch for him? Norm, Tony Hinchcliffe's joke is completely different. They're just about the same subject. He's not a thief. Bro, look at what he did in 2021. Called another comedian a C word and called the audience race traders for laughing at the comedian's joke. Shock comic is pretty apt. No.
The shock comedy is like you can do it if like you structure the joke in a way, and I'm not a comedian either, but like
no, I mean
there's a way to do it.
Yeah, the thing about shock comedy is that like shock comedy is usually very hack unless you do it really well, and there's not a lot of people that do it really well. You have like Anthony Jeselnik, you have Daniel Tosh maybe to a certain degree, but like beyond that, it's not very like Norm. Obviously was Norm Macdonald was good at it, but like most of the greats in terms of shock comedy are like Andrew Dice Clay, and Andrew Dice Clay overall not very good. Like he's not. I think that's what the problem is that like people remember them as like comedy greats, but if you actually look at their material, it's like like it's kind of hack. And the actual comedy greats like George Carlin have actually directly called that out, as a matter of fact. Like Dice's ass, but an OG. Exactly. That's the best way to present it. Andrew Dice Clay is an OG, but he's not exactly very good. I don't think he was actually very good ever. Jeselnik on Shock Comics.
All these comics now, it's like almost the point is to get in trouble. It's like, why are you giving me shit? I'm a comic. I'm allowed to say whatever I want. That's wrong, as far as I'm concerned. Art.
Oh wait, say it again, so I don't miss it.
People think like, oh, as a comic, your job is to get in trouble, and so, but they don't want to get yelled at. It's like it's okay to make people mad, but they don't want any pushback, and I think that's wrong. As a comedian, you want to make people laugh. This is a quote attributed to Andy Warhol that I love. It's just art is getting away with it. You know, if you put out a special and everyone's pissed, like you didn't get away with it. You know, you need to make everyone laugh that they're like, yeah, he talked about some fucked up stuff, but we're all happy.
That's actually brilliant.
That's art.
Yeah, it's true.
Otherwise, you're just a troll.
Yeah.
And like, it's hack.
Yeah.
And the funniest thing is, or the craziest thing is, I think that is the hardest type of joke to make work. Okay. Which is why I think like Nick Mullins, some of his best material is directly in that realm, because he has the capacity to make some of the most like unacceptable, inappropriate things work because he's very fucking funny. Okay. A lot of these guys, on the other hand, can't do that. Okay. And I'm not saying like, I'm not one of those guys that like will look at test material, because in the worst era of like liberal media at the end of the Obama era, we had people that would just like film people's like stand-up sets at comedy clubs and whatnot when they're like working out their material, right? And they'd be like, oh, here it is. Like, this person is being racist. It's like, yeah, they are. They're testing out their material. Sometimes it's going to fucking bomb. Like, that's a part of the process. Like, it's not always going to hit. And if it doesn't hit, especially if you're testing out material that is like edgy, if it doesn't hit, it's going to come across as fucking incredibly racist. But the goal overall is to make people laugh. The problem is, I think in the aftermath of that, with the unimaginable amounts of fucking backlash towards like every single comedian, most comedians turned around and started just like railing against fucking cancel culture all the time. And to me, that actually did kill a big part of comedy. That killed a lot of comedy, because most comedians just started doing classic culture war shit nonstop. Just like, oh God, cancel culture sucks. Cancel culture sucks. It's like, we get it, man. We get it. It sucks. Stop fucking complaining. Like, Jesus Christ. And that's the issue here, in my opinion. It's just like, you're just at a certain point, you become like just a guy complaining on stage. You're just whining. You're not dissecting like things that are happening in the real world and like pointing out the stupidity of it. Okay? Like, you're supposed to punch up and not punch down. That's not always the case either. It's like a very reductive way of looking at it, but I understand what you're saying, right? Like, you're supposed to punch up, not punch down is like a pretty good way. Like, it's a pretty good starting point, right? Comedy is more diverse than that in general, but I get it. Like, I think it's a solid fundamental to build on, but that's not always going to capture everything.
I would defend to the death his right to do everything he does. The thing that I find unusual, and it's not a criticism so much, but his targets are underdogs. And comedy traditionally has picked on people in power, people who abuse their power. Women and gays and immigrants are kind of, to my way of thinking, underdogs. And, he ought to be careful because he's Jewish. And a lot of the people who want to pick on these kind of groups, the Jews are on that list a little further. You got women, gays, gypsies, blah, 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 and then suddenly you find Jews. And Andrew,
suddenly Andrew's arrested.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, he should do what he wants. And
why does he get away with it, do you think, then?
Well,
we have never laughed at jokes about the poor.
He's appealing. I think he's appealing largely. I think his core audience are young white males who are threatened by these groups. I think a lot of these guys aren't sure of their manhood, because that's a problem when you're going in through adolescence.
I think he's talking about Andrew Dice Clay here, actually. Like, if I'm not mistaken, he's talking about Andrew Dice Clay, right?
Am I really? Could I be? I hope I'm not one of them. And the women who assert themselves and are competent are a threat to these men, and so are immigrants in terms of jobs and the
so that's why we as an audience then will laugh.
You say we. I don't think you're. But I think you're
collective we.
I think that's what is at the core of that experience that takes place in these arenas. Is a certain, a sharing of anger and rage at these targets. And I'm sure Andrew isn't that angry at them. I'm sure he's playing it as a comic.
I've said this time and time again, okay? It's the Hannah Gadsby effect, all right? A lot of comedians basically do Hannah Gadsby, but on the opposite side of the political spectrum, where they're not doing comedy, they're not looking for laughter, they're looking for applause. And the moment that you stop looking for laughter and you start chasing applause breaks, you're basically doing a fucking TED Talk. You're not doing stand-up. You're doing a goddamn TED Talk, okay? Hannah Gadsby is Nanette. Conservative Nanette is what I'm saying. Exactly. And that is, in my opinion, comedy fucking poison, okay? It's comedy poison. That's why I despise Bill Maher and love Bill Burr, right? Bill Maher does it all the fucking time, every night, every time he goes on a show, he does the exact same shit. Okay, and I say this as someone who gives a broad, I'm more understanding of like comedians trying to fucking test out material and like failing to do so, or comedians appearing completely unacceptable in like podcasts or whatever when they're also, once again, trying to test out material, like the Shane Gillis phenomenon. Shane Gillis, when he was tested out for SNL originally, had a whole bunch of like Nick Mullen style bits that he was trying to do. And they were pretty like anti-Asian for sure, right? Especially because like it was, you know, you have hours and hours and hours of material on your podcast. People are going to be able to clip shit out of that. I know that better than anybody else. I have hours and hours and hours of material commentary on this broadcast, right? Like I'm streaming for 8 to 10 hours a day. You can clip something that is the exact opposite of what I mean on a daily basis, and many people do, right? So I get it. Won't someone please think of the whites? No, oh my God. Boo. Sharing of grievances. Bah. Won't someone think of the whites? No, you're misunderstanding the point that I'm making. Okay. Shane Gillis didn't go in that like grievance route. He went back to the drawing board and he basically worked on his material, made it better. And he was already funny. He had a lot of funny jokes. He had a lot of funny bits to begin with. And he worked on them over and over again. And then ultimately he had an SNL episode, he had a bunch of stand-up specials that absolutely banged. And there it is. Like, look at him now. He has the most successful podcast on Patreon. And also on top of that, like he has a bunch of Netflix comedy shows and specials and all this stuff. And many people like him. What? What were you going to say? We're going to get back to the rally. I just wanted to like do this classic thing about do this. I'm going to get back to the rally in a second. I just wanted to help people. Like I wanted to establish my position here on like what I believe in terms of like comedy, that my analysis isn't just like, I'm woke and I hate jokes that make me go, I don't like it. I'm trying to contextualize it.
My humor's dark and like so much so that I can't even like, I probably won't even talk about some of the comedians that I've, enjoyed. That's how bad it is sometimes.
Yeah.
So I like good comedy.
Joe Rogan said Trump should hire Hinchcliffe to write bangers about his political opponents.
No, not my own comedy. Okay, no, not my own shit.
Okay. Let's just move on from your analysis before people start trying to figure out who you were actually fucking listening to, and then like try to.
No, they're all very famous comedians.
Okay, stop. It doesn't matter.
Stavros, there's one.
It would behoove him to hire a few great comics to just tour with him and just write one-liners about all these different fucking people.
I mean,
if he could remember them, I know he likes to go off his own head, but if he could remember a few Hinchcliffe bangers, if he hires Hinchcliffe to take him on the road,
like, it's so bad. It's just like, this is propped up exclusively by friendship. Okay, it's a bubble. This right here, the Joe Rogan like inner circle, is just a bubble, and it's perhaps its greatest evidence that it's propped up by a bubble is the fact that even Joe Rogan's immediate fans, like his most ride or die fans, cannot fucking stand Brendan Schaub, but Joe still has him on all the time. They can't stand him. Like even they're like, dude, stop. He fucking sucks. Okay? Like, that's it. This is something that most comedians, and I'm friends with a fuck ton, okay? Most comedians don't want to disturb that bubble, okay? Because Joe is, in many respects, a kingmaker, okay? He really is. He is. You go on his podcast, you're going to get swarmed with love, okay, and attention. People are going to go watch your podcast. You can have an entire media career off of just appearing on the Joe Rogan Experience. He basically holds the keys of the castle in that regard. The problem is Tony Hinchcliffe is a great example of this. Like, he's just not that good. He's just not that good, but he is in the immediate orbit, and he's been there for years and years and years, and he has surrounded himself with a lot of funny people that go into his other media properties like Kill Tony and whatnot. Maybe he surrounds himself with losers, so he's actually the best one out of his inner circle. No. People in Joe Rogan's immediate orbit don't really like Tony Hinchcliffe that much either, but it doesn't matter because like he still has a very popular show. So people go on Kill Tony. Kill Tony's a great comedy show that could be just as great without Tony. No, it would be better without Tony Hinchcliffe. Kill Tony as a format is fantastic. The worst aspect of Kill Tony is Tony Hinchcliffe. Straight up. It is a great structure. You have a bunch of new comics that have never actually been able to do like stand up, sitting in front of a live audience, which rarely ever happens for them. And also on top of that, sitting in front of famous comedians that then literally look at their tight five and shit on it. Like it's great. It's a great fucking structure. It's a great structure in general. The problem is it's owned as a media property by Tony Hinchcliffe. It's not even a tight five, it's a tight one. Yeah. So anyway, but Joe still props him up nonstop.
Do you know how fucking insane that would be?
Yeah, dude.
Hinchcliffe writing bangers for Trump to shit on people. Trump is smart. He would hire shit.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. Felix says there should be an Enron type investigations about the Tony Hinchcliffe bubble. They should haul Rogan in front of Congress and ask him under oath if he's ever sat through an entire Kill Tony that he wasn't a guest on and how many times he laughed if he did. Anyway, Kill Tony has rare funny moments, and the funny moments are almost entirely not Tony Hinchcliffe being funny. It's mostly Shane Gillis. Yes. Kill Tony also got like a massive boost from the Shane Gillis appearances, like where he's doing Trump. Everyone, every dumb guy I know, every normie I know is always like, yo, you see that Kill Tony episode with Shane Gillis? He's so funny. It's so funny. And it's like, yeah, that is funny because Shane is funny. Tony Hinchcliffe is not. But you can't even say this because don't expect Shane Gillis to also come out and be like, yeah, Kill Tony is great. Or don't expect like any of your favorite comedians that have been on Kill Tony to come out and shit on Tony Hinchcliffe anyway. Because that's not going to happen either because it's a bubble. It's like tight knit, okay? It's very cliquey. So Mark Maron put out a whole statement, my woke king. He wrote, the anti-woke flank of the new fascism is being driven almost exclusively by comics, my peers. Whether or not they are self-serving or true believers of new fascism is unimportant. They are the movement. Whether they see themselves as acolytes or just comics doesn't matter. Whether they are driven by the idea that what they are fighting for a free speech issue or whether they are truly morally bankrupt racists doesn't matter. They are part of the public face of a fascist political movement that seeks to destroy the democratic idea. When comedians with podcasts have shameless, self-proclaimed white supremacists and fascists on their show to joke around like they are just entertainers or even just politicians, all it does is humanize and normalize fascism. When someone uses their platform for that reason, they are facilitating anti-American sentiment and promoting violent autocracy. That's it. It's a good take. You won't be surprised to find out there's Tony bits about Palestine that's just as bad.
Palestine, we're all thinking the same thing. Settle your stuff already. Best out of 3. Rock, paper, scissors. You know the Palestinians are going to throw rock every time. But you also know the Jews have a hard time throwing that paper. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, brother. Go back. Go back to the writing room, dude. Tony's other racist joke.
Heck yeah, it's a cool black guy with a thing on his head. What the hell is that? A lampshade? Look at this guy. Oh my goodness. Wow. I'm just kidding. That's one of my buddies. He had a Halloween party last night. We had fun. We carved watermelons together. It was awesome.
Oh, brother, this stinks. Oh. Oh, black guy, watermelon. Oh, this is sick, man. You're really reaching. Dude. You're really opening up new avenues with this fucking joke.
Didn't the Trump administration come out and distance themselves?
I don't know. I'm sure they might.
I think they came out, was that like a fake tweet or something? Didn't they come out with a statement saying that they were like, it doesn't represent the views of the Trump administration or something like that?
They also tried to say that it wasn't vetted at first, and then it came out that it definitely was vetted. Yeah.
Trump's.
Yeah, this is from the Bulwark, Mark A. Capito. Trump's shock comic was set to call Harris a cunt. Tony Hinchcliffe said at Madison Square Garden, wasn't great for the campaign. It could have been much worse. It's wild that Donald Trump is objectively funnier than the comics that he has on, which is crazy. Like Donald Trump knows not to say those things. You know what I mean? Donald Trump is a massive racist, okay? And even he's like, watermelon jokes, that's a bit too far, don't you think, Tony?
Sad.
Don't do that
Very
one.
Sad.
I don't like it.
It's a little racist, don't you think? It's very sad. Look at my African-American friend over there.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. Trump would have comics that are less funny than him. That's such a demo. Oh my God, you're right. He was doing diva shit. He was like, I don't want an opener to outflank me. It would be funnier. I don't want someone opening for me to be funnier. I don't want it.
That's so funny.
That's great. That's what it is. Yeah. Abdul. Oh, when I do the bit about Abdul, that kills every time. Every time I show him his photo of his house, I say, Abdul.
Al-Baghdadi.
Yes, Abdul.
He died like a dog.
Yeah. That's cool. His set was so insane. Part of me makes me think he's playing a character. No. Yeah. Don't get that Shane Gillis on. He's funny, but I don't like it.
Oh, dude, Shane Gillis' Trump was...
Yeah. He doesn't like me very much. He makes a funny jokes, but...
God, Shane Gillis' Trump.
I don't sound like that.
Maybe be my favorite Trump impression is Shane Gillis' Trump.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just and he goes on Kill Tony, and then everyone's like, oh, I guess Tony Hinchcliffe is funny by osmosis. Like, that's not how this works, man.
No,
that's not how that works.
He was getting carried.
Yeah. Yeah. That's great. Good stuff. Good stuff from Tony Hinchcliffe. Absolute banger. My man is tanking the campaign personally.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I was saying before you got in here how insane it is to tank that style of joke in front of an audience like that.
Yeah, you got the most racist Deborahs and Hanks from Long Island. Like, you got the Thin Blue Line crowd, okay? Everyone's looking like a bag of potatoes out there in the fucking crowd. They're like, yeah!
They're ready
and
for it.
even they're not like, oh, man, that wasn't that funny. I've heard way funnier racist jokes.
Yeah.
Do a better bit.
Hours later, Puerto Rican superstar Bad Bunny reshared a video from Vice President Harris's campaign, posted earlier in the day, to his nearly 46.
See, this is an example of a funny joke that's kind of racist. Puerto Rico's trash, spreads crazy rumors about Haitians, can't accept his skin color, green card marriage, is Trump our first Dominican president? That's like, see, there you go. You can make it work, okay? You can make it work. See, if Tony Hinchcliffe said that, People would like that. People would laugh at that. Actually, maybe that crowd would be like, I don't understand. I've never met a Dominican.
I didn't get the joke, and I didn't get it, and
that was a
little too highbrow for me.
Yeah, see, okay, well,
see, I've been
that was that is a good joke. That is actually a good joke.
All right, okay, okay.
Oh man. Anthony Jeselnik, famously edgy comedian, likes to quote Andy Warhol, art is getting away with it. Even Seinfeld dropped the whole like woke is killing comedy bit. Like that's the other part of this. Like Seinfeld has never really been funny, also carried by funnier people. That's the secret, okay? There are a lot of incredibly successful quote unquote comics out there, and they have had an entire career getting carried by funnier people than them, okay? Seinfeld was fucking carried by Larry David. Straight up. Significantly funnier. There's always a guy, and sometimes that guy doesn't actually make it in the way that Larry David did, so you never even hear about it. Okay?
I mean like this.
What is
welcome migrants to the United States of America with open arms. And by open arms, I mean like this. It's wild.
Boo, this guy stinks.
Wild.
What's
These
more
Latinos-
embarrassing is the tweet, like what the guy said in the tweet. Did you see what he said in the tweet?
Oh yeah, no, he's joking. He's saying the right is starting to get better at comedy and is making the lefties nervous. That's a meme from like way back in the day. I think it was Paul Joseph Watson who first said that.
Oh.
There's a couple things from like the early Trump era that have stuck, which is the right is starting to get better at comedy and it's making the lefties nervous. And then the other one is conservatism is punk rock. Neither is true, but you know, Republicans like to fantasize about it.
They love making babies too. Just know that.
What?
It's wild. And these Latinos, they love making babies too. Just know that. They do. They do. There's no pulling out. They don't do that. They come inside, just like they did to our country.
Dude, this is really bad, man. Like, this is really bad. Like, I don't know how. This would bomb at like a small comedy club. Like,
okay,
I'm
okay. Are you ready? Five head take. Joe Rogan secretly in a tank for Kamala Harris. Does this interview with Donald Trump specifically to get Donald Trump to have Tony Hinchcliffe as his opener. Tony Hinchcliffe bombs so fucking hard. That is the real October surprise. That is the real third assassination attempt. That is actually assassinating the Trump campaign with these bits.
Because there's no way Trump looks at this and finds this funny. He's probably pissed.
This is so bad.
He's probably pissed, right?
This is like, I cannot look at this as anything but deliberate sabotage. Okay? You cannot view this in any other fucking framework, dude. This has to be deliberate sabotage because holy moly, this sucks, dude. Latinos love to come. They never pull out. Or just like they came into our country. Oh my God, that's so bad. That's so fucking bad, dude.
And he wrote it. That's what's crazy. He wrote it. I don't think that was improvised. He's reading off of something he wrote.
This is so bad, brother. This is, oh my God.
Republicans are the party with a good sense of humor.
Oh, come on.
It's crazy. I'm losing it. It's so bad, dude. He has like Elon Musk level stage presence there. It's fucking awesome. What happened here?
So, before I create this piece of art, I would just like to give the art world a little something. I got it here somewhere. Oh, here it is. Bam!
What the fuck is this guy?
Who the hell is he?
What is this guy? Okay, I need to see more. I need to watch the whole rally, dude. I think this rally is just like wall to wall fantastic. Bam! How you doing? Fuck you. I'm the painter.
Fuck you.
Yeah, much like Adolf Hitler, all right? Yeah, me and him, we went both. We did paintings. I'm telling my kid that's Bruce Springsteen. The pizza party guy give his pizza. What is this? What? He's the guy who does the same painting at every Trump rally? Wait, I need to see more of this shit, dude. This is fire. Okay, this stuff is boring. All right, get to the fun shit.
They lied of him raising his face. Step forward 9 years ago and said,
I mean,
Who is that?
Who is this?
Yeah.
Stephen Miller.
He's a campaign guy, campaign manager.
Stephen Miller wrote most of Trump's immigration policy. He is a straight up Nazi. He also he's Jewish. He is a he is a Santa Monica native, as a matter of fact. Yeah, he is Donald Trump's like Goebbels, basically. Wait, what?
This is the New York pizza party. Give us pizza or give us death.
This man was infuriated when he found out his home state of New York was banning coal oven pizzerias. That's the guy.
The woke.
Why do they all? Why do they all look like this?
Oh no!
Remember what I told you about like fucking active MAGA cultists? Like they just have this very weird vibe. Okay, just something doesn't add up. Like they almost always look like they're doing performance art. Okay,
I'll be honest. Pizza sounds fucking good right now.
I'm kind of hungry too.
Anyway.
Like there's just always like a air of nervousness and panic. There's just something going on.
Idiots who run this city are doing everything in their power to destroy it. We have naked men with their titties bouncing around all over the city yesterday, in public, in front of children. We have the most violent, raging crime rate ever. We are being invaded by illegal immigrants who are being treated way better than our homeless veterans, our teachers, and first responder heroes who were fired.
That doesn't exist anymore. They moved them all into I think this is what I think it is. It's actually probably not. This is the VA next to the fucking VA near Brentwood.
Who were fired, still not compensated because they didn't take the Fauci injection. Our city's
fucking Antonio Fauci, real piece of shit. That guy, he wanted to make all of us gay and autistic. I didn't take the fucking vaccine. COVID fried my fucking brain. Forget about it. Yeah. Now you done did it, you fucking wokes. Yeah. Give me pizza or give me fucking death over here. Real. Any conservatives in New York City must be in a tough spot. They can't stay there. It's a lost city. Yeah. Unsurprisingly, New York City didn't ban cold pizza ovens. They're trying to get 100 restaurants to add devices that capture particulate emissions.
Say enough, no more. America gets its future back. And what?
He is like actively one of the biggest Nazis in the Trump administration, or was. Like you remember child deterrence or child separation as a deterrence policy, like kids in cages?
Yes, yeah.
He wrote that.
Oh.
Like that was his plan.
Real stand-up guy,
Yeah.
huh?
Yeah, he's a straight up white supremacist. Like
Jesus Christ.
Let's see what kind of cool things he had to say. Wait, let's just look at having a normal one. Almost every speaker at this rally claimed that they tried to kill Trump. Rudy has a Howard Dean moment. Oh, Rudy had some fucking crazy moments in it too, but let's see what else Stephen Miller had to say.
After lawsuit, after libel, lawsuit after lawsuit. They tried to jail him. They tried to bankrupt him. They tried to imprison him. And they even tried to take his life with not one, but 2 assassination attempts. And let me after libel.
They're really stretching on the second one. They're really stretching it.
Yeah. The second one doesn't count, bro. Come on.
Yeah.
The cartels are gone. The criminal migrants are gone. The gangs are gone. America is for Americans and Americans only. One man. And that man, ladies and gentlemen, that man took a bullet for you. He took a bullet for democracy.
Like, he didn't even take a bullet. Shut up. Shut up, bitch. Like, fuck you. You can't claim he took a bullet, dude. It fucking barely grazed his ear. Like, get the fuck out of here. Oh, God.
Who's that?
This is Brian Johnson. Or Brian Donaldson. He's a Florida guy.
Great.
He's the Florida congressperson. He's the new crop of like black Republican
Florida's so cooked.
Whose job, or Byron, sorry, not Brian.
I never thought I'd see a day that Texas was less conservative than the state of Florida.
What? No, that's not true.
I stand by this. I'm not saying Texas is going to go blue, but Texas is going to vote to the left of Florida.
Byron Donalds.
You heard it here.
Byron Donald.
I think Texas is going to vote to the left of Florida. I'm not saying Texas is not turning blue, for the record, okay? But I think Texas is going to vote to the left of Florida.
Oh, you're saying Florida is going to be like plus 20 red, whereas Texas is going to be like plus 10.
Yes.
Like, okay.
That's what I mean.
I don't know. I don't know what the latest polls look like, but you might be right. Like, I think Colin Oliver has a better shot.
Yes, 100%.
Like, but that's also because Ted Cruz sucks. He's just so bad.
I was in Mrs. Chat, and it was a little bit testy when I was talking about like other issues, but when I talked about Ted Cruz, it was unanimous. That's how I got Miz to the polls.
You did?
He's not politically involved. I was like, you remember the guy that fucked up your power in 2021?
And then
he's like, he was the guy? I'm going to vote against him. That's what he did.
That's like, that actually is like a very, that actually is a very solid line, I think, against Ted Cruz. Like, he is Cancun Cruz. He escaped to Cancun when you didn't have power.
He didn't even know what his name was. He's like, is that the guy that went to Cancun?
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, that's the fucking guy. Go vote against him. It's like, fuck that guy.
Yeah, everybody hates him. He probably still will. I hope he loses. I really do. I fucking hope he loses.
I saw a poll that said they were tied, but I don't know how accurate that is.
All right. Let's.
Probably not. It's like a C-rated pollster.
This was,
it's not very.
That's
good.
when you know. That's when you know you're cooked. Oh, Grant Cardone is fucking insane. He apparently has some violent. What was the line that he said? You showed me. Where I was like, what the fuck? Why is... Grant Cardone went nutty mode. I didn't even know he had that dog in him. Like, I know he's like a right-wing guy, and his wife is like doing a super PAC for Donald Trump. But I had no idea that he was like this insane. He says he had some of the hottest takes on the fucking podium.
No, this is complete gone. Not even her simp, Mark Cuban, can sell this. Even Marky Boy says this would destroy the global economy and take the USA down with it. Ladies and gentlemen, Kamala Harris is the least qualified candidate to ever run for any political office in American history. She makes her boss look competent. She's a fake. I'm not here to invalidate her. She's a fake, a fraud. She's a pretender. Her and her pimp handlers will destroy our country.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
I think people...
That is fucking crazy.
I think people should be scared to say stuff like this.
That
like, is that controversial? Like,
no, it's not.
And I don't mean like physical violence or whatever. I'm not saying that at all. But like, you should be... If you're not going to be embarrassed by statements like this, you should at least be like afraid that people are going to look at you and be like, oh, you're like a massive racist.
People have been spending so much time on Twitter and in their algorithm that they think that you can go out and say stuff like this.
Like, what the fuck is going on, man? What is happening? Like, I just...
They think that there's so many like-minded people around them that they feel like everybody feels this way, but they're in a fake place. Twitter isn't a real place.
I know, but like...
Most people would listen to that and be like, holy fuck, that's fucking crazy.
There's more. This is where he says the slaughter thing.
They will. They've already crippled the dollar, manufactured inflation, imported a virus, censored your voices, funded transgender surgeries, and made empty promises to the middle class for 50 years. This election has to be more than a victory. It needs to be a landslide. We need to slaughter this other people. We need to bring 100 million votes to Donald Trump.
What the fuck?
Oh, I can't wait till these cocksuckers lose.
Dude, what
Oh,
the
God.
fuck?
I want them to lose so bad.
Dude, that is... I mean, this is a Nazi rally, dude. This is straight up. That is fucking nuts, dude. That
I just use a homophobic...
I mean, you did, but it's got such cocksucker has such good mouthfeel.
I know, it's so good.
It's such a good one,
It's
dude.
such a great one. I have to. I'm sorry.
Also, it's not just like gay people that suck penis.
Yeah, it's
you
true.
know,
That's true. That's true.
So it's also misogynistic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Those are the two primary groups.
You did do that. You did do that. I sometimes say it too, because it's such a fucking it's a bar.
It's good. It's weird, yeah, because he probably don't even suck cock like I do. It's just so weird.
Not 74, not 81, 100 million votes.
This is just dumb guy shit.
Can you do it?
No, you can't. No, you can't. You can't do it. Okay.
We need to slaughter them.
can't do it.
So yeah, here is
It's statistically like it's just not even possible.
here is Rudolph Giuliani, America's mayor. He had some fucking bars too.
He started to look like an animated old guy. Like if you were to animate an old guy,
I love his little tie that he's wearing. He's probably fucking shilling some coffee too. Like, come on, buy my coffee at RudolphGiuliani.com. Come on, I'm fucking bankrupt. I had to sell my condominium. My New York penthouse, I had to sell it.
Hamas is
Broke boy. Oh, he came in hot. Hamas
is not there for us. Iran is not there for us. They want to.
You know what's crazy about these guys that are like so unconditionally pro-Israel? They also are like unimaginably anti-Semitic. Remember when remember Rudolph Giuliani? He was like, he said a whole bunch of shit about Jewish people. Let me see if I can find some of his choice words, okay?
Are you ordering food, by the way?
Not yet, because the restaurant doesn't open yet.
Okay, I'm gonna order my Chick-fil-A's.
Giuliani maligns Jews and women in transcript filed in harassment case.
Jesus Christ.
He had like a really funny line about the Red Sea. I love that one. That was actually kind of funny. Transcript cut out there. It was not clear whether Giuliani elaborated. In another portion, he engaged in a derisive discussion of the size of Jewish men's genitals. Mr. Kelton wrote in a filing accompanying the transcripts that they were replete with provably false assertions. What? Where is it? Where the fuck? He was saying that like Jews, he says, they want to go through that friggin' Passover all the time. Man, oh man, get over the Passover. It was like 3,000 years ago. Okay, the Red Sea parted. Big deal. Not the first time that happened. That is the funniest thing to say about Moses. Like, first of all, not only does this assume that Moses did actually part the Red Sea, okay? Like physically he did that. That was a real thing that occurred. But also that it is actually something that has happened multiple times. Okay? Like, you can't write that. That's funnier than anything Tony Hinchcliffe has ever said in his entire life. Okay? Oh, big deal. It's happened multiple times. It's so commonplace. Didn't he say something about Italian dicks versus Jewish dicks? Yeah, he did. He said that Jewish men have small penises, but Italian men have big penises or something like that too. Yeah. Who amongst us hasn't part of the Red Sea? What the fuck? Anyway. The broader context of his Matt Damon is 5'2", he says, adding inexplicably, eyes are blue, coochie coochie coo. You want to, he's going to get Chick-fil-A. You want some Chick-fil-A?
Order whatever you want.
As a ginger, it happens every time I part my hair in the middle. Nice. CNN explaining why some jokes are funny and some are not to Vivek. Yeah, Vivek knows.
You sure? You don't want anything else? Here, take seriously whatever you want. Please don't hold back.
Yeah, he's rich, bro. He's rich.
Yeah,
like trust me.
I mean, I've been. No, I'm
no,
not,
he's rich. He's rich as fuck,
look,
dude. Dude,
I do well for myself.
Run his fucking pockets, okay? Run his fucking pockets.
Hasan doesn't want to tell you this. I've been making more money for longer than Hasan has for a long time.
Hamas is not there for us. Iran is not there for us. They want to kill us. And the Palestinians are taught to kill us at 2 years old. They won't.
That's crazy.
Like it's so insane that he's saying this, right? Like when you remove the context of it, you're like, wow, that's an unimaginably racist thing to say. But it's
You want a drink or anything? Fries?
It's also funny. Like the idea that a group of individuals like Palestinians are taught to kill Americans at the age of 2 is such a funny fucking line. I'm sorry.
No fries.
I can't take it seriously.
No fries. Yeah.
They're learning to kill Americans at 2 years old. What the fuck?
They won't let a Palestinian in Jordan. They won't let a Palestinian in Egypt. And Harris
That's also ridiculous. Half of the Jordanian population is Palestinian.
wants to bring them to you. They may have good people. I'm sorry, I don't take a risk with people that are taught to kill Americans at 2. I'm on the side of Israel.
Why is he so like beholden to that line that they like who told him this? Did he not think about this? Like has he not had a 2-year-old child at a certain point? Like he has children. He knows what a 2-year-old does. 2-year-olds are like pissing in their fucking pants and shit. Like what do you mean? Like why 2? Why didn't he just say like, oh, they learn to hate America by the time they become teenagers or some shit? Like, why specifically 2? Because he repeats it again. Because he's like, specifically at the age of 2, Palestinians learn to hate America. Bold of you to assume he actually took care of them. Yeah, that's true.
You're on the side of Israel. Donald Trump's on the side of Israel. And they're on the side of the terrorists.
Yeah, America first, by the way.
Hamas is not there for us. Iran.
More Islamophobia, the Trump rally. Oh, there's some choice moments. Oh, this one was crazy too. This guy's out of his fucking mind. We'll get to that in a second. Hold on. We did the slaughter one. There's more. Now they're trying to kill him. They called Kamala Harris the Antichrist, the devil. Contrast between Harris event in Philadelphia. Byron Donalds comes out to John Cena music. Mike Johnson lies that the Democrats are full-on Marxism.
This is not your father's Democratic Party. They are now full-on to Marxism and socialism. They don't envision for us to save the founding principles and the greatest nation in the history of the world.
His son's
Instead,
porn usage?
Yeah, he does.
Oh.
Yeah, that's the normal guy, by the way.
Gotcha, yeah.
Like
That's what I
that's
thought.
the funniest part about this is like the Mike Johnson's supposed to be like the buttoned up guy.
Yeah.
He
He's
is the
buttoned-up
guy. Yeah, buttoned up.
They monitor each other's porn
Yeah, his
usage
son
is
monitors
what-
his porn usage as
Yeah,
well.
makes sense.
Yeah. Cool.
What a
cool
fucking
stuff.
weirdo.
No, I like he exudes this like very weird energy. I feel like he's the type of dude who like if he finds himself like around a woman that's not his wife that he like even remotely thinks is attractive, he goes back home and just like whips himself. Like at the end of the day, he's like, "Oh, it's time for my punishment." Like, I don't know why. I'm almost certain of it. I like, it's just, that is exactly the vibes that he puts out.
He probably calls it. Yeah, he probably calls her to tell her too.
Yeah.
That he found somebody else attractive.
You know, he is definitely a self-flagellator. Yes.
What they envision for us is that we would be some sort of European-style Marxist borderless utopia. We all know that's a dangerous fool's errand. This is not your father's democracy.
European style.
Yeah, European. Yeah.
Yeah, it would be really bad if we got
It'd be
healthcare.
terrible. You've been to Europe? It's a wasteland.
Yeah, it's always it's on fire.
Yeah, it's a fucking wasteland.
Yeah.
Oh god.
Bro gives me Ned Flanders, but Nazi vibes, yes.
By the way, we didn't choose the name for that by random. Merit Street Media. This country was built on hard work, added
slavery, indigenous genocide, and a whole bunch of racist anti-immigration sentiment after we used and abused other groups of migrants as well.
Value and talent, not on equal outcome. Not on DEI. This country was built on hard work.
Well,
by the way,
you skipped a few places there.
Dr. Phil got a job from Oprah and he's against DEI. Yeah, dude, this is, don't remind me, okay? That is, yeah. Oprah unleashed this fucking demon upon us, okay? I will never forgive her for that, nor will I forget. Yeah.
I used to watch Dr. Phil when I came home from school.
This country was built on hard work and merit. That's why I love Donald Trump, who worked very hard, bankrupt 6 of his businesses, and got hundreds of millions of dollars from his daddy. Oh, so this was an insane one. Howard Lutnick, CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald and co-chair of Trump's transition team at MSG rally.
So the first thing, we must elect Donald J. Trump president because we must crush jihad.
What year is it? What year is it?
It's nuts. It's nuts. I don't know what year it is, but for them it's 2001.
Yeah, literally.
Yeah, it's November
He hasn't
of
left.
It is November of 2001
Yeah,
right now.
literally.
It's not November of 2024.
Jesus Christ.
We must crush jihad. God damn, dude. My dad's response to this thread of rally clips, I don't understand why the media keeps covering Trump and then turning around things, doing things like running the top of the hour ad breaks is completely backwards. Okay, we're not running ad breaks, but that was a good one regardless, okay? From this point out until the end of the election, you're going to get an ad-free broadcasting experience. However, you can still subscribe. Subscribing allows you to be able to send me links, for example, and many other emotes and whatnot that you can use around the platform. That's right. Now that my contract is up, no more ads.
Your contract's up?
Yep. Well, I mean, it's over. No more contracts.
Oh.
Why? Do you have one?
Oh, I did. Mine's up too.
I
did.
You did?
Swear to God, yeah, I had a 2-year one.
Wait, what the fuck? You literally are...
There were no streaming hours tied. Well, there were. I just never hit any of them.
That's funny.
I never hit any of them. No,
Yeah.
but I had like a... Yeah, I had a deal. Oh, yeah.
You can and still should subscribe. for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime, or you can get gifted a sub as well.
You know, I probably should have hit those hourly requirements.
Maybe.
I wonder what those bonuses
All right.
were. I got to look back at that.
Let's continue. All right, so we got more. We got more from the rally. There was the other. I think this was the same guy. He had some fucking insane things that he said. Like, is that the guy that called it a Nazi rally? Like directly, he was like, "I just got back." What the fuck is this, bro? Dude, every moment, every frame of painting. Every frame of painting, dude. Every moment of this fucking rally is insane. Kamagala, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
Media out there who won't show my story or won't back Donald Trump. I love you, Donald. God bless America and God bless the United States of America.
Wait, God bless America and God bless the United States of America. Dude, he's fucking nuts, dude. Oh, this was, yeah. I want to see the full one, though. I don't want to see just this part. I want to see the full clip. I want to see the full clip. I don't want to see just like the 17-second version of this, because the full clip's even more nutty. Oh, here, radio host Sid Rosenberg, who called Doug Emhoff a crappy Jew at Trump's MSG rally. So I think Sid Rosenberg is the guy who like did the led the Orthodox Jewish like revolt during COVID lockdowns. Is that the same guy? I think that was the guy. Was it not? He had like they actually surrounded Jacob Kornbluth's house during COVID, because Jacob Kornbluth was doing reporting on the, but I don't know if it was Sid Rosenberg. It might have been someone else.
So, I just got back from Israel about 2 weeks ago. They love Trump in Israel, just so you know, they love him. They love him and Bibi, they love them both.
Oh, what about that?
I'm in Israel and...
No, they do love Trump. They love Trump more than they like Bibi.
Yeah, they don't like Bibi, though, from what I understand, right? His approval rating's pretty low, isn't it?
They like him a lot more now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they were, since he started doing bombing campaigns in Gaza and in Lebanon, like a lot of people have warmed up to him again.
Oh, Jesus.
Had the opportunity to break the Yom Kippur fast with Bibi Netanyahu. What an amazing night that was. Cried with Israelis in the streets. They listen to me from Jerusalem. They really do this. Like all of you listen to me, all of you. I get back and they go, Sid, you want to speak at this MSG thing? I go, sure. Out of character for me to speak at a Nazi rally. I was just in Israel, but I took...
That's crazy.
That's a crazy thing to say.
He just like openly is like, I'm at a Nazi rally, but hey, we've done crazier things, you know.
That's
hey,
crazy.
how you doing?
Did anybody laugh? I want to hear what the audio...
gig.
They didn't even laugh.
Back and they go, Sid.
Because he's just stating a fact. He's like, yeah, it's a Nazi rally. Yeah.
You want to speak at this MSG thing? I go, sure. Out of character for me to speak at a Nazi rally. I was just in Israel, but I took the gig. She is some sick bastard, that Hillary Clinton, huh? What a sick son of a bitch. The whole fucking party, a bunch of degenerates.
Oh my God.
Lowlives, Jew haters, and lowlives.
Oh my God.
Every one of them. Every one of them.
Who the fuck did...
Look at my city. Look at my city. Yes, this building is beautiful. You're all beautiful. Look at you.
Are they? Maybe you can't see from up there. I don't know. I think he's joking about it. Yes, I know he's joking about it. Megaphonics, thank you for describing the joke. Yes, I know he's joking about it. I don't think he legitimately thinks he's at a Nazi rally. I know. I was also joking about his joke. Okay. Yes, he is implying that liberals call it a Nazi rally. I did not think that this man is literally like, I just got back from Israel and now I'm at a Nazi rally. I've seen a lot of Trump rallies. I've watched a lot. As you guys know, I'm the #1 stan. Okay. I got the hat to prove it. And goddamn, is this not the most insane one? This is somehow the objectively most insane Trump rally he's ever had. And it's really interesting because it proves my point that I repeat all the time. There is nothing more nutty than a right-wing Republican in a blue enclave, okay? Like in a blue state. They are straight piping Nazi ideology. Like these guys are unironically more insane than conservatives in Texas, more insane than conservatives in Arkansas. They are the backbone. They are the most likely to be the brown shirts. They'll never do it, but because they're too fat and lazy, but they are the guys. They are the ones who are like primed ideologically. Okay?
But you can't walk outside past about 10 o'clock at night here. If you're a pretty woman like my beautiful wife Danielle out there somewhere, you get punched across the face just for walking down the street.
Look, hold on.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Yeah, people are there's an epidemic of face punching.
Y'all, I am the most like skittish person when it comes to walking in cities. You know this, right?
Yes.
Tell them.
I've talked about it quite frequently.
Yeah, how skittish I am.
Austin is like, I was actually talking to him about this as well earlier this morning. I was telling him about how like you showed me, the conversation that we had when we heard firecrackers outside and then you heard like cop cars and shit.
Yeah.
And your freak out moment made me understand that no matter how progressive someone is, okay, and you're a very progressive guy.
Yeah.
If you live in the fucking suburbs, okay, you have no idea what it's like to live in a city.
Yeah.
And you literally freak the fuck out over like normal city shit. This man heard firecrackers and then heard like, first responders like passing by. He heard like sirens. It was a cop siren. And he freaked the fuck out. He was like, oh my God, I got to get on my like Nextdoor app or whatever, Citizen app to see what the fuck's going on.
I
and
realize
it's like,
I've grown up in such privilege that I don't even know what a gunshot sounds like.
But also I was trying to explain to him like, dude, I live in a city.
Yeah.
Like this is the most normal thing. Like there is not like, this is not unique at all. Like hearing police sirens is the most normal thing. You hear it 1,000 times a fucking day.
So my point is, what Hasan says is the ridiculousness of what this guy said. I went to fucking New York City and I was walking around smoking a joint in like at nighttime, like just freely walking around on the streets. New York City at night is a beautiful place to walk around.
Yeah, dude, it's not
granted, like I don't think you should walk alone anywhere, right? No matter what.
No, you're fine. You're fine everywhere.
All right, see, maybe that's my suburban side coming out.
You're
a little
fine
bit.
everywhere,
But,
especially in cities. You're surrounded by other people.
I think you should be safe, and I think you should walk in pairs. I think that's a good thing to do. I think you should definitely. Yeah, like I don't think that's.
It's fine everywhere. If you're around a shit ton of people, even if you are alone, you are safe.
Practice, yeah.
This is something that I cannot explain to people who have like, spent their entire lives in like suburban enclaves. That like, no, there is safety being around other people, okay? And it's not like a man moment. Like I understand why women are uncomfortable walking around alone. Whether it is at night or any other time during the day. But my point is, when you live in a city, and there are plenty of women who live in cities in this audience that will reiterate this as well, there is safety in numbers. People don't understand that.
Look,
because shit that is like super normal place, like super normal in cities, if it were to happen in the suburb, you'd be like, what the fuck's going on? This is scary stuff. If you hear a cop, if you hear sirens in your suburbs, you're probably gonna be like, oh my God, something crazy is happening.
I understand my position comes with a lot of privilege. I am white passing. Okay.
You're white, man. Just say you're white.
I'm just kidding. I'm Lebanese, but I'm obviously white. Okay, it's very clear. Okay.
Stop trying to flex in front of Los Angeles Times.
I just want them to know I'm Lebanese. Okay. Yeah. You probably didn't even notice. No. No, I'm white.
You're embarrassing me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Safety and staying in my room all the time. If a man doesn't kill me, then social anxiety will. Yeah, it's just there is like if you've grown up in cities, if you ever lived in a city, then you know that there is a level of safety provided to you by being around other people. Okay, that's it. And most people don't recognize that, and they mistake like a lot of the other things that happen when you live around a fuck ton of people, like the increased presence of crime, for example, and they mistake that for like bedlam.
Yeah.
Did that. Bill de Blasio, Eric Adams, shitty Democrat mayors. Andrew Cuomo, Kathy Hochul, shitty Democrat governors.
What's so crazy to me is that... never mind.
You got...
It's like beating a dead horse, but Republicans used to not say the quiet part out loud.
Over 200,000 subscribers flee Washington Post after Bezos blocks Harris endorsement is crazy. That is crazy. God damn. God damn, dude. If I saw whoever this dude is on stage out at night walking, I would feel incredibly threatened. Yeah, he's the scarier presence here. Anyway, that's almost 10% of their overall subscription numbers. That is nutty, dude. Hasan missed Rudy's best moment.
There's no place in America the president shouldn't be able to come.
What?
Shouldn't be able to come?
That's weird. Okay. We got a level 2 hype train. Let's go. Now I know why he ran for president. Yeah, he wanted to come everywhere in America. He's going for the Gooner vote, dude. Respect. Hi. What is happening in the world, dude?
What is Vivek saying?
He's just probably being a fucking slimy little dipshit. It's not Wyatt. Thank you for the... It's why, not Wyatt. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Abi niye teröristlik yapıyorsun? Okay. I love getting called a terrorist by Americans and also Turks alike.
Oh, I didn't know what he said. I just wanted to...
Oh, no. He was saying, why are you doing terrorism?
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
What's the point of being president if I can't goon in the Lincoln bedroom? I think they let you do it.
Wait, could you like be a president and like
Unholy truck? Thank you for the 5 gifted.
Could you have an open relationship as a president of the free world?
Maybe. Harris is leading by 15 points in New York, and here's Vivek saying New York is a swing state.
Said the gays in there like, girl, no.
Don't you want a president who's going to make America healthy against his RFK Jr.? Tucker Carlson has some moments.
No.
And Tucker Carlson has some choice moments as well.
Oh, JFK did? Yeah, true.
He did. And they punished him for it. They punished him for fucking, dude. That was the real reason.
When are we going to have our first gay president?
We have had it.
I mean, Trump was kind of gay.
Trump is literally asexual biromantic.
Yeah, he is.
And
so
also,
gay.
Abe Lincoln was bisexual as well.
True. But like
we've
openly
had
gay president.
Yeah.
Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the next president. Of the United
Okay,
States.
here, play these clips. I got
There's not one moment I've ever been with him off camera where he's spending his time grousing about people he hates. Ever. He's talking about the people and the country he loves in his private time.
Wait, we all see him in his private time. He's tweeting about people that he hates. What are you talking about?
Trust me. And people know.
Oh yeah, Tucker,
in a
we're gonna
country
trust
that's
you.
been taken over.
Isn't this the same guy that came out with a story about how Obama was gay and interviewed the guy that allegedly had sex with him? Oh, come the fuck on. Trust you? Give me a break.
By a leadership class that actually despises them and their values and their history and their culture and their customs, really hates them to the point that it's trying to replace them. And there's not one moment I've ever been with him off camera where he's spending his time grousing about people he hates. Ever.
Yeah.
He's talking about the people and the country he loves in his private time. Trust me.
Oh yeah.
And people know in a country that has been taken over by a leadership class that actually despises them and their values and their history and their culture and their customs, really hates them.
I just don't understand this whole idea. Like, why do people think that, like, Trump isn't a part of the class that he's describing right now? Like, he's literally a billionaire. He's a billionaire. Like, what the fuck? And Tucker Carlson is insanely wealthy himself, right? Like, what do you mean he's got your best interest at heart? I don't understand it. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Yeah, it was like I think I ordered from like a far one.
Yeah.
It's like here though.
Is it outside right now?
I'm gonna go get it.
I can open the door. Class consciousness is dead in America, that's why.
To the point that it's trying to replace them. And there's not one.
There's not a moment I've ever been with him off camera where he's spending his time grousing about people he hates. Ever, trust me. Tucker Carlson with one of the most shameless comments of all time. The liberation has to wait.
In the deepest and truest sense. And the liberation he has brought to us is the liberation from the obligation to tell lies. Donald Trump has made it possible for the rest of us to tell the truth about the world around us.
Oh, this is about him being racist. Like he's saying, you know, the dog whistles are off, so we can just be honest. He's not wrong. I mean, Donald Trump did fucking unshackle the unrestricted racist sentiment, especially towards immigrants. And it comes from the same exact place of anti-black white supremacy as well. It's the exact same type of white supremacy. Yeah. I mean, this entire rally is proof of that. This entire rally has been proof of that exact sentiment. That's what the fuck is up right now. Post World War II Nazi rally all over again. Kaya, place. What do you think you're doing, huh? Walking around. Yeah, we're gonna do the burned ballot boxes too. Don't worry.
And that's the single most liberating thing you can do for people. If you want to enslave people, if you want to degrade them, force them to tell lies. And they have. They force.
Yeah, make coffee great again. Trump Gold Blend on the side. That's what makes it even funnier.
Us to lie about everything at gunpoint, effectively. They put people in prison for refusing to lie. And not just the obvious lies that men can become women or Vladimir Putin blew up the Nord Stream pipeline. No, honestly, he did. January 6th was an insurrection. They were unarmed, but it was very insurrection-y. Not even the obvious ones, but the big lie. You know what the big lie is? The big lie is that they're impressive. That's
what? Who? No. They were not armed. No, wait, what do you mean literally not unarmed? No, the January 6ers weren't armed. They had like zip ties and shit, but they didn't have like guns.
You did. January 6th was an insurrection. They were unarmed, but it was very insurrection-y. Not even the obvious ones, but the big lie. You know what the
They had like knives and shit. When you say armed in America, that means like they got guns, okay? Some did have guns. Oh, I thought that. I mean, I don't recall like any big presence of weapons. I mean, it makes sense, but I don't think it was like I don't think it was like a
tell me that nobody had guns.
I don't think it was. I mean,
somebody's.
I don't think it matters that much because like they had like mace, they had tasers, stuff like that for sure. But what is it? Using deadly or dangerous weapon causing serious bodily injury. We found numerous examples of defendants convicted who carried firearms. Oh shit!
Yep.
I didn't even know that they had firearms with them. I mean, they weren't unarmed though. Like, I don't think they were. They definitely were. I mean, there are photos of them using things to hit cops. Like, that would be under the legal definition. That would be the assault with a deadly weapon. Like that is what they were arrested for. But when you say arms, I'm thinking of like, you know, they're kitted out in AR-15s or shit like that. I'm sure some people were carrying, like concealed carrying illegally, but beyond that, it wasn't like they weren't like using them, if that makes sense. You can't redefine words, Hasan. No, when I thought he was talking about like guns, like that they were openly brandishing and shit. I guess I got duped by Tucker Carlson's sentiment here, his rhetoric here, to respond to it in the actually.
The big lie is that they're impressive. That's what the big lie is.
Not sure if you were going to cover it, but the celebrity endorsements during this rally were unplanned. J-Lo, Ricky Martin, especially Bad Bunny came out of nowhere in reaction to this rally.
Lopez?
Yeah, the Harris campaign was shocked by the Bad Bunny one. The Wine Mom and Latino Mom groups are talking about this, and Ricky Martin, but Ricky Martin Hasanabi head, as you know, endorsed Kamala Harris.
Wait, hold on. J-Lo endorsed Trump?
No, dude. Bad Bunny, Ricky Martin, J-Lo endorsed Kamala Harris during this rally.
Oh, I thought they came out. I was like, J-Lo? What?
Yeah.
They brought J-Lo out here?
Kamala Harris' VP choice Tim Walz had a secret fling with daughter of top Chinese communist official during teaching stint in China. What? That's insane. My man is so sick. They just keep making him look cooler. Like, I hope he did that. Good for him. He was building the bridge, dude. The real fucking one belt, one road. It's totally made up, by the way. I hope it's real. Harris camper seeing the Puerto Rican stuff break through like nothing in the cycle yet. Yeah, of course, because it was an unrestricted, unhinged act of racism, dude. These guys got way too comfortable in their fucking Twitter bubbles, thinking that they could just, once again, do the same thing that they do all the time when they go on fucking debate stages in front of like 50 million people, 60 million people, and say like, Haitians are eating cats and dogs. And people go, ugh, what? That's kind of weird. I keep repeating to you guys something that you don't trust me on because we watch so much like racist Republican shit every day. And I think it breaks our fucking brains too, where we think like everyone thinks like this. And I keep trying to explain to you, there is a level of permissible bigotry. Okay. You can't go above it. When you go above a level of permissible bigotry, when you don't simply point to vague generalizations, systems of oppression that already exist that people take for granted, and you take it one step further and you get like nerdy with it or weird with it, people are going to look at that and go, that's gross, dude. Why the fuck did you say that? There is a window of permissible misogyny. There's a window of permissible white supremacy. People like Ben Shapiro regularly choose not to go above that because they at least understand that you can't cut commentary that way. Okay? Hasan, this man has a 50% chance of being president. Yes, but that doesn't mean every single person that's voting for him is aware of all of this shit. Bro, put the cap on before you put it in there. Don't just toss it out like that.
You have a bag in your trash can.
Still. Anyway, moments after praising Trump for purportedly liberating him from telling lies, Tucker Carlson blames Liz Cheney for the deaths of hundreds of thousands of people.
Is Fox News covering this?
Probably.
If they're not, that's maybe a sign that perhaps even they can't even spin it. Which
What
is
is
bad.
this? If you believe Kamala Harris' policies are better for America than Trump's policies, you are ignorant, a liar, R-worded, gay. That's funny. Rainy draws a lot. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Somebody's in the chat. Oh my God.
Yeah. But yeah, of course, they're getting a lot of movement on this. They're getting a lot of motion on this shit because the rally was fucking so dumb.
The Harris campaign sees that whole rally.
I can't wait for Fox and the Fox 5
to
fucking talk
Have they
about this
covered this
rally.
yet?
Jesse Waters is gonna be like, who amongst us hasn't said Puerto Rico's a dump? It really is. You know, it's gonna be awesome. And then Jessica Tarkov is gonna fucking defend it, or Jessica Tarkov is gonna defend Kamala Harris, our Queen Jessica. God, we're such fucking losers, man. We're such goddamn losers. Oh, it's already here.
Sunday was a love fest. I know some of the nicest couples who I know were there. I don't know why they're friends with me, but they were there and they were just enthralled at the enthusiasm. The rage was on TV. The rage was not at the Garden. The rage was on TV because, as like Greg said, they're jealous. They can't control him. They're angry because they've thrown everything at this guy, and the more they throw at him, the grander the coalition gets, the stronger he gets.
Oh, yeah.
And now,
Oh, it was all love there.
Yeah. Love for racism. That's what they were loving.
Are oppressive. Recreation is white privilege. Better not work out. So their shared experience now is simply outrage. They can't do fun. That is why when they looked at this, they just get angry because they can't do it. They can't do it. So they go
What
off
are you
on like
talking about? We had Queen Bee in Houston, Texas. We fucking sold out as. I'm sorry.
You get so libbed up, dude.
Sorry.
You get so fucking libbed up.
I'm sorry.
It's embarrassing.
I'm sorry.
It's
I can't
embarrassing.
help it. But when he says that, I sometimes go back to my.
He said
previous
we, bro.
tendency.
You speaking French? What do you mean we? God damn. God damn.
All I'm saying, look, they did fucking sell that thing out. 100,000 people waiting outside.
Greg Gutfeld is funny. Buttfeld is funnier than Tony Hinchcliffe. I don't know. I mean, maybe. Buttfeld.
I mean, but you got it. Come on, Hasan, you got to give it to. What do you mean they can't have fun? Are you fucking kidding me?
So that's about like the age old adage that like liberals are joy killers, right? They're woke skulls, they're joy killers, they can't have fun. So instead of addressing like a lot of the horrible fucking metric ton of horrible shit that's running on every broadcast right now of like all the highlights, or rather the lowlights, they have to just like not show you that and then simply be like, you know how liberals are. It's just a couple of comedians. They're having fun. They're doing jokes.
I know why they're doing it. But
yeah, and that's what they're.
It's just stupid.
They're just trying to like point to vague generalizations in defense of like the things that unfolded, because a lot of the sentiment is truly indefensible, even by the likes of these fucking dipshits.
Joke. To me, the irony of a joke like that is that the libs don't know about news until it first starts as a joke. They had no idea about illegal immigration. They didn't care about illegal until you make a joke about it. Men participating in women's sports, you start making fun of it, then they call you transphobic, then they find out that it's real.
They talk about
inmates getting sex changes. Right?
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's funny because
Why
like,
do people think that people give a shit about this?
And
it's not real anyway.
Well, I think that their goal, I genuinely think that their goal is to make that a wedge issue that people do care about, because there's no other reason for them to talk about this shit that much.
Jesus Christ.
Because it objectively is like election poison. people do not care enough about trans people to actually fucking go out and vote against like.
Meanwhile, former President Trump.
No, not Fox 5. I want to hear. I want to hear from the 5. That's Fox and Friends chatter.
Oh, these guys. Oh, I kind of want to hear from them too.
Yeah, we'll look at both.
Oh God, I love Fox so
right?
much.
You're paying for it. That's a joke. And then you find out, oh, it's
Hasan,
real.
When I'm on a plane, which is often,
oh, really?
Yeah. When I'm on a plane, I want to watch Fox News so fucking bad, but I can't do it
because
people
you're
are gonna
embarrassed. People are gonna think you like
that
it.
I like it, so I tune on something neutral like
Mm-hmm.
CNN. No, I'm kidding. I'll pop on MSNBC every once in a while.
I mean, now people know about Puerto Rico having a huge trash crisis.
Oh, that's why Tony Hinchcliffe brought it up.
Oh.
Thanks, Tony, and
That
thanks,
makes sense.
Buttfeld.
That's insane.
Stream is flashing. Is that normal? Yes. We have a Los Angeles Times reporter with us right now in the room, and he's snapping pics throughout the day.
You know who knew that first? AOC's grandmother. Nobody cared. Not even her.
That reminds me of, remember Sherrod, who used to come on Red Eye?
Yeah.
I went to one of his comedy cellar shows one time. He tells this joke. I thought it was hysterical, and hardly anybody else laughed. And he said, "It's not funny if you don't know stuff." which was I don't know why I'm walking down memory lane. I want to play
Shout
for
out
you.
to Sherrod, though.
These people, like, explaining jokes never works anyway. But if you're like an uptight conservative blonde woman on Fox News, or Brian Kilmeade does this too sometimes, explaining jokes become even worse. Like, you reach a new level of lame when you're like, haha, I've laughed one time. I've laughed in the past. A blast from the past. A trip down memory lane. A time when I have laughed. When I had laughed at a funny joke. A real haha moment.
Yeah, hey, Sherrod. I want to play for Jesse. This is Jonathan Karl from ABC on his observations.
All right, let's see what my queen Jessica had to say.
Talk about a joke.
No,
You
this
are
is what I
better
will
than
say.
that.
No, every show I say I don't want to hear about Hitler unless we're talking about Hitler. This was not about 1930s Germany, but you did
Fair.
have Stephen Miller stand up there and say America is for Americans only.
Okay.
That is the kind of rhetoric that does echo the 1930s, and that's
Yeah, that's literally Hitler. Like, that's insane. It's like when Trump said immigrants are poisoning the blood of this nation. That's Hitler. Okay, that's certified Hitler. That's a classic. Okay, when you say America for Americans only, what the fuck do you think Hitler was saying? He was saying Germany for Germans only. Okay, it is the type of coded language that is supposed to be like, well, this makes sense. Like, what? Why do you have issues with it? It's like, yeah, it matters who you think is not American, dumbass. That's the whole point. Okay, that's it. When you say America for Americans only, you are literally just invoking Hitler.
You just
wait,
you just went
Who's
back.
America for then,
Who should
Jessica?
we be for?
You
the rest
think-
of the world or us? America first?
Yeah, see? America first? Okay, first of all,
I love. Did they just bring this person on to just shit on her the whole time?
you've never watched Fox 5? That's my queen, Jessica Tarkov. This is what she does. She's the liberal. So that's the lib seat.
Okay.
So on Fox 5, they have, okay, this is a replaceable conservative blonde woman seat. Okay. And I will never know their names. I think this one is Dana Perino, but I will never, like, there is literally dude, I'm telling you, if you were to do like a fucking snapshot from this angle every single day,
It's replaceable blonde
no,
conservative
that's
woman.
Buttfeld sits here, can't even touch the ground because he's such a little worm. Okay. Buttfeld with his ugly ass sneakers that he wears every day.
Okay.
Conservative blonde woman that is replaceable and is replaced regularly, but we never know because they just all look the same. A guy who you have to hide your drink around, okay? Man or woman, doesn't matter. Equal opportunity, date rape vibes.
I like how you're just casually calling him gay.
Yeah, it's just. I mean, that wasn't the point. I was just. He's a threat to everybody.
Okay.
He's just a threat. And then this is the liberal seat, but it's most commonly filled by our queen, Jessica Tarkov, who does a fantastic job of defending lib positions, and then also, of course, Judge Jeanine Pirro, the secret Lebanese voice that you must have.
She's Lebanese.
Felix has a bit about this that we talk about all the time. He says Felix is Jewish, for everybody who doesn't know. He says it's not Jews that run the media. It's actually the secret Lebanese. Apparently, and I did not know this, there are a shit ton of like Lebanese people all over American culture and American media. Judge Jeanine Pirro is one of them. I'm going to give you one that is going to shock you. You had to take that chicken out of your mouth. Just listen. Tim Tebow.
Tim Tebow's Lebanese?
Yeah, dude.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Isn't that crazy?
How do you think I'm getting into media?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, you're fucking Lebanese. Nobody would have ever thought that you're Lebanese.
How do you think?
Even though
I'm
you
getting all these interviews, Hasan?
If you didn't constantly fucking talk about how Lebanese you are.
Yeah. How do you think I'm landing all these interviews? Huh?
Yeah. Shut the fuck up. No way that's true. Yeah, Tim Tebow's Lebanese. Mia Khalifa's Lebanese too, yeah. Why'd you bring up Mia Khalifa? We're talking about media figures. Los Angeles Times reporter, everybody. Yeah. Mia Khalifa is Lebanese as well, yes. I thought it was Johnny Football, not Tim Tebow. Yeah. Fear and Halloween costume idea, and it's just the 5. Okay.
Wait, that's actually fucking brilliant. Why do we do that?
Keanu Reeves is Lebanese, I think, or I think he was born in Lebanon.
Who would you be? I feel like you'd probably be.
I don't want to be Jesse Waters.
You'd probably be though.
I'd rather be my queen. I'd rather be my queen, Jessica Tarkov.
Nobody really can be Jeanine.
Yeah. No, you have to be. Otherwise, it's Lebanese face.
What do you mean? I gotta do.
Yeah. Cutie is the replaceable blonde woman, of course.
Who's gonna be Jeanine? Oh.
Everyone's saying Austin's deaf Jeanine. You do give off Jeanine vibes. She is a bit of a diva.
Yeah, she.
Yeah.
Wait, America for them, Jessica. Who should we be for? The rest of the world or us? America first?
Oh, Tim Tebow's not Lebanese. It's Johnny Manziel.
Fuck. I just spilled
fuck
right in my fucking.
Oh my god! Right where there's a pee stain. You just pissed yourself, dude. Ralph Nader is Lebanese. Johnny Football, you're right. Johnny Manziel is Lebanese. My bad. I fucked it up. Tim Tebow was born in the Philippines.
Pinoy gang. Johnny's, you racist. You anti-white racist.
Yeah. Manziel is actually Turkish. Adıyaman origin.
First or last?
It's not about first or
Oh,
last.
yes.
It's about sending a xenophobic message out to the world.
Ah.
Go ahead and
Okay, the judge was there. Had front row seat. Tell us more.
Oh, come on, tell us.
The judge was there. Front row seat. The judge.
What to say?
A comedy show and a closing message political rally are different. And you want to wait? Okay, here's what Jessica Tarkov. She still have more smoke. We need to watch. Tebow is in Pinoy gang. His parents are missionaries. I know I'm joking when I say Tim Tebow is Pinoy gang, dude. Just because he was born in the Philippines.
I, in fact, thought Hinchcliffe was one of the funnier people at Tom Brady's roast. But a comedy show and a closing message political rally are very different. And you want to do no harm with 8 days left to go. And it's very clear that harm was done. And you know that because Republicans came out right away flipping out about this. Rick Scott posting, Anthony D'Esposito, who is a congressman in Suffolk County, immediately said, absolutely not to this. Puerto Ricans are great. He's Puerto Rican himself. Marco Rubio came out. He was trying to defend the larger message, but he said Puerto Ricans are good people. And the Kamala Harris campaign is reporting that they haven't seen something breakthrough like this comment has yet in the campaign. They're talking about But maybe if you saw.
Oh, every other fucking week, dude. Republicans say like unhinged, unrestricted, unimaginable racist nonsense. And then people have to turn around and be like, the Puerto Ricans are people. They're human beings. Like, what a wonderful party, dude. What a wonderful fucking duopoly we have. We're
Let us clarify.
Yeah, we must clarify that it is not the campaign's official position that Puerto Ricans are animals, okay? Like, it's great. It's great stuff. Very cool. Wasp to Trump today.
Oh, yes. It's my favorite. Oh, yes.
Last night you mentioned that the other team are vessels. But I want you to know, and we want you to know, we believe you're a vessel.
Yes.
Dude, these people are, oh my God.
Oh,
yeah, tell me.
Fill me up.
Tell me once again.
Injected into my veins.
Tell me once again that we do not need re-education camps in this country. Tell me, go ahead. Lie. Lie to yourself and lie to me. Like, how do you, what are we doing? What are we doing here? These people are fucking, they've lost their minds, dude. We are now held hostage by like the collective hysteria of 30% of the country. Okay? 30% of the country just experiencing collective hysteria on a regular fucking basis. That's like, how do we go forward? Okay? How do we go forward from this moment on and have the semblance of a normal nation? Have some semblance of normalcy. Frank Zappa was Lebanese.
Oh, yeah, I knew that.
You're a chosen vessel. That's a Bible verse in the book of Acts. It said Paul was a chosen vessel. And we're praying for God's blessing on your life.
Yeah, rigorous debate. Yeah, debate with these guys, dude.
Holy fucking Botox.
Up is down, wrong is right. There's no, you cannot debate people that literally are not living on the same planet as you are.
Look at this guy's face. Look at the guy's.
Like,
may the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord make.
Like, what do you?
Trump doesn't believe the bullshit. Look at him. He's so uncomfortable.
I mean, yeah, but he'll take it.
I know he'll take it, but he's so fucking uncomfortable.
Oh, this is so, it is so fucked up, dude.
Make his face shine on you. May the Lord be gracious unto you. May he lift up his countenance, his favor upon you, and give you peace and blessing, and bless this nation. And we pray it all in your name, Lord.
There's nothing funnier than like the people that are just like, I hate Iran, and then they want to do the Ayatollah but Christian, like here, okay? Straight up. Like, this is it. I hate that Iran is being run by these Muslimans, the Islam. It's like, dude, you are a fundy. You are a fundamentalist. You are a fundamentalist psycho, okay? Jesus Christ.
Lord Jesus. Amen.
Amen.
Isn't a huge part of this saying that both sides are the same? I'm sorry. What? Isn't a huge part of this saying that both sides are the same? I'm sorry, keep repeating it, man. I know the Dems suck, but this is just insanity. There is never a moment where I have like considered both sides part in this issue when it comes to like unrestricted misinformation, when it comes to like right-wing hallucinations. Of course, both sides are not the fucking same. There is no argument there. I'm always going to be honest with you. They are the same when it comes to maximum genocide in Gaza. That is true. Okay. There is a bipartisan consensus when it comes to advancing America's foreign policy. But when it comes down to shit like this, yes, it's not the same. Of course, it's not the same. This drives me mad. When do we draw the line at the delineation between religion and state? There is none. What the fuck? Oh, no, this is, you know, yeah, they are Christian nationalists. Okay. That's what you think. I like that I'm in the process of describing I like that I'm in the process of describing to you that, of course, both sides are not the same. And this guy is literally like, I don't care, man. You do think that. Like, then why would I lie in this very moment? What do you mean?
Ooh.
You try to be unbiased, but you one of the worst offenders when it comes down to Islam / trans rights / or Jews. Expand upon that, chatter, please. I would love to hear what you have to say here. 2012 account, yeah, he's gonna have some wonderful takes here. Let's continue. Yeah, I'm biased because I believe that all people should have human rights. It's really fucked up. It's a really fucked up thing.
Let's see what. You're a vessel. Oh my god,
dude, it is so fucking unhinged.
Nuts.
It's so
People
unhinged.
are fucking nuts. Jesus Christ, wake up!
Taking the stage in Madison Square Garden just hours ago in front of thousands last night, where he slammed Vice President Harris and vowed to bring back the American dream.
Next Tuesday, you have to stand up and you have to tell Kamala Harris that you've done a terrible job. We're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. We're bringing back the American.
He doesn't even have that juice, dude. Kamala, you're fired. He's trying to hit the like. This is literally.
He can't even move the arm anymore.
Bro, this is Frankie Valli.
Oh yeah,
on stage with the microphone. He's like, like mouthing the words,
syncing his rallies.
Yeah. Kamala, you are fired. Like, come on, dude. You fucking fell off, big dog. No juice.
I will say it's going to be very interesting to watch. I mean, he's already gotten older and he's lost a step, but like, it's going to be so weird to see him when he like starts to get to like Joe Biden level of just old.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because like, I've never, like, he has, despite his insanely horrible health and obesity, he has aged remarkably well for a 78-year-old
who only slams Diet Cokes and eats McDonald's.
Yeah, like, I'm surprised he is in good a shape as he is and has as many faculties as he does.
What do you mean? He's 220 pounds, 6'4".
Yeah, right.
Excuse me. He is literally 5 pounds lighter than me.
Eventually, it comes calling. Like, eventually, all of us will start to deteriorate at any age. And I just never have seen to watch. Like, I just can't even picture Trump.
Yeah, it's
as
because
an old dude.
It's because he is correct. It is because he's right when he says that the human body is a battery and that you only have a finite amount of energy, and if you expend it fast, you die.
That's why, like I know this is going to be weird coming from my mouth, but like, I've never understood why Democrats have used the line of attack that he's old and is deteriorating as like a line of attack. Like,
well, against Joe Biden, it didn't make sense. In this situation, it does kind of, you can still,
I suppose, but even then it's like, I don't know, even as a Democrat, I'm like, well, we kind of had that guy like in July, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, like he's,
oh yeah, no, I was a big time like anti stop fucking, I kept
just don't
yelling.
bring up age.
I kept yelling at Democrats when they would constantly be like, well, Trump is deteriorating too. And there was some fucking Megaphonics, Fango Lives, Mind Drive. There's a bunch of liberals in this chat that were literally doing that to me, where they were like, well, you have to admit Trump has skipped the step. Trump has lost the step too. And it was like, dude, it is so irrelevant in this conversation when you are matched up against Joe Biden. As a matter of fact, Joe Biden's mental faculties had deteriorated so visibly that it made Trump look good in comparison.
But he's just always sounded insane to me.
Yeah.
Always.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gotten increasingly more insane.
No, but when I say he's lost the sauce, he's lost the juice, like even that, like, we're going to say, Kamala, you're fired. Like, we get it, man. That's your line. Like, we get it. You're trying to do your hits. And it's just like, it sucks.
Dream. And
it doesn't hit the
bring
same.
it back at the highest level that you've ever seen. We're seeing historic levels of support among our black population, Hispanic population, and our Asian population.
I've got a hot take.
So Jews and
I
Muslims.
wouldn't be surprised when the exit polls show up that Kamala didn't really lose that much support amongst that community.
Yeah, that's most likely what's going to happen.
Like,
yes,
it's kind of
it's not going to be 20%. It's not going to be 20%.
It's the same idea that the Democrat. It's the liberal version of like a bunch of Republicans are going to vote for Kamala Harris. Right? Remember how a bunch of Democrats are like, "Oh, you're not counting all the Republicans that are going to vote for it."
Yeah.
No,
they're not
going to vote
Yeah.
for. They're all going to vote for him. You know what I mean? It's like that
Yeah.
version.
No, you're I think you're right on that. I think you're right.
Like I don't think like she may lose a percentage or two, but I don't think it's going to be 20%. That's insane.
Yeah, no shot.
No. And I'll even go start. I'll even come up with a hotter take. What she loses in black men, she'll make up in black women. In turnout.
Maybe.
You disagree? Cope? All right. Well, we'll see. Nobody. Hey,
I mean, that's not an endless well that you can tap at the end of the day. It's 6% of the population. You know what I mean?
I know, but still.
I do think that the hyper focus on black men, like from liberals too, is just like not only annoying, but also stupid when white men who are also non-college educated are going by massive fucking percentages to Donald Trump and have always gone by massive fucking percentages to Donald Trump. Like a marginal shift in the other direction for black men without a college degree is so inconsequential. And it really frustrates me that this is like a major point of contention. Truth World, Kansas, Trump +5, 48 to 43. Why is he saying Truth World to this? It's Truth World. He's just memeing, dude. It's just...
Muslims and Catholics and evangelicals and Mormons, and they're all joining our cause in large numbers, larger than anyone has ever seen in this country before, larger than they've ever seen in any country. And the Republican Party has really become the party of inclusion.
Trump 2024 national
They're
press.
laughing. They're laughing at the Republican Party being the party of inclusion. Just like you can be racist too, it's okay. Black men, Jews, Muslims, as long as you hate yourself and others, you're fine by me.
Secretary Caroline Leavitt joins us now. Caroline, you were there last night. What was it like backstage? What was it surrounded by?
Oh, there were 2 polls showing Trump up 5 in Kansas. He won it by 15 in 2020. That's why it's Truth World. If it's real, it's huge.
20,000 people almost as he took the stage. We're a week away.
It was amazing. The energy last night was palpable in the room. The spirit, it was happiness and joy. And it was such a diverse group of people in that stadium packed to the...
Yeah, they had...
No way!
Yeah, they had Italians. Yeah. They had Polish.
Oh, no way.
They had racists from every borough, okay? We had people from Staten Island, okay? That's right. Staten Island. We had people from New Jersey. We had people from Long Island. This is regime TV. Yeah, no, it is. This is like, it is regime TV, 100%.
The House, there wasn't an empty seat. You had Black Americans, Latino Americans, Jewish Americans.
I like that she's saying this and we can see the crowd. like, lady, we have eyes. You know that, right?
Oh, God.
There were Germans. There was a Cuban there. There were many Cubans.
Men, women of all ages coming in support of President Trump and unafraid to show it by...
I mean, come on. Come on, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
And aren't those the people that like in the back of that they select?
Yeah. They select that to make it look diverse.
And that's all they could do. That's the best they could do with that group back there.
by the way,
that's
even in
crazy.
the streets here of very liberal New York City, which I think there's a chance of getting very red after last night. President Trump's message.
Okay, you can't shit on her.
No.
No, you want to know why?
Why? Blue Texas?
Because you say blue Texas.
No, I don't.
You
I do
literally
not.
phone banked in
That
Texas
was in
last
20 Hold on.
election.
But unlike, hold on. Let me defend myself. In 2020, there were polls that showed it was in striking distance, and the campaign itself was campaigning in Texas because they thought they had a chance in 2020. There was actually polls. I wasn't saying crazy shit like Idaho was going to flip blue. That's the equivalent of what she's saying. It's New York fucking City, the bluest place on the planet. That would be like me walking into LA and saying, "Oh shit, there was a Trump rally here, so it's gonna be red." Right? That's the equivalent, okay? The polls in 2020, you have to give it to me, reputable polls for that matter, claim that Texas was close. That's why I picked up the phone and I phone banked. And unfortunately, look,
You didn't phone bank hard enough.
And hold on.
You didn't phone bank hard enough.
And you're laughing at me now, but the demographic, Texas is slowly inched, slowly but surely, towards the left. It's not going to happen in this election cycle. May not happen in the next election cycle. But if it continues to trend this direction, I think Republicans are going to have to be very concerned.
Okay.
Message was optimistic, and I loved what Mrs. Trump said. She said New York is a city of hope and dreams. You have people bustling from office to office to make a living, and those dreams are becoming unattainable because of Democrat policies. And I think President Trump offered a real message of hope to New Yorkers and all Americans, and what an epic way to kick off the last week.
Half the people are there from New Jersey. I know.
We are here at Madison.
Yeah, I saw this morning, and it is the least surprising thing I have seen.
Square Garden for a Trump rally. Did you guys come in from Staten Island, Long Island, or New Jersey?
Long Island. New Jersey.
Long Island.
Long Island.
New Jersey. All right. So there you have it. That's where.
Like, yeah.
Is Long Island really conservative?
He's kind of right. There are a lot of polls that hinted at it. The campaign in 2020 did not go there, but Kamala just did this week, rallying in Houston with Beyonce.
Yeah, but that's for Allred.
It was a big deal because it was the first in Texas. Biden lost it by 600,000 votes out of 11 million votes. It's always the same. It's libdeshder, okay? It's always the same liberals that chime in when I joke about this, okay?
I'm not
always.
I'm not going to say that she's flipping Texas, okay? I know she's not going to, but Allred has a chance.
I hope to.
And I think strategically it's good for the Democrats because the Republicans then have to think about spending resources there too.
I'm just providing facts, motherfucker. I'm not saying it's going blue. I know, but like we know what the like. How many points did Trump beat Biden over in Texas?
Like 5.
Like
46 to 51, or I think, or 47. I don't know what, 5 to 6 points.
Let's look at it.
Well, I think I've got it down memorized.
I think it might
was
be
46
5
to 51.
6 points. 52.
Look it up. I want to see if I'm right.
52, 46.
That was off the dome.
Trump, Biden, 2020, Texas.
What did I say?
It is 52 to 46.
Okay.
52 to 46. Okay.
Was I right?
Well, I mean, but like it is demonstrated that the polls are wrong.
Yeah.
That's my point.
No, I know. But hold on. But at the time, we didn't know that.
I mean, I did. I laughed at your face when you said Texas is going to turn blue.
Yeah, but you always laugh at my face. All right? You laugh at my face with everything. All right? And sometimes I'm right.
No,
Okay.
I was so proud. That's false.
No, you laugh at my face when I come up with takes that
are laughable.
Yeah.
Like Texas is going to turn blue in 2020.
I don't think it's going to turn blue in 2024. Okay, that's but I do stand by that. Texas is going to be more. It's going to be closer in Texas than it would be in Florida, and by close, I mean closer like by percentage. It's not going to be close, but.
All right, let's finish this regime television broadcast here.
It was epic. You know, the world's most famous venue. He always wanted to play it. It was essentially a 3 or 4 or 5 or maybe 12-hour event for a lot of people. But, you know, this morning, the mainstream media has picked up on the comics comments, which were offensive. have been denounced by the campaign and everybody else. What went on with that?
Look, it was a comedian who made a joke in poor taste. Obviously, that joke does not reflect the views of President Trump or our campaign.
Damn,
and
they're
I think
doing
it is
damage
sad
control.
that the media will pick up on one joke that was made by a comedian rather than the truths that were shared by the phenomenal list of speakers that we had. We had
like Grant Cardone being like, we need to slaughter, we need to slaughter the Kamala Harris supporters, or the truths that were told by Tucker Carlson, who said, you know, thanks to Donald Trump, we don't have to hide our racism any longer.
Oh, this is awesome. This is awesome that this is their.
Or who could forget Rudy Giuliani's Palestinians are taught to kill Americans by the age of 2.
What do you mean it doesn't represent them? They vetted the guy and they even knew what he was going to say before he said it. And this is like supposed to be their closing rally, isn't it?
Yeah. Also, Donald Trump Jr. Does indeed think the Puerto Rico comments represent the Trump campaign. It seems these people have no sense of humor. Wild that a vice presidential candidate would take the time out of his busy schedule to analyze a joke taken out of context.
What was out of context about that joke?
Yeah, I don't know why.
What was out of context? There was no. That was the context.
Yeah. Which, by the way, they vetted that. So
yeah,
they vetted that one and thought that was a banger. So it doesn't seem to be. What was the joke? There's a pile of trash in the middle of the ocean. It's called Puerto Rico. That's what he said.
Men and women. We had Senator J.D. Vance. We had Dana White, friends of the president.
Oh,
Dan
this is funny.
Scavino, my colleague and friend.
This is funny. This comedian was paid off by Kamala Harris to do this rally and does not reflect the views of the Trump or the Republican Party. Just the dirty Democrats trying to take Trump down 8 days before the election. Trump is extremely busy and does several rallies a day in different states and does not have the chance to thoroughly investigate each person being put on stage. Pretty obvious it was a hit job from the real racist Kamala and the party of the KKK
Can I be real?
Democrats.
This almost looks like a fake account that is like a liberal, like a Democrat trolling.
I want to believe it's real, so I'm going to go along with it being
That's
real.
how insane that sounds. That's what it sounds like.
Here's what Trump had to say about his Madison Square Garden rally, by the way.
I tell stories. We have these big rallies. Last night we had a great rally at Madison Square Garden. I tell.
What happened to the "it's just a joke" and you don't understand comedy crowd? Yeah, I don't know why they're trying to defend this as it's just a joke. You can be as racist as you want when you just say it's just a joke. It was out of context because it made it sound like it was just a racist attack against Puerto Rico when in fact the comedian made offensive statements towards many different groups.
Wait, what is this?
The context of that joke was that he shit on pretty much everyone that's not white.
Friend who shared very intimate moments with President Trump when they were in the hospital in Butler, Pennsylvania, really showing the truth about President Trump and his heart of gold. And the crowd, they didn't mind, right? Again, it was a diverse group of people. The joke fell flat, but the crowd was there because they know.
Oh, the joke fell flat. So it was not a good joke.
No.
Oh, damn.
Joke. Yeah, no.
Yeah. Yeah. No, I promise you, the Nazi rally that we did, the Nazis didn't laugh at the Nazi joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't laughing.
Know who President Trump is, and they know he wants to be a president for all Americans.
So, Caroline, let's talk about the ground game, because when you look at the polling, when you see the Trump movement, it's clear that the momentum is on you guys' side right now. The question is, how do you get that momentum to the polls as well? So what are you guys doing differently this time that y'all did the last election?
Well, I may be biased, but I think Team Trump has the best ground game in the business right now, and our team has been out there on the ground focusing on registering voters and turning out voters.
Who knows if it's gonna work? But weren't you telling me that Trump is relying exclusively on a super PAC, Elon Musk super PAC to get for their ground game? It's not coming from the party itself; it's coming from a super PAC. They've hired these people, right?
What is this? A message from our HR department. We're extremely disappointed with the conduct displayed in this clip. It's not representative of the values we strive to uphold here at the Free Iron Podcast. All 4 individuals in this video have been terminated effective immediately. Thank you.
Yeah.
I don't think my boyfriend would like me sharing, especially after you two walked in and showed me your penises.
We could share a bit.
We did not show you our penises. You put us in these hussy costumes.
Yep.
You put us in these hussy
Disneyland.
costumes.
I did not put you in hussy
You
costumes.
put us in hussy costumes.
You put us in hussy costumes.
She handed us the costumes and she said,
Hold on.
"Oh, your penises might show."
HR.
We try them on. We come in and we go, "Cutie, do these look all
Hold
right?"
on. In her defense,
they
you
didn't.
did both show her your
They
penis.
walked in. They said,
Yeah, the costumes were just simply side eye. You got at Disneyland. That's
awesome. From the entire family.
oh my god.
Oh, that's the best.
They've never seen someone to do it like this. Okay. Dude,
That's
I was
awesome.
hammering that turkey leg, dude. That was
awesome.
Oh my god, I was eating the fuck out of that turkey leg, dude.
Oh man.
Bro, you literally moaned as you bit into it. Okay, calm down, dude. You don't have to say it. Yeah, I mean it's true, but like sometimes you can, it's okay. Hold on. I got to order my food. Oh, I'm freaking starving. Guy from Turkey Eating Turkey. Yeah, it was a great stream. I had a great time.
Voters for months doing that hard work, and we're seeing it pay off in the early voting returns. Pennsylvania, there's been a 20-point swing from 2020 in early voting towards Republicans. North Carolina, Republicans are leading the early vote right now. Nevada, the first day of early voting in Clark County, Republicans led by 19 points. And so we are seeing Republicans.
85% of voters currently that have voted for GOP voted in 2020. They're cannibalizing their election day vote. We saw it in 2022. It's happening again. Just wait till election day. That's all I'm saying.
Damn.
They're cannibalizing their election day vote. I'm not saying that Kamala's going to win, but you should definitely, they definitely need to hide. They're not talking about it for an obvious reason. These aren't new voters.
Wait, that was Chrissy Teigen and John Legend's son in the Disney photo you showed? Wait, no, you're memeing, right? You're just saying that because he kind of looks like John Legend, like a young John Legend. Oh. It's not them, copium. Anne çıkaracağım mı yürütmeye? Okay. What is this, bro?
We might want to get a beer on the way to the Incredibles.
Dude, that's a brilliant idea. What?
See what I'm saying?
Dude,
It's
that's
a
such a great
Hulk
idea.
mentality.
What? We were having fun. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize red-blooded Americans having fun terrifies you, liberals.
Okay.
Republicans and all Americans are taking President Trump seriously when he says get out and bank your vote early. So I'll use this opportunity to share that with the American people today. Please get out and vote early, and then you have the next week to bring all your friends and family with you to the polls. But the signs we're seeing in early voting coming in are very encouraging. We're not taking a single second for granted. President's going to Georgia today, and he'll be barnstorming the country every day for the next week.
Will he play Madden with Tim Walz at any point, like yesterday with AOC? You don't have to answer that. That was too controversial. All right. So yesterday, J.D. Vance does this thing where he sits in a chair and does three Sunday shows. So right away, Jake Tapper thought, let's focus on General Kelly what General Mattis.
Oh yeah, this is Austin has been excited to watch this.
Fucking excited.
Austin was like libbing it up about this. He was going crazy over it.
Fake Tapper.
What is this? Young Dems are killing it. Young Democrats are fucking killing it with early vote returns. AZ 51% of returns.
I'm telling y'all.
GA 88. Michigan 53.
Yeah. You can't compare early voting from 2020 to 2024. It's as simple as that. Okay, you can't do it. And look, all y'all are laughing at me and copium, but wait till election night. I'm gonna be on Hasan's stream explaining exactly this.
Well,
exactly this.
I think one thing that we're forgetting is that we are most likely not going to have.
Yeah, but we'll have an idea.
We're most likely not going to be able to figure out what happens with this election on election night.
Of where the votes are coming
I'm just
from.
letting everybody know we are not going to know on election night who won, most likely.
But we're gonna have like an idea of what,
which is going to be really. That is something that I am a little worried about. I'll admit.
Yeah.
Like the fact that we won't know. We know what happened last time Republicans were confused by the outcome of an election. I'm just saying.
President, watch.
We've now spent 5 minutes talking about people in Donald Trump's staff
who think he's not fit for
who
office.
he fired.
Well, we're
and
actually
we talk about how Americans can't afford groceries.
We're actually
Let's just watch the OG.
The insane amount of clip.
Let's just watch the OG. Let's just watch the OG video.
Crazy.
There was a couple different moments that I wanted to watch from the Madison Square Garden rally that was insane. Specifically this part.
And Speaker Mike Johnson
And then we'll get
is
to
here,
Jake Tapper ass tapping JD Vance.
He's doing a great job. It's not easy when you have a majority of 3, but he's done a great job, and he's going to continue to do a great job, and we like him. He's a terrific person. I watched him just totally decapitate a fake reporter on NBC, Meet the Fake Press. What he did to her was,
fake press.
I think that probably should
They're all
never be the
gay.
same. Nobody would know. Look at him, such a nice-looking guy, just that little beautiful face with the glasses. Got the little glasses. Everyone says, "Oh, he's so nice. He's such a nice person." He's not a nice person. He's not nice at all, right, Matt? But great job. We think he's great, and he's going to be around for a long time, I predict. We have a senator here who I love, Senator Tommy Tuberville. And he's from a great place, Alabama. I love Alabama. I'm up in Alabama by 49 points. 49 points.
Oh, wow.
We're up by
what a
a lot
triumph.
in a lot of different places, but it's a great place, and thank you, Tommy. And all of our other great congressmen. We have so many if I ever named them. We're going to be up here a long time. So they're going to be angry. They won't speak to me for probably a month or so, but it'll calm down after that. Right, Matt Gaetz? It'll calm down. It'll calm down. But we have
Botox
great
and filler.
people, and they're really doing a job, and we're going to turn this country around. You know, with me, we got to get the congressmen elected, and we got to get the senators elected, because we can take the Senate pretty easily. And I think with our little secret, we're going to do really well with the House, right? Our little secret is having a big impact. He and I have a secret.
What the fuck does that mean?
What does that mean?
What is he spelling? Trump hinting at a secret with Mike Johnson to be revealed post-election. Clearest indication yet that if Trump loses, the plan is to sow enough doubt about election results in key states that the House can declare a contingent election and proclaim Trump the victor.
Is that even possible?
Anything is possible, baby. Anything is possible. That's why I'm saying, I don't think there's a January 6th style situation likely, but I feel like that's not going to stop them from trying.
Oh, hell no.
You know?
So the House would have to vote on a contingent election, and then they would get supported by the Supreme Court?
I think this was the Mike Johnson, and if so, he's signaling that Republicans will try to do the thing that keeps me up at night. Screw around with the Electoral College vote so that the House itself votes on the president instead. Each state gets 1 vote. Trump wins with 26. This is known as the contingent election of the president and was, although many people still don't fully realize it, part of the goal behind January 6th. Was just texting my buddies about this week, spoke on a recent podcast too. This scenario depends on a few things, but most especially on who controls the House. So if you're freaked out about this possibility, visit Go Kamala Harris and volunteer to help them elect Dems. A close election in a Republican-controlled House fucking around with Electoral College votes. All they need is enough chaos to kick the vote for the presidency of the House itself. This procedure is known as a contingent election of the president and was one of the hosts behind January 6th. If that happens, each state delegation in the House gets 1 vote for president, and the 26 states almost certain to have majority GOP delegations vote Trump in as president against both the popular vote and the electoral college vote. You know, they have the Supreme Court locked down as well, so it's not like you can take it up there and defend it. Here's Mike Johnson's response to this regarding the congressional reporter. Speaking of secrets, Harris knew Biden was physically and mentally impaired and kept it a secret. The FBI knew Hunter Biden's laptop was real and kept it a secret. They also knew the Russia collusion was fake and kept it a secret too. It appears that all those secrets didn't matter to the media because they all helped Democrats. But this one might help Donald Trump, and now they care. By definition, a secret is not to be shared.
How would they get that to that point? Like, other than sowing chaos, like how does it even get to that point where they just decide that the House decides? Like what needs to happen?
Well,
other than like chaos is such like a.
Well, what happened is, I mean, it's kind of like, imagine a Brooks Brothers riot, but in like every swing state.
Okay. So if it's close enough, right? Well, I know what happened in 2000, but that was like razor thin margins. What I'm saying is, if she comes in,
It wasn't even just razor thin margins. It was like there were a lot of issues with the ballots.
Yeah, I remember the butterfly ballot or whatever it was called.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to understand is like, does it need to be? Is this like when it's close in multiple swing states, or is this just like, let's say she wins the blue wall convincingly, and she wins convincingly, it's obvious that she's won, that they'll like try to be like, oh, these were all fraudulent, and then take it to the House? Is that what we're talking about? Or it needs to be like a 2000 Florida situation?
Electoral college contingent election explained.
Okay. Oh, this is if it's in a tie.
Hello everyone and welcome to Election Minute. I briefly mentioned in my video about the Electoral College that when neither presidential candidate reaches a majority of electoral votes...
Yeah, this is if...
I don't know of all the details, but there's some fuckery that you can do to invalidate some electors due to some ancient rules about how states assign them. And they're thinking if Harris only wins by 1 because of any 2, they can try to reassign that back to Nebraska to give Trump the win.
So it has to be close. It can't be like...
Okay, considering that this happened in Veep season 5, there was an electoral college tie and the governors voted, it's going to happen.
Oh, shit.
Now I'm believing it.
The House of Representatives decides who becomes the president, and the Senate decides who becomes the vice president. In the event of a deadlock in the Electoral College, the Congress to assume office after the year of the presidential election will decide the election via each state's House delegation.
Who would they put
What
in
this
there?
means is that each state is worth exactly 1 vote, and a candidate needs 26 votes to win. Each state delegation decides who receives that state's 1 vote. The example I'm going to use in this video is the 2020 presidential election if it resulted in neither Trump nor Biden receiving at least 270 electoral votes. California has a total of 53 members of the House of Representatives. Let us assume that after the 2020 presidential election, California has 45 Democratic House members and 8 Republican House members. Let us also assume that the Democratic members vote for Biden and the Republican members vote for Trump. That would give Biden a total of 45 out of 53 votes from the California delegation, therefore awarding him 1 vote from California. Another example of this would be to assume that after the presidential election, the House delegation from Texas consists of 23 Republicans and 13 Democrats. Once again, if the members of the delegation follow their party line, that would give Trump 23 out of 36, therefore giving Trump 1 vote from Texas. Assuming the same thing happens with each state, Trump will receive a total of 26 votes, Biden will receive 22 votes, and 2 states will be in a tie. If both candidates fail to receive at least 26 votes, the House will be forced to start over until a candidate has received at least 26 votes. Keep in mind that this is not how it would turn out in the event of this actually happening. This is just an example of how the system works. As for deciding who becomes the vice president, every member of the Senate will
Oh my God, we're looking at this shit. Meanwhile, like Republicans are hallucinating again. Why? Because Elon Musk says some shit. Thoughts on Google and Microsoft being top donors of the campaign when they control more than 90% of information to people?
Would you call Elon Musk the F slur if he wasn't grifting for your campaign?
Oh, yeah, dude. Microsoft and Google, Microsoft's Bing and Google are actually in the tank for Kamala Harris. They're lying to you. That's why you should use DuckDuckGo, okay, when you're searching stuff. It's like, yeah, Joe Rogan is being censored, dude. He's like, what could help these people feel like there's a sufficient amount of conservative media? Fox News is the #1 network media channel. Okay, it does better numbers than like some of these other fucking ratings combined. Okay.
Oh yeah, sure.
I'm not rep or dem, just wondering.
Yeah.
Okay, that's #1. Number 2, on the independent
He's
front.
an undecided voter.
On the fucking independent front, like, you have in independent media, like the top podcasts are all Republican. You got Candace Owens at like #2 or some shit. You got fucking Tucker Carlson at #3. You got Ben Shapiro's Daily Wire. Like, you have Joe Rogan. Every single fucking media outlet, like everything you look at is like right-wing slanted in general. Big tech is deep in the pockets of Donald Trump across the board, by the way. Here's Jeff Stein's reporting on it. Some billionaires who Trump targeted are now hedging their bets as the former president vows retribution against his enemies if elected. Bezos blocks the WAPO endorsement. Zuckerberg promises neutrality. Buffett stays out. Google chief reportedly calls Trump to praise McDonald's stop. CEOs rushing to back channel to Team Trump. Trump has had no issue calling out political enemies by name and threatening to use force if of government retribution. And apparently that is intimidating a lot of wealthy targets. It is a very scary sign that government intimidation works. Dershowitz, there's been a greater recognition of the possibility of a Trump presidency, and I've spoken to several very wealthy people interested in hedging their bets. It's a natural phenomenon of people who depend on government support for their wealth. Angry at Bezos over the WAPO coverage, Trump, while president, reportedly tried to cancel $10 billion of federal contracts for Amazon. Bezos, who did not stop previous presidential endorsements this year, blocked WAPO from endorsing Harris. Trump this year on Mark Zuckerberg. We're watching him closely. If he does anything illegal this time, he will spend the rest of his life in prison. Zuckerberg recently, my goal is to be neutral and not to play a role in one way or another, or to not even appear playing a role, except he did. Whenever these guys say they're neutral, they're actually right-wing, okay? You have to remember that. It's the Elon Musk phenomenon, right? Phenomena. What do I mean by this? Elon Musk kept fucking lying and yelling and shitting his diapers about like, oh, there was so much interference. There was so much interference last election from Twitter. They were woke. Why? Because of the Hunter Biden laptop story, right? Hunter Biden laptop story. So what is Elon Musk doing now? He bought Twitter. He was forced to buy Twitter, and he is openly in the tank for Donald Trump, literally runs Trump's super PAC, is said he's giving $50 million to Donald Trump in campaign contributions. And yet nobody questions the neutrality of Twitter. Okay. It's because when Republicans do it, it's fine. Okay. But not only is it fine when Republicans do it, it's also, they will also fucking hold on to anything to be like, oh, this is actually liberals like in the tank for Trump again. I mean, in the tank for Kamala Harris again. Like, Mark Zuckerberg is not neutral. Okay. He straight up is not neutral obviously on the issue of Israel. We know this already. Not neutral at all. Meta is like super censorious. But beyond that, Mark Zuckerberg himself was like, oh, I thought it was really badass when Donald Trump raised his fist when he got shot at. And you know, I thought it was really cool. I thought it was sick. Like, they're not. They're in the tank. They're not neutral. It is only if something is presented as neutral, understand that that probably means that they're right wing. Okay, that's it. They can't. Oh, they never. And mainstream press is really bad with this. They can never fucking look at something and be like, no, this is right wing. This is right wing as fuck. They can just never do that. What What is this? This is the left censoring. How is Trump a Nazi, but the left are the ones trying to censor speech and are funding wars across the world? Oh my God. Oh my God, dude. How is Trump a Nazi? I don't know, because he keeps saying Nazi shit. Is that good enough for you? Immigrants are poisoning the blood of this nation. That's a direct Adolf Hitler quote. All right, is that not good enough? America, Donald Trump's own fucking advisor, Stephen Miller, who wrote the fucking white nativist anti-immigrant screeds that turned into legislation under the Trump administration, directly said yesterday at the MSG speech, America should be for Americans. Germany just for Germany. Germany just for Germans is, again, direct Adolf Hitler. It's not it's not the people in this community that are in an echo chamber. It is you who is in an echo chamber. You have actually left your echo chamber for a second, so that's good. Hopefully you'll be, more cognizant. Anyway. Let's do the Jake Tapper.
Oh, yeah.
Let's do the Jake Tapper shit.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So let me ask you, obviously, Trump's former chief of staff, General John Kelly, was alarmed, he says, by what he heard when Trump said he wanted to use the National Guard or the Pentagon to go after.
I'm all for hearing y'all's side, but calling Trump a Nazi is a stretch. Why is it a stretch? Why? Why is it a stretch? His goal is to create militarized border camps, concentration camps. That's what he said. He falsely claims over and over again that there are 20 million undocumented citizens, undocumented migrants living on U.S. soil, and that he's going to deport every single one of them. Okay? That's straight Nazi shit. Mass deportation is straight Nazi shit. Like, I look at your chat, I say one thing and disagrees respectfully. Look at what your chat is saying to me. Stop crying about what the chat is saying to you. You're talking to me directly now, okay? Don't fucking rush to be like, oh, I'm the victim here. Don't do that shit. Answer my question. Donald Trump has said that there are enemies within, that he is going to use the military and the police force to, not a victim. Okay, why are you fucking behaving like one right now? This is victim shit. Hyper focus on my words now, okay? Stop trying to move the conversation into a different direction. Stop trying to steer this conversation. Answer the question. Donald Trump has said that there are enemies within and that he will use the National Guard, the police, and the military against them. Okay? Does that not strike you as a little bit concerning in terms of rhetoric? Yeah. Donald Trump falsely lies about undocumented immigrants in this country. Donald Trump also says that undocumented immigrants in this country are eating cats and dogs. He says Haitians are doing that. They're not doing that. He's lying about that. But that he also says they're killing hundreds of thousands of Americans every year. That's also a lie. That's completely false. The real number in the fiscal year of 2024 was 26. Okay? Is he talking about people here that are illegally? Yes. They're still people, though, don't you think? They're still just human beings with lives, dreams, that want the same thing that you want. To put a roof over their heads, to have food on their table, to have clothes on their back. Once again, I agree, but come here without breaking the law. Okay. Great fucking counter. So you also recognize that the difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented migrant is just paperwork. So why is it that J.D. Vance and Donald Trump have simultaneously claimed that the documented migrants on U.S. soil, like the Haitians that he's pointing to in Springfield, Ohio, that are here on temporary protected status, which is the paperwork necessary, which has prior authorization and a background check that comes along with it, why are they calling them illegal aliens when they're not here illegally? When they are here literally legally. TPS is legal paperwork necessary. Why are they saying that they are also illegal aliens and that they are going to deport them? If that is the case, if they're here legally, then I don't agree with that. Okay. But doesn't that concern you? Once again, does that not concern you? He says that these J.D. Vance and Donald Trump both have falsely claimed that immigrants here with temporary protected status that have the legal paperwork necessary to be able to live, exist, and also work on U.S. soil are actually still illegal aliens. Okay? He wants to revoke their legal status. And he's also simultaneously lying about the crimes that they're committing. This is about Trump being a Nazi. No one asked if you don't agree. This is about Trump being a Nazi. Exactly. If it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck, it's probably a duck. Donald Trump is straight up a fascist, okay? He is. I do not care if he genuinely ideologically is committed to a fascist project, but it doesn't change the dynamic for me at all because he is actively promoting fascist rhetoric. His policies are identical to fascist policies. That's it. He has also used famous fascist quotes over and over again.
The enemy within, Americans with whom he disagrees, including the Pelosi's, Adam Schiff. And then he gave an interview. He said that Trump, quote, certainly falls into the general definition of fascist, that he is, quote, certainly an authoritarian, admires people who are dictators. You've called him a disgruntled former employee. But why shouldn't Americans out there listen to somebody who worked closely with Trump, worked with him longer than you've worked with him, retired four-star Marine general, served his country honorably, who is conservative, who says he agrees with Trump on most policies, but is worried about this aspect of Trump?
So let me say two things in response. So first of all, a lot of what John Kelly...
Fascism is paleogenetic ultranationalism. It's an in-group, out-group dynamic through some intractable, unchangeable quality. That's what fascism is. It's that's the most basic way to describe it. Okay, Google is also very helpful if you would like to figure out what fascism is. It's ironic that Jake Tapper is having this interview with a person who also called Trump a Nazi. So there's that too. Donald Trump's own fucking vice presidential candidate, side by side, not that many years ago, called him a fucking Nazi. Okay? He called him a fascist too.
Pretty much all of what John Kelly accuses Donald Trump of saying. There were other people in the room, Mike Pence's former chief
He called him America's Hitler, to be exact.
of staff, for example, who've explicitly said Donald Trump never said those things, right? So one, on
Mike
the
Pence, the
specific
guy
comments,
who's not going to support Trump because...
Mike Pence's former chief of staff said that Donald Trump didn't say those things, right? So that's number one. Number two, I actually think there's an interesting conversation here to have, Jake, which is why does John Kelly not support Donald Trump? It's about policy. It's actually not about personality.
He says he agrees with Trump on most policy.
No.
He agrees with Trump on most policy. He disagrees with Trump on how Trump views his role and his and the fascism and the authoritarianism.
I don't buy that, Jake. I don't buy that because if you actually look at John Kelly, at folks like Liz Cheney, the fundamental disagreement they have with Donald Trump is even though they say that they're conservative in the sense that they want America to get involved in a ton of ridiculous military conflicts. They want America to police the world, and Donald Trump wasn't.
John Kelly lost a son in Afghanistan. Why are you saying that he? Like, I've never heard John Kelly say whether he supports of Iraq or Afghanistan.
And I honor his son's sacrifice, and I honor his family's sacrifice. That doesn't mean he's not wrong about policy.
What specifically are you talking about? What has he said?
Is your argument that a person who lost a son in Afghanistan can't be wrong about public policy?
I'm asking
then
you.
Why bring that up? Let's talk about public policy because I've never criticized his service or his son's service.
I brought it up because you're acting as if he is pro-war, and I've never heard him say whether or not he supported the war in Afghanistan or the war in Iraq. He was a general carrying out orders.
Because I know John Kelly's worldview, and I know the people who have attacked Donald Trump the most vociferously on foreign policy. They'll say, well, he's a dictator, when what they really mean is they won't listen. Donald Trump wouldn't listen to the leadership of the military when they wanted him to start ridiculous conflicts. That is a consistent theme. And I think that there's a big, big thing going on in American politics. It's a very interesting theme in American foreign policy where a lot of former members of the Pentagon bureaucracy, a lot of old neoconservatives, they have a fundamental difference with Donald Trump on the question of peace and war. I believe Donald Trump is the candidate of peace. I think the record supports that. But the reason these guys go after him so vociferously, I don't think that it's about his personality, Jake. I think that it's about they don't like that Donald Trump said.
Didn't he kill another country's general? Like who was it? Soleimani or whatever. Who the hell was it?
No, when a lot of them wanted to start a ridiculous war.
Well, for you're
In
ascribing
where did he conduct that strike? In Iran.
worldviews.
Yeah.
I think based on gut. I can't really tell where you're coming from on it. There's no evidence.
Based on people that I've talked to in the Trump administration,
John
about
Bolton,
what John Kelly wanted to do, John Bolton, Liz Cheney, these people have a consistent.
John Kelly was at the Department of Homeland Security, and then he was chief of staff. He was not weighing in. I don't even know what you're talking about. But let me ask you something about John Kelly specifically, because you said the other day, quote, I guarantee John Kelly talked to somebody on Kamala Harris's campaign beforehand, before he did this interview. Now, I've spoken with people in John Kelly's circle, and I've spoken with people in the Kamala Harris campaign.
I can't even.
They say there's been no communication the entire time. So where did that come from?
Oh, I'm highly skeptical of that, Jake. You know the way that these attacks work. You know the way that these people are often vetted by a campaign.
So you made it up.
Before something goes out there. No, I said that the American media.
I love when they remember what their jobs are as journalists, like especially Jake Tapper is like one of the worst offenders of theirs. Like he never has this kind of, they only remember what their job is in terms of like being adversarial to people in positions of power at the very last moment. Like the smoke that Jay has towards JD Vance here, I only see when he's like shitting on Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Bernie Sanders and the like. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I wish he would do this more frequently for people in positions of power.
And the American Democratic Party apparatus works a certain way. If it comes out that John Kelly never even spoke with a person in the Kamala Harris
I'm telling
orbit,
you that.
then I'm happy. You're telling me that based on secondhand conversations with John Kelly. And it's interesting. We've now spent, Jake, 3 minutes talking about John Kelly. If it is true that he never spoke with anyone in Kamala Harris's orbit,
Who the fuck else is he supposed to ask?
Bro, this is Kaya, place. This is the longest way to say fake news.
Yeah.
Like this is JD Vance's like best role, I think, is to basically, because he's like a TED Talk guy, because he comes from like a liberal circuit. Kaya, please. That it's basically like his job here is to make Trumpian rhetoric liberal coded. Like that's what his job is. And he normally has a better he normally has a better time doing this. Like when he did the New York Times interview that made me fucking so mad that you didn't listen to a while back.
How do you know I didn't listen to that?
Because I told you to listen to it and I know you didn't. And I asked you if you listened to it and you said no.
I was probably on an interview with MSNBC or something.
Oh yeah, no, totally. You're too busy. Damn, it's not here yet. Anyway.
Happy to apologize.
But I'm glad that Jake is not letting him get away with it this time.
To John Kelly for misstating how he delivered this news to the Atlantic magazine. But let's talk about who did he deliver this news to? To Jeffrey Goldberg, a guy who lied the United States into the Iraq War, which led to the deaths of millions of innocent Arabs and thousands of innocent Americans. You don't go to that guy if you don't have a particular ideological motive. I think that's what's going on. If I'm wrong, I'm happy to say that I'm wrong.
I think it's interesting that you think that a magazine writer lied the American people into war.
Well, he encouraged it. He wrote stories that.
Okay, this is the part that I do despise because JD Vance, I can't believe I'm saying this, is right. I just hate that, like, he's right on this issue, and it's like very fucking. Sorry, my food's here. He's right on this issue, and it's really fucking annoying that like, Jake Tapper's like, oh, I find it weird that you're saying that this person lied to the American public. Like they did, okay, they did, and it's disgusting that like, it's disgusting that he is trying to present all of this as like, oh, these guys just want to do more wars and we're the anti-war ticket and that's why they're coming after us with these like lies. Like you can say that about John Kelly as well, by the way. He's not wrong about John Kelly being a fucking a warmongering piece of shit too. Two things can be the same, correct at the same time. John Kelly is a warmongering piece of shit, okay, and that Goldberg is not exactly a great person either. Having said that, their coverage probably stands true. Like I have no reason to believe that John Kelly's lying when he says that, like Donald Trump has said, that I want my generals to be like Adolf Hitler's generals. It's also stupid enough to be so Trumpian because, you know, Adolf Hitler's generals famously, one, lost, two, tried to kill him in the process multiple times. So it's like a very funny, stupid thing for Donald Trump to hold on to be like, I want them to be like Adolf Hitler's generals, not knowing what the fucking truth is.
That were dishonest.
He wrote a story about the gassing of the Kurds in I forget if it was the Atlantic or the New Yorker, but I'm actually referring to John Kelly talking to the New York Times.
He wrote stories, by the way, where he took what intelligence officials in the American Pentagon bureaucracy said and wrote it as the gospel truth. And this highlights the entire point that I'm making about Trump's foreign policy, is this is a guy who wants to use American troops sparingly. He wants peace through strength. It's why his foreign policy was so successful during his first term. It's all the same people who were wrong about Iraq. They were wrong about the quagmire in Afghanistan. They were wrong about Syria. They were wrong about everything. And now they're coming after Donald Trump because he actually has a realistic and cautious...
Syria? The Republican position on Syria is that they didn't do Iraq and Afghanistan. The Republican position on Afghanistan and Iraq is that Wait, Kaya, place. What are you doing? This is new shit. She's behaving brand new today. It's kind of annoying.
I love that that emoji is awesome.
Which one? The place one?
Yeah, that's awesome.
She's acting brand new. Do they forget a Republican put us all in all three of those places? That too. But like post-Trump 2016, Republicans are now anti-Iraq war. They're anti-Afghanistan war, as a matter of fact. The issue, however, is that, like, in terms of Syria, their argument for Syria was the exact opposite. That they were saying Obama wasn't like enforcing a red line and wasn't bombing Syria hard enough. That's the problem here. So it doesn't even fucking make sense.
Just foreign policy.
I'm talking about people who worked for Donald Trump in his first administration. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about not just John Kelly, but Mark Milley, who was the Trump-appointed chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Who disobeyed Trump's direct orders on troop redeployments in Syria.
And I'm talking about the guy that had your job.
A massive violation of his constitutional oath, by the way.
I'm talking about the guy that had your job before Donald Trump's supportive crowd wanted to hang him, Vice President Mike Pence, who said, as you know, that Trump put himself before the Constitution. I'm talking about General Mattis, also Secretary of Defense in Trump's administration. I'm talking about Mark Esper, the Secretary of Defense, who told me that Trump does have fascistic tendencies. John Bolton, H.R. McMaster, Alyssa Farah-Griffin.
Okay, Jake,
these are Trump administration officials.
Listen to every Trump administration official? You know, one reason why Kamala Harris doesn't have as many people criticizing her is because she doesn't fire people who fail. That's why we haven't had a real audit of the disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal, is because Kamala Harris protects failures in government. Donald Trump fires them. And I'd much rather have the president who fires people who screw up. Now, Jake, no, this is an important point.
Kamala Harris. You did not fire Mike Pence.
Kamala Harris.
He did not fire Mark Milley.
Kamala Harris.
He did not fire John.
He fired a lot of those people, Jake, and he did because they weren't doing their job. But this is the thing, Jake. We've now spent 5 minutes talking about people in Donald Trump's staff
who think he's not fit for office.
He fired.
Who think he's not fit for office.
Oh, they didn't think he was unfit for office until they had a falling out with him because he fired them. And we're not talking about the public policy.
Well,
we're actually talk about how Americans can't afford groceries.
We're actually
Can we talk about the fact that Americans can't afford the cost of housing? Can we talk about the fact that a lot of people out there in Erie, Pennsylvania, they're the ones who suffer and die when people like Mark Esper and Mark Milley don't obey the commander-in-chief's orders.
We're talking about Donald Trump and what he says.
Yes. And
Donald Trump says.
And you'd much rather talk about what Donald Trump allegedly said than what Donald Trump did in office.
I'm talking about
what he
said
did
publicly.
in office, Jake,
What he said publicly.
1.5%
He wants to use
inflation.
the military to go after the enemy within, which is the American people.
He did not say that, Jake.
The enemy
he
within.
said that he was going to send the military after the American people. Show me the quote where he said
he was going to. He said the enemy within.
He said far left lunatics. He's talking about
the
people
Pelosi's
rioting
and Schiff.
He's talking about people rioting after the election. I think
the Pelosi's were rioting after the election.
He said
Adam Schiff was rioting after the election.
You're using two separate phrases. He said about using the military that far-left lunatics, people who riot in the wake of an election, people who burn down American cities in the summer of 2020, yes, we should have a federal law enforcement
This is what
response.
he said to Joe Rogan on Friday. The enemy within that he wants the military to go after.
No, this is
the enemy within a bigger problem than Kim Jong-un.
The second part.
We have people that are really bad people that I really think want to make this country unsuccessful. That's who the enemy within.
And did he say that he wants to use the military against those people?
He said he wants
Here's the
to
game.
use the military to go after the enemy within.
Here's the game that you're playing.
my
he
God.
said
I'm
that
not
he-
playing a
no,
game.
Can I answer the question, please? He said that he wanted to use the military to go after far left lunatics who are rioting, and he also called them the enemy within. He separately, in a totally different context, in a totally different conversation, said that Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff were threats to this country.
Were the enemy
He
within.
Never
Were the
said.
enemy within. He
He
said
used
they were
those
the
terms.
enemy
So every
within.
time he uses the exact same phrase, we assume that he uses.
I don't
the
know. I don't
military?
throw around the term of enemy within to talk about using the military against going American people.
And you're asking the vice president, but you won't let me answer the question. I'm telling you that Donald Trump has said, and I agree with him, that we should use the U.S. military to go after
Americans.
people who riot, who burn down our cities.
And this was
We
what
should
John
call
Kelly
them the
was.
National Guard.
This was what John Kelly was alarmed by: the idea of using the U.S. military to go after Americans. That's
not,
what he said.
Donald Trump never said Americans writ large. You keep on putting words in his mouth and
Are they or are they not Americans?
Far left people who commit acts of violence, who riot. And
Now
I
you're
don't
doing
care.
a very.
Oh!
Yeah, by the way, are you out? Under no circumstance is it appropriate to fucking sick the United States military on American citizens, dog. What the fuck are you saying? No matter that you disagree with them. Oh man, well, these are bad American citizens. I just disagree with them, so I think we should be able to kill them with the military is an insane argument. And optically speaking, he can try to liberalize his speech here, but what he's saying is fascist nonsense.
Narrow definition of what he said, which is not what he said. That's not what he said. But let me ask you. Let me ask you the bigger
He did
point.
say that, Jake. He did. He said that he wanted to use the U.S. military. Let me clarify.
To go after far left lunatics, yes. And then he
go
also
after
added
people who were rioting
he
and looting.
And
he
added,
never said.
He added Schiff.
Said.
And then he added the Pelosi's.
He never. He
and then
said
he added people that don't want the country
Adam
to succeed.
He said that Adam Schiff and Nancy Pelosi he used in a separate context and a separate conversation. And what you're doing is you're smashing two totally different conversations.
Fox asked him about this last week, and he didn't take issue with it. He said the enemy within is the biggest threat to this country.
But did he say the enemy within that he's going to use the military against Nancy Pelosi? Donald Trump offered Nancy Pelosi the National Guard on January the 6th, and according to private emails, she rejected it.
So let's talk about things that he wants to do that are feeding into this concern that people like John Kelly and General Mattis and General Milley have. He said on Friday, Special Counsel Jack Smith should get thrown out of the country. He's threatened to arrest election officials who cheated. We know that he believes a lot of people cheated that did not.
He's about to be like, well, Jack Kelly, or what was it? Jack Smith. Well, Jack Smith lives in the Netherlands. That's what he means. Like, he just has an answer for everything. It's so fucking smarmy and annoying. I hate him so much.
Not cheat.
Yes, if you violate the law, you should be arrested. Yes.
No one disagrees with that, but he's talking
Apparently
about...
you do, based on the way you're asking the question.
No, based on the fact that he's accused people that didn't break the law of breaking the law when it comes to the election. And if you want to revisit that, I'm happy to. But Liz Cheney, he said, should be put before a war tribunal. None of that sounds fascist to you at all?
No, of course it doesn't. Of
Putting
course
Liz
it
Cheney
doesn't.
before a military tribunal?
First of all, I don't buy into the premise of what you're saying, Jake, because I just on things that I know that he said, on things that I know that he said, you're imputing things, you're taking words out of context, you're taking two separate conversations and pretending that they were made at the exact same time. So I'm rejecting the premise of your question. I frankly don't believe what you're saying about Donald Trump's words. If you'd like to put up a clip and actually put him in context, I think the American people would realize that Donald Trump is a hell of a lot more reasonable than the people like Liz Cheney who would like to lie us into war.
People have to come out and say he didn't mean that. Constantly. Over and over again.
When it gets,
he didn't mean that. He actually meant this.
That's when it gets to the most indefensible aspects of it. Then they say, "Oh, you can't trust Donald Trump." I mean, he says a lot of stuff.
Now, Jake, we also have to remember. I mean, step back a little bit. Well, ask yourself a basic question about network integrity. You guys talked about the Russia hoax nonstop.
The FBI was investigating it. The FBI was investigating it. So we covered them.
And so you took the words of unnamed FBI agents and put them on your network as if they were the gospel truth. You did it again and again. A viewer of your network would have believed that Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin conspired in 2016. No. That was totally and preposterously false.
No.
Well, that's
what you just said is false. We covered an FBI investigation. I don't know why you want to talk about the FBI investigation.
You covered it in a way that gave credence to anonymous sources' accusations. You did it yourself. Your network did it, Jake. But again, can we talk about the issues that Americans care most about?
I'm talking about things that Donald Trump has said.
Yes.
If you have an issue with whether or not he's talking about the economy enough, that's between you and your running mate. I'm talking about things he has said this week.
Every single rally that he does, he talks about how he wants to unleash American energy so we can lower the cost of groceries. He talks about the fact that housing has become unaffordable. He talks about the wide open border, Jake. Kamala Harris and her allies, you know, it's interesting. Kamala Harris and her media allies, and I would put CNN in this category. You guys seem to care.
I'll tell you that. They wouldn't.
Well, they should watch your network more because you guys seem to care more about Donald Trump's past than the future of the American people. We're running this campaign on making the American dream.
I'm specifically asking about how Donald Trump is going to be president in the future should he win. And then we're being told
he's going to pursue economic policies that lower the cost of groceries and make life more affordable again. He talks about it every single day on the campaign trail, and so do I. What you're talking about is an anonymously sourced story, or one guy
nothing anonymously sourced,
or who one guy who is a disgruntled employee.
I told you 5 other
people pushed back against him and said that what he said was dishonest. So why don't we talk about the policy that's affecting American citizens and not what Donald Trump allegedly said, according to one guy who's pissed off because he got fired by Donald Trump?
I didn't bring up any of the things that he said. He said I didn't bring up.
Brought up John Kelly.
It's just this amorphous. I know many of them. It's just this amorphous group of people. But they're smart and they're vicious.
Trump, we need to defeat our opponents. They're the enemy within. Supporters, he means illegal immigration and woke stuff. Trump, I want to be clear that Democrats, former staff, the media, and half of America are enemies we must put down. Supporters, he means taxes.
I know many of them. It's just this amorphous group of people.
This is from the Madison Square Garden rally from last night.
But they're smart and they're vicious. And we have to defeat them. And when I say the enemy from within, the other side goes crazy, becomes a sound. Oh, how can he say? No, they've done very bad things to this country. They are indeed the enemy from within. But this is who we're fighting. I know many of them. It's just this amorphous group of people.
Oh, my God.
He's like, I mean Nancy Pelosi.
They try to correct me.
He's like, I mean Nancy Pelosi. We must use the military on Nancy Pelosi. We must use the military on Adam Shit. I'm a fascist. I love Adolf Hitler. And then J.D. Vance is like, actually, when he said he loves Adolf Hitler, he was actually talking about a different Adolf Hitler. It's like, Glenn Garrett was one of the local pollsters that nailed the 2022 election in Michigan. He had Whitmer up by 9 at the same time other pollsters blinked and started showing her within the MOE or down, margin of error or down. Glenn Garrett's last poll of Michigan shows Harris at 46.7%, Trump at 43.7%.
Not gonna say anything here. However, in the early vote of all the swing states, Harris seems to be performing pretty well in Michigan, even relative to 2020 at this point in the campaign. I'm just stating facts. You can call out the Cope all you want. I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything. It means something. It doesn't mean that she's going to win, but I'm just saying objectively what is true. You disagree because, look, you're not... Go look into it then and come back to me. And it is surprising given what we've, it is surprising to me.
Yeah, because of the Gaza policy.
It is surprising to me. It's not based on polls.
It's not that surprising, dude. Donald Trump is running such a bad campaign. Like, this motherfucker's own advisors, I'm almost certain of it, and I can tell you why, because he's a fucking motor mouth, okay? He yaps way too much. And he openly will say at his rallies, they tell me to talk about the economy, but I'm here to talk about the migrants. I'm here to tell you about the migrants and the trans people instead.
Yeah.
I think that's it. His advisors are like, Mr. President, please just talk about the economy. It's your strongest issue. Please, Mr. President, talk about the economy. He's like, no, I would talk about the transnational migrants.
You know why he does that is because he knows his base loves him when he doesn't do what people tell him to do.
I know, but then he openly admits.
Well, I know it's bad, but that's what he loves. He loves the crowd, and he loves to juice up the crowd, and the crowd loves when he goes off script and he goes after and does everything that nobody wants him to do. They fucking love that shit, and he knows it, and he can't help himself. He wants to do everything that they tell him not to do.
The problem is, that reveals, to me at least, that there are at least somewhat smart individuals in his corner that are telling him to stick to issues that actually help.
Mm-hmm.
And he can't stop himself because he's a bad fucking campaigner. Well, he is, in many ways, running to the opposite direction in terms of like good things that he was doing in 2016, presenting himself as a moderate, versus now where he's just like so deeply unhinged. And also on top of that, he did January 6th and Roe v. Wade. It's just bad. It's just really, really bad campaigning.
Oh, it's terrible. But there's nothing more than a live crowd loves is that when you defy the big guy that's in charge, the no fun guy, right? Like, I mean, I've done a little, nothing like what Trump has done in terms of live audiences. But like when you're on stage in front of people and you're like, they tell us we need to shut the show down, but we're going to keep going. And what are they going to do to stop us? The live audiences love that. So this idea that Trump is like middle finger to the guy telling him what to do, people fucking love it, and he knows it, and it's not a good campaign strategy, but he just can't help himself.
That's what I'm saying.
Kelly, and that I just described. I brought up John Kelly's view of Donald Trump. I didn't bring up John Kelly talking about what Donald Trump said about Hitler's generals. I didn't bring that up. I talked about John Kelly's view of Trump based on something Trump has been saying in the last week. So that's what I asked about.
So John Kelly makes accusations that are rejected by 5 people.
Again, you're talking about something I didn't bring up.
I think that maybe implicates his overall judgment. And I think the fact that he has a worldview that's so oppositional to peace and prosperity suggests that he's not an honest arbiter here. This is not a guy, John Kelly.
Yeah, peace and prosperity by fucking sicking the U.S. military on Americans. I love the peace and prosperity party.
Going to brag to Jeffrey Goldberg, who is interested in the American truth or is interested in telling an honest account of Donald Trump. He's a guy with an axe to grind because Donald Trump fired him and disagreed with him on policy.
So all those 10 people, including the former vice president, Mike Pence, all of these people have this horribly damaged worldview, and they're all just going after Donald Trump because they want to send people into war? That's really your argument?
Absolutely.
It's not like these are conservative.
Absolutely, that's my
These
argument,
are not
Jake.
conservative
All of
Republicans. These aren't conservative Republicans who are concerned about Donald Trump. They're not. That's not right.
All of these people, Jake, they came into office thinking that they could control Donald Trump. That when he said he wanted peace in the
Mike
world,
Pence thought he could control Donald
yes,
Trump?
he did. And when he found out that when he found out that he couldn't, they all turned on Donald Trump, and a lot of them got fired. And we're running, and we're trying to staff the government with people who are going to govern according to principles of peace and.
I'm not going to lie to you. When you said Jake Tapper cooked them, I thought it was going to go in a different direction. I think J.D. Vance has gotten slimier and slimier. But, like, this type of conversation plays well to his base. Like, he didn't show emotion at all. And also on top of that, something that you have to notice. Anytime there's an attack on Donald Trump, J.D. Vance finds one of the massive markers that he can always point to and lie about to say they're attacking Trump because Trump is a peaceful dove. Now, you and I already know that that's not the case. But this, like this will play super well to not only the base, but even to independents. Because he is so good at being this sociopathic worm that he can just turn around and say, what are you talking about? John Kelly, never seen a war he doesn't like. He wants to do permanent war. And that's the reason why he's coming after Trump like this, because Trump is a peaceful dove. Is a perfect way to reframe the conversation calmly towards something that you want to present Trump as. It would be like if Donald Trump was running on. It would be like if Donald Trump was running on, like, I don't know, protecting Social Security, right? And anytime someone said something about him, J.D. Vance flipped the conversation back to, this is because, I don't know, Kamala Harris has tried to undermine Social Security. And that's the reason why they're lying about him, because they don't want Donald Trump to protect Social Security. So I think he did a pretty decent job at deflecting, even though Jake Tapper was on the attack the entire time. He does this all the fucking time, by the way. He's gotten a lot better at this. From our, like, the way that we view it, of course we're going to think JD Vance sucks. I think JD Vance sucks. I hate him. He's disgusting and he's lying the entire time. But I try to always look at this stuff from the perspective of, like, someone who is maybe like lib-coded but kind of conservative. They would be like, well, you know, in spite of all the attacks that Jake Tapper put forward, it does seem like JD Vance, like, holds himself well. And I know that there are people in this chat who have parents who would watch this interview, and basically say that. Yeah, this is Pete Buttigieg. Yes, he is. This is Pete Buttigieg, but for the Republican Party.
Prosperity.
Let me ask you.
They're pissed off about it.
Let me ask you, because we're being told that we're over.
Yeah. One more question, because you have to go to this rally.
You are running to be vice president of the United States. Of course. And there is a 50-50 chance, maybe better, I don't know, that you're going to succeed. Are you running to be vice president of the United States, or are you running to be vice president of the red states? Because if you win, and there's a decent chance you will, you're going to be vice president of childless cat ladies. You're going to be vice president of legal Haitian migrants in Springfield, Ohio. You're going to be their vice president too. Are you running to do that?
Jake, of course I'm running to be the vice president of all Americans. I'm running because I want people to be able to afford a good life in this country. You know how I grew up. You know that I grew up in a family where things were often tough. I want, whether you're in a blue state or a red state, whether you're going to vote for Trump or you're going to vote for Harris, I want you to be able to have a good life in this country.
I didn't actually watch the whole interview.
My dad thinks there's an immigrant problem, but my mom is literally an immigrant from Brazil. Bro, there's people in this chat whose parents are undocumented migrants. And they have, like, immediate family members who are pro-Trump specifically because they want to do mass deportations. There's a chatter here that told me their dad is an undocumented migrant, and if he had the capacity to vote, he would vote for Donald Trump. Like, that's insane. 1 year ago. Oh my God. There's no way this was just 1 year ago. That's what she looked like 1 year ago. Look at this.
God damn. Holy shit. That's got to be Photoshop.
Little Bubba. Little baby.
Oh my God. Is that Santa? Are you bringing him out this year too?
Nah, ethnic Santa's gone. Remember
what happened?
I sold him on an auction.
You did?
Yeah, we did a...
Oh, the charity.
We did a charity auction.
The charity.
Yeah, we did it for Sea Dog. I might get a new ethnic Santa though. It's tradition. What?
Never mind. It's not wait. Never mind.
What are you laughing at?
Now what's next?
Oh yeah, alternate the IDF.
What's not going to happen with the broken leadership in Washington, D.C. Let me give you a statistic, Jake, because here is what the leadership of people like Kamala Harris and Nancy Pelosi, and yes, Mike Pence, over 30 years in this country has led to. A person with a bachelor's degree lives 7 years longer than a person without a bachelor's degree. There are a lot of people who have gotten rich and powerful off of American decline. Some of them have had R's next to their name. Some of them have had D's next to their name. And the first person who I believe is really putting the interests of the American people first is Donald J. Trump.
Oh.
So yes, we're going to be the president and the vice president for all
fucking
people.
Billionaire.
The only way to do that is to reject
You can't
the failed
become a
consensus.
billionaire without stepping on
All right.
somebody.
Thanks,
or
Jake.
a lot of people.
I think there's nothing crazier than lying like this. Like, Donald Trump is the funniest person to say this about. He's just like so obviously not interested in anyone but himself. And it's crazy that like this is the message that they go forward with, and people fucking eat it up. They say this guy who was born with a fucking silver spoon that shits on a goddamn golden toilet, that has bankrupted his father's businesses 6 times, is like a smart, sound businessman who cares about the American working class. Like, there's just, it's the exact opposite of reality. But to me, the way I see it, if you can get people to believe that, like, I mean, yeah, people say he's Christian, that he like promotes the Christian faith. Like, there is nothing, it's just so stupid. He is so openly antagonistic to and in direct contradiction of like everything that they present him as. I don't know. It's so stupid. I always try to get my dad to admit that people maybe just don't like Donald Trump and that he's maybe just objectively bad. There's always some other thing, like a personal grievance, or that they actually, or that they're the bad ones themselves, because it all flows from the belief that Trump is de facto good and perfectly likable in a vacuum without lying media, for example. It's wild how blind Trump supporters are to genuine critique. The things that they promote Trump on, it's not like they promote Trump on like boundaries that you could maybe argue on. They're not like Donald Trump's buildings are pretty, like, or some shit like that. You know what I mean? He has a great eye for aesthetics or some shit. It's always like things that he is directly the opposite of every day of his life. When people say Trump understands the working class, I'm like, how are you saying this? Like, how? How can you say that? It just doesn't make any fucking sense. It's like one of those things about Donald Trump that is like immediately discredited with 3 seconds of thinking. My dad votes for Trump because he's kind of racist. He's a simpler man.
All right, Hasan, I'm going to go work out.
All right.
Peace.
Damn, everyone's leaving. Thank you. Trump supporters don't think, man. I know. They don't. But here's something we got to think about. Okay? Freaking mass deportation. What Trump's mass deportation plan might look like if he wins the election. Great hog, dude. Full hog. How you doing? How you doing? Kaya! Kaya! Oh my God. She being a fucking goblin today. It's because I didn't take her out. She is not fine. It's because I didn't take her out this morning. So she's like, because she got groomed instead. That's the reason why she's been like, by the door, Mom. Yeah, it is. It's where you leave it. I put the leash where you leave it usually. Free Kaya till it's spelled backwards. It's not a Freudian slip when he says that they're going to be concentrated. It's not. It's just policy. That's it. It is what it is. Where do you think concentration camps come from, dude? How do we arrive at the term concentration camp? I've been saying this for years at this point, but especially more prescient in the last couple of months, where in the last year, since the Democrats also joined in on the fun and were like, no, we're the migrant mutilator party, you know? Which is crazy. Unacceptable. By the way, keep in mind, Homan just said there aren't going to be mass sweeps. You'll see why. That's ridiculous, the answer he gives shortly. Yeah.
Deputize the National Guard to carry out immigration enforcement. Stephen Miller said that this will involve
It's so funny that they just like describe the terms. Pretty dire. That they describe concentration camps and mass sweeps for every single person that they think is undocumented, by the way, because you cannot process that many people through the legal system without like literally deporting documented U.S. citizens, like U.S. nationals that simply don't look the part. Okay? And look no further than Operation W word that I don't want to say, WB, the opposite of dry front. When it did happen, 1.2 million Mexicans, please, 1.2 million U.S. citizens or undocumented migrants of Mexican descent, including but not limited to many American citizens, like card-carrying legal residents, also got deported in the process. Large scale. Yeah, we're gonna round them up. We're gonna round them up. We're gonna do concentrated encampments. That's right. We're gonna round them up. We're gonna do roundups, dragnets. You already know what it is, yeah. It's like, dude, you're not even doing a roundabout way of saying what you're saying. You're just openly saying it because you're a fucking idiot who doesn't even know how to, like, he's too much of a fucking thumb. He's too much of a goddamn hog to even be able to, like, masquerade around the truth in the same way that JD Vance does. Like, JD Vance at least will be, like, libbed up. This guy's too much of a fucking hog to be like, nah, we're going to round him up. We're not rounding him up, but we're going to round him up and we're going to do, mass deportation camps. We're going to concentrate a bunch of individuals into one area. But don't call it a concentration camp. No, sir. No, ma'am.
Just not about.
Of course, the media can't have this conversation without doing a steady flow of fucking propaganda. You know? You can't. You literally can't, under no circumstances. There is no way for you to be able to. There is no way for you to be able to fucking talk about ICE being a violent force inherently that does this incredibly fucking violent, very consequential thing where the mass deportations without showing how important it is that they have to do that and how professional they are in the process of doing that. Okay? Yeah. Make fun of the hog at the top, but then humanize the fucking hoglets that are doing his bidding.
Hey, let's roll.
Like, there is no reason. For the record, I'm not saying, I don't know what fucking crime this dude committed. There is no reason for this to not be conducted by another law enforcement agency. As a matter of fact, it was. This type of shit was in the hands of not even the INS, it was the FBI. ICE is a relatively new agency, is post 9/11. The Department of Homeland Security is post 9/11. Before that, you had INS, but they didn't operate in this militant fashion. No one is saying that like criminal migrants who are undocumented should be free of prosecution. No one is saying that at all. But the entire point is if you have a department specifically tasked with mass deportations, someone inevitably is going to use that department to do mass deportations. That's it. And this is how you arrive at, very quickly, the calculation becomes clear. If you see these people as less than human, or even worse, as a threat, okay, when they do not present any threat whatsoever. But if you see them as a threat, as a threat that needs to be destroyed, a threat that needs to be eliminated, you will very quickly come to a financial calculation where the best practice going forward is to potentially execute them. First, you slam them into these horrible fucking camps, okay, propped up and heavily guarded in super inhumane conditions. And then when it becomes too costly to keep processing them through the legal system inside of these camps, in the pathway towards deportation, you start marching them at gunpoint, and people will complain about how inhumane that is, and then inevitably you start killing them. Okay? What? Fuck Trump. This is America's Gaza. Hasan, immigrants are Palestinian. Hasan, you're right. Fuck the Nazi, right? Is this like some fucking annoying liberal? Is that what it is? Like this guy thinks. This guy, I assume, is like one of these fucking annoying libs who's like, oh, dude, yeah, they're like Palestine, dude. Like, as though that's the only thing I care about, as though I haven't been like very openly arguing against the Democratic Party's capitulations to this right-wing framing on the issue of migration, issue of immigrants constituting a national security threat. This conversation annoys me too, because it's like, they're talking about the logistics of like, how difficult this would be and like the economic cost of it, and not talking about the human toll. Okay? Like, that's what's so frustrating about liberalism and its inability to like dream of a different world, right? A more progressive attitude, an approach baked in empathy. Like, this is supposed to be the anti-Trump message. surrounding how difficult it would be to do this concentration camps at the border and deportation plan. And it literally, at the end of the day, the way they cut it makes it so that the only problem is that there's just not enough funds for ICE. Where's the humanity? Where's the humanity of the migrants? Like, are they here to do like fucked up shit? Are they here to do like crimes? Or are they just here to participate in the American economy in very meaningful ways? I don't know. Maybe I'm too much of a pussy, but this kind of stuff is endlessly frustrating to me. And it's especially frustrating when you see the Democratic Party also cave on this framing. It's very, very... I can't... like... give that family and every single member of that family a citizenship right now and deport this fucking scumbag, okay? There's a process in which this could be done. It's called exile. Exile this motherfucker. Exile every single person in this frame, as a matter of fact. Fuck it. I can't, like, dude, this is just Nazi shit. There is no other way to explain it. This is just pure, unfettered, unrestricted Nazi shit. I cannot use any other terms other than what it actually is. Anything else would be to undermine the severity and the cruelty and the inhumanity of this conversation. Okay? Like, this is exactly the way that Nazis talked. It is exactly the way that Nazis walked. That's it. Demon hours, okay? They broached the undocumented migrant humanity story by basically talking about DACA. And then talking about how, like, the DACA person has, like, obviously undocumented parents that have been living on U.S. soil for, like, 20 years. How do you make family members see these idiots for what they are and humanize these immigrants like the people that they are? More of this. More of this. As you know, none of this is new either. My friend was born in the Philippines, came to the U.S. at 6 weeks old, and lived here until age 24, had a degree in social work, but was still deported under Obama and banned 10 years for being here at all. My mom claims to be pro-life. Wait, where is it? Wait, so they give the kids citizenship and they deport the parents? There are a shit ton. If there are, probably around 15 million, like 10 to 15 million undocumented migrants on U.S. soil right now, living on U.S. soil. Many of them have documented, natural born, or naturalized immediate family members. Many of them have been living here for years, if not decades. Many of them have been working regular jobs for decades. Deporting tens of millions of people off of U.S. soil would be unimaginably cruel. Okay? And one must ask the question, why? Why would anybody engage in such a costly endeavor when the much simpler, much more humane process that is also equally as popular as mass deportations is processing them and documenting them? Okay? People do not ever think about all of the people that they encounter on a daily basis that have this legal status. They don't think about it. These are your fucking neighbors, okay? These are the people that you interact with on a daily basis. They don't think about it like that. They think like, oh, it's some scary, shadowy figure in the corner waiting to stab me. It's truly, truly terrifying. It is morally repugnant. Very, very frustrating.
You've been called the father.
Dude, I just saw something crazy. A chatter actually sent it to me. But it's interesting. So someone in the chat sent me a link of Errol Morris complaining about his new documentary that was supposed to be airing on MSNBC before the election called Separated. Okay. Errol Morris and some other people that I know worked on this documentary called Separated. Okay. It examined how Trump's family separation policy sparked widespread outrage and how the government eventually looked the other way. One of my friends that worked on the documentary reached out to me when to send a screener. And now from what I understand, NBC won't run it before the election. Here, let's watch the full trailer.
Separation from your parent is a profoundly traumatizing event. But systematic separation of children from parents, officially, it wasn't happening. But it was happening.
You should tell me how you got involved in all of this.
Define all this.
Their version of stopping people from coming into the country was taking children away from their parents so that people wouldn't come.
Our field staff started to notice very young kids, tender age, anyone below 5. That's kind of unusual, right?
What Zero Tolerance did was turn their helpers into their worst nightmare.
So if you thought the child was endangered,
Sure,
that's the only circumstance to which you would separate.
Can't imagine doing it otherwise.
The government thought that showing the world separations through the eyes of people like me, they would scare the out of people that were attempting to come from coming.
Is that the right strategy?
So if you're part of a family and you break the law, you will be incarcerated.
I've honestly never seen anything like that. There are about 1,500 kids in there.
You're a parent. Don't you have any empathy for what they go through?
We now know this was right from the get-go. Someone must have been planning this.
For the record, I just want to let you guys know something. When you wonder, like, how can Israel and Israeli society be so, like, disinterested in the abject cruelty that they subject, like, women and children to, even if you are to operate under the assumption that, like, they think every male over the age of, like, 16 is Hamas combatant or whatever. Okay? Well, here you have the direct one-to-one comparison with state-sanctioned mass violence that is purely cruel for the sake of cruelty. Okay? Purely cruel for the sake of fucking cruelty and nothing else. In Broad daylight. Yeah, sometimes you've been using the same tech Israel has at the border. Tech sharing. So if you're wondering, how the fuck do members of a society get to a point like this? This is how you get to it. Constant propaganda. Constant lies being told about undocumented immigrants that claim that they are inferior, that claim that they're barbaric, that claim that they're responsible for so many different crimes. My old boss is literally in this. I helped reunify these kids. Hell yeah.
A federal judge says the government.
How about come in legally? I know that's crazy. So we can't deport anyone, and also we should let everyone in. Got it, man. There's no way this person's being serious, right? Like, are you all right, dude? You don't see that as a contradiction? How many times do we have to talk about this? The average fucking processing request takes 10 years to come in legally. It is very clearly, there is no fucking pathway to legal migration into this country. Do you not understand that? Nobody is saying that the border should be just a free-for-all, okay? The argument, however, is that, Kaya, place. Good girl. Place. Okay, stop. Okay, so then let's remove the border. Sorry if you answered this before. I wasn't there. I just said nobody is saying we should fucking let a free-for-all happen. The point is, we have the capacity, we have the money to process not only every single fucking person that lives on U.S. soil as an undocumented migrant, but also we have the capacity to open up immigration so that it is more humane, more humanitarian, so that it's easier, it's more achievable. Okay? What the fuck are you saying? The difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented migrant is paperwork. You understand that, right? That's why Donald Trump and JD Vance very quickly play fast and loose with the legality of the Haitian migrants that are currently on U.S. soil. They have the paperwork. It's called TPS, Temporary Protected Status. The Venezuelans have the paperwork. Trump offered them the paperwork. It's called Temporary Protected Status. Ukrainian refugees under a similar structure have the proper paperwork to be here on U.S. soil. It's called Temporary Protected Status. They go through background checks. They're not criminals at all. It just seems like you're either saying we're either Nazis or we don't have borders. That's not what I'm saying at all. You're a fucking idiot who doesn't understand the words that are coming out of my mouth. It's paperwork, dumbass. You're saying we should do unimaginable cruelty instead of doing some paperwork, okay? That's my argument. More judges then? Can we do some freaking thing at least? Yeah, that's my argument. My argument is we need to process the people that are here, and we need to process people that are trying to come here faster. A big chunk of the people that are crossing the fucking U.S.-Mexico border are actually crossing the border to seek asylum, okay? That is a legal claim that they're making. And they have a legal allowance to actually be on U.S. soil until their court order is done. Bro worked his way backwards into a humane argument. Okay, I guess. Okay, what problems would you have with the documentation of all these people? It's a very popular idea, by the way. The same percentage of people that say we need to mass deport all the fucking undocumented migrants also are open to creating a pathway to citizenship, conditional amnesty. Kaya, place. Oh my God, you're so fucking annoying today. The one day I don't take her out to the park and like and make her roam the lands, I have no problem. I just want people to follow our rules. That's so bad. Not all rules are humane nor humanitarian, okay? Slavery was legal. It was illegal to abolish slavery. looking at it with today's eyes, I'm sure you wouldn't say, why can't people follow the fucking rules? Right? Right? You can at least agree with me on this, right? Not every rule is apt or humane. No, my mom already walked, Kaya. It's not enough, clearly. Yes, okay, we need to change, but also follow our rules. I'm going to lose my mind, dude. Unless you can point to a singular harm that is happening with migrants coming over the border legally or illegally, there is no reason to have this back and forth. Okay? What is the harm? The question is, what is the harm? Many Republicans can't point to any real harm. That's why they make shit up. They say they're fucking criminals. Okay? They say they're fucking criminals. They make shit up. They act like undocumented migrants are actually responsible for a larger share of crimes than they actually are. Undocumented migrants are responsible for less crime per capita than natural-born U.S. citizens. But you would never know that reality. That is objective reality. That is fact, okay? You would never know that if you were to listen to mainstream news. They make it seem like there is some validity to these claims. Love your stream. I'm one of your few centrists.
Government needs to reunite young immigrant children with their parents.
We had 14 days to reunify all of the children under 5.
Their assessment form in the system doesn't have that much information. What's your mom's name? Mom? Like every mom, their name is Mom.
Do I call this child abuse? Do I call it torture?
Separation was the purpose. Prosecution was the tool.
It's not over. 5 years later,
Hasanabi hates the pets of the people that live here. You're such a gross little wormy pervert, you know that? Yeah, dude, the immigrants are eating the cats and dogs, you cousin fucking dumb hick. Okay? Go back to fucking purifying your bloodline, you racist fuck. Once again, I repeat myself, that's a lie. That's not real at all. But dumb, racist fucking douchebags want to believe it. Illiterate, cousin fucking racist douchebags that want to feel like they're above someone else. That's what a lot of this comes from. That's where this sentiment comes from. You want to feel like you're above someone else. You know you're a fucking loser. You know you have nothing going on in your life. You know that your parents' generation had it significantly better than you. You were told a lie that you were supposed to have this fucking American dream that you could also achieve. But now you, every single day, you recognize that you are never going to be able to retire. You're never going to be able to own a home. So now you have to make it seem like it's all worth it. It's worth something. It's got to be worth something, right? Well, at least I can fucking talk down to a bunch of other people who are in the same fucking circumstances as myself, but they're more undermined by the legal system. So now I can feel like I'm above them. They eat cats and dogs, lol. Yeah, it's much easier. It's much easier to punch down than it is to look up and recognize who's fucking you over. Wake the fuck up, dumbass.
we are still trying to reunite up to 1,000 children.
There is really nothing to stop that.
This is a new era.
It troubles me profoundly that it could happen again.
I've been looking at the bipartisan bill. It has about $4.4 billion collectively for potential beneficial immigration services, judges' teams, estimated about 100 teams, and about $13.4 billion collectively to ICE, detention centers, alternative to detention, which is terrible also, and a bunch of border security and border patrol. It's kind of shitty ratios, yes. And it's also being packaged. It's also being packaged as a right-wing border bill. Not only the Hasan rich people feel the same, they're just not as rich as Elon and hate everyone below the 250K a year mark, and everyone below are eating cats and dogs, bro. They aren't just cousin fuckers, believe me. What? Mate Feed Art, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. I don't know. Errol Morris complained. Well, I don't know why they pulled this from airing, but Errol Morris complained on October 5th. Why is my movie not being shown on NBC prior to the election? It is not a partisan movie. It's about a policy that was disgusting and should not be allowed to happen again. Make your own inferences. To counter another narrative, I used to work in the emergency department where the population was uninsured, low income. We did a study where there was an overwhelming fear of deportation because of rhetoric circa Trump and led to undocumented immigrants actively avoiding use of medical services until it got so bad that they couldn't avoid anymore. Immigrants provide so much more than they take. Yeah. It's so gross, dude. Oh, he's saying it's not just the poor being hogs? No, I know that. I know that too. Massive problem, dude. Democrats need to engage in more populist rhetoric and legitimately try to solve some of these underlying problems that younger generations are facing without consistently relying on harm reduction and the harm that the Republicans specifically dish out towards women. If they don't do that, if they don't have broad universal programs they advocate for, there is going to be a massive gender divide. And there already is. My generation and younger, there is a real fucking rift. No, it's not just what is wrong with men, okay? It's easy to just say, oh, they're misogynistic and they're fucking stupid, okay? It's easy to just say that. What's hard is to fix the problem, okay? I hate that. I hate that we just only leave it at like, yeah, people love Andrew Tate and crypto rug pulls and they're fucking stupid. I hate that shit. Like, I'm not going to sit here and victimize poor men, okay? I'm not saying that at all either. The problem is we do not, like the Democratic Party does not try to fix any of the underlying material inequalities that create volatility, that create an opportunity for radicalization. Bezos is addressing the drama. Oh. But so many men are, man, and it's not even their fault. It's from the caveman days where women stayed in and were hunted, and we hunted, but times have changed. No, dude, that doesn't matter. You're pointing to something that's not solving the problem. Okay? You are pointing to something that is not solving the problem. Just reiterating that there is a problem is not going to solve the problem. Okay? You have to work to address some of the underlying material inequalities, issues that these men are facing, young men specifically. Because the women vote is simply held onto with harm reduction. It's not like women themselves are across the board brilliant, okay? And empathetic and kind and awesome and smart. Many are, but there's a bunch of dumb broads too. The point is, even the dumbest of broads still recognizes, well, okay, one party is literally saying, like, I'm going to control your pussy, and the other party's like, I'm not going to control your pussy. Easy choice. Okay? Harm reduction works in that front, especially when, like, one party is actively making it their most significant policy change. But that only goes so far. Once abortion criminalization is normalized, then you lose women on that front too. Then we'll see that maybe there isn't a gender divide at all, as a matter of fact. Once the next generation is like living with the normalized understanding that, like, yeah, you can't get an abortion, it is what it is, then you'll start seeing them go conservative as well. I guess there won't be a fucking gender divide after all at that point. Ultimately, what matters is trying to ensure that there are less men that are falling to misogynistic talking points and idiotic nonsense and getting radicalized. Here's Noam Chomsky on the issue.
The angry white men. And the source of that is quite real. They have every reason to be angry. There's a lot to be angry about. But here I don't quite agree with the last speaker. I don't think people know what to be angry about. What has been created by this half century of massive corporate propaganda is what's called anti-politics. So anything that goes wrong, you blame the government.
They're angry that at the top of the hour, there is no longer a 3-minute ad break, but you should still subscribe for $6 or for free if you want all the amenities of subscribing. That's what men are angry about. Predominantly male community here, by the way, just so you remember. In an overwhelming majority male website platform. Anyway, let's continue.
Government. Well, okay, there's plenty to blame the government about. But the government is the one institution in which that people...
Hasan is a stupid tanky trying to radicalize the youth to his cult. Radicalize the youth to my cult to what? Advocate for fucking universal health care? Advocate so that we don't fucking spend endless amounts of dollars overseas waging war and instead spend it on fixing the fucking roads, building the fucking infrastructure here so that you can all get fucking better bandwidth overall. It's just...
People can change. It's the one institution you can affect by participation without institutional change, right? That's exactly why all the anger and fear is directed against the government. The government has a defect. It's potentially democratic. Corporations have no defect. They're pure tyrannies. So therefore you want to keep corporations invisible and focus all anger on the government. So you don't like something, your wages are going down, blame the government, not blame the guys in the Fortune 500 because you don't read the Fortune 500, thing. You just read what they tell you in the newspapers. So you don't read about the dazzling profits and the stupendous this and the wages going down and so on. All you know is that the bad government's doing something, so let's get mad at the government. As I say, plenty to be mad about the government, but the government is exactly what Dewey described it as. It's the shadow cast by business over society. You want to change something, change the substance, not the shadow. Or else it's, fight against Lucifer and Beast 66, who's doing this, that, and the other thing. And that's what, if you take a look across the country, that's what people are worried about and fighting against. Aliens, the devil, the UN forces, the Federal Reserve, everything except what's real, namely private tyranny, private corporate power, the guys who are listed in the Fortune 500. Well, that's an achievement. That's a propaganda achievement. And while the anger and the fear is real and it's based on something, and you got to sympathize with it because it is real. When your wages have dropped 25% roughly in, say, 15 years, and your wife has to work and your kids can't eat and so on and so forth, and you have no future and everything's rotten, you have a lot to be angry about. But people are not focused on what's doing it. That's the difference between the days in which there was a live, functioning labor movement that was organizing these people. Exactly these people to work together to change things.
The material reality has changed, though. The institutions are much more brittle and the parties are much more captured. Also, Chomsky is/was with the DOD. What? Noam Chomsky was with the Department of Defense? Are you okay? Yeah, through MIT. It's like saying I'm with the fucking DOD, man. What are you talking about? Crusty anarchist? What do you mean? Noam Chomsky is the crustiest of crusty anarchists. No, he did a lot of work for them in his research. Yeah, he is very famously, his most of his work surrounding American imperialism was actually at the behest of the Defense Department. Like, it's just a joke that they just kept repeating over and over again as not a joke at all, but like, you know, what was actually happening, presenting it as like what was actually fucking happening. When it wasn't a joke at all. Oh, it's just a joke, bro. That's that person battling their own fucking inner demons. They recognize that maybe it's not the best look. Okay? Maybe it's not the best look at all. But they have to just be like, yeah, when you present it like that, it doesn't sound good. It doesn't feel good. But maybe it's just a joke. That way you can just like justify it. If someone doesn't consider that to be indefensible, they wouldn't have to run defense for it by claiming it's a joke. Okay? That person is still has like, that person is at least cognizant that they're experiencing some kind of cognitive dissonance.
Identify.
What does that mean, dog? What does that mean? What does that mean? You're aspiring towards something that you don't even know what it actually means. Okay? When guys say shit like this, it's like, what do you mean by that? Oh, I can't even be a man. Like, I would love to have this conversation with someone who has these viewpoints. Like, just walk them through these steps. So many people, this is what I mean when I say, like, a lie has been told to a lot of men that under especially if you're white, under a patriarchal white supremacist structure, like, you are supposed to have a leg up. Okay? And now that you don't have that leg up, you're like desperately seeking for it. You're trying to restore that natural order that has been presented to you as a natural order. And like, we have a crisis in parenting in this country. We have a crisis in terms of people's future prospects in this country. We have a crisis in education, especially for young men in this country. And these guys just like, when what they've been told doesn't match their immediate reality and their future prospects, they get angry. They get frustrated. They're like, I'm entitled to something and I can't get it. And then they're super easily duped. They're super easily duped by fucking podcasters, pretty much, into believing that, oh, it must be because women are keeping me down. It must be because I can't be macho. Okay? And I am a living, breathing fucking example of this. You think people don't call me a fucking toxic, misogynistic, like masculine, not woke enough person on a daily fucking basis? Who gives a shit? Okay? Just be yourself. Be a confident individual. Stop trying to dunk on random people to make yourself feel better. Okay? It's so fucking stupid. It's weakness. And I see it. I see it in my fellow men all the goddamn time. It's because there are so many rudderless ships out there, okay, people that just don't have any direction, that don't have any sort of interest in progressing, that don't have any sort of re-examining the world and then focusing on themselves and trying to make themselves better. Oh. It's very frustrating. Only weak people think that it is super manly to shit on those with less than them. Okay? You're an objectively weak person. You're not a man at all. Okay? You're a fucking coward. If you think that the way to be a real man is by just like, you know, talking shit about undocumented migrants, talking shit about women, talking shit about trans people, like that's cool people aren't doing that in the fucking movies, dog. There's a reason for that, okay? No one has ever presented someone that is like cool and masculine and alpha in that vein. And that's not because like woke culture has brainwashed people. That's because that's not what powerful people are supposed to do. That's not what people that you want to aspire towards being like are doing. You're a loser. Go straight for the hairline. Definitely the dumbest shit you do. Dog. 46 month subscriber. Dog water hero. That's literally what I'm talking about. Oh man, you made fun of his hairline. And that's really fucked up. He can't change that quality about himself. And that's why he's a Nazi. Like, that's why he's fucking pro-Trump. Maybe not a Nazi, but like, that's why he's fucking pro-Trump. Like, what are you talking about, dude? The entire point is no comfortable, confident human being, okay? Brother, I said none of that shit. In a conversation where I'm talking about fucking men nutting up and being actually figures that people should aspire to be like, you turned around and you went, oh, dude, I can't believe you're making fun of his hairline. Like, this is insecurity. You're re-demonstrating that same exact fucking insecurity. But you just did exactly what he said. You dunked on him. How can you say something that I agree with, then dunk on the guy? Doesn't make sense. Because he's defending an objectively pussy-ass principle that I fucking despise. I hate this weak, cowardly shit. Okay? Oh, Democrats are really mean to me. That's why I became a Republican. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Clean your goddamn room. Okay? Fix your fucking life. What the fuck do you mean? Are you that malleable? This is what I do not understand, okay? For years and years, I have been a leftist content creator, a prominent figure online, okay? Every single thing that I've said has been interrogated, examined, combed through with a fucking microcomb, okay? Under a goddamn microscope on a daily fucking basis. People cut shit out of context. People clip things to make it seem like I'm implying the exact opposite of the thing that I'm advocating for. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't change my perspective. It doesn't change my framework. I'm still guided by empathy. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Are you that malleable that you have no moral compass guiding you through this life, that you're like, oh, well, people were mean to me, so I left. So I left the left. I hate that shit. I think it's stupid. This is why I always tell people it is not conditional. Allyship is not conditional. Oh, man. Well, Black Twitter was mean to me. I guess I'm a white supremacist now. Like, get the fuck out of here. Oh, man. Trans people on Twitter were mean to me. I guess I hate trans people now. What a joke. It's ridiculous. But you can't see why these dudes end up on the right, like the same reason why black folk or women end up on the left. Brother, that's not a good argument you want to make. The very reason why I say these dudes are savable, that they can personally be fucking no longer guided by this like misguided understanding of the world, is because I still have hope. Okay? You're basically saying like, yeah, they're going to the right because the right is saying that they're going to fucking destroy their enemies and restore racial or a gender pecking order that they fantasize about, as though that is some intractable quality. There's just not gonna that's not gonna change ever. Yeah, I mean, this is the classic. My God, these Trump people are racist. That's the attitude that's pushing me to be racist. Say what? Might as well. You say I'm a Nazi, so fine. I'll be a Nazi if that makes you happy. It doesn't. I bought this Waffen SS uniform for Halloween. You'll cry offensive, so maybe I'll just wear it every day. Like, this is how some people unironically operate, like. And it's easy to cast them aside and just be like, yeah, I guess you still had some underlying tendencies that you know, you didn't consider this to be like offensive or unacceptable. And that part is probably true. But still, like, this is ridiculous. Like, I don't know how people allow outside influences, like the way people react to you or whatever. I don't know how they let that kind of thing change their entire worldview slowly but surely. Like, I just don't understand it. It's not in me. I will never be able to comprehend it. It's so unimaginably frustrating when I see people hit that line. Oh, the left became intolerant, and that's why I'm a fucking... the left became intolerant to men, and that's why I'm a right-winger. Cool, man. Good stuff. I'm different, I guess. Never mind, I'm MAGA now. Put the hat on, boys. We're done. We're done. This kind of outreach campaign is not what helps, okay? Yeah, a bunch of fucking celebrities are like, oh, yeah, you gotta be a white dude for Kamala Harris. Like, shit is so fucking annoying. Yeah, I'm MAGA now. That's it. This shit converted me. Dude, how the fuck did we dive back into this level of like identity politics hell? Like, how did this happen? Hasan, you did it. Your stream radicalized me as a right winger. This converted at most 3 35-year-old undecided voters and unconverted 500,000 25-year-old voters.
I can see her being president. I'm so excited. A woman president, man. How?
It's good to be reaching out to white dudes that may not otherwise support black women. What are you saying? This kind of targeting is fucking dumb. I'm sorry. You will never convince me that this is a appropriate strategy. And it's evidenced by the fact that, like, since this campaign launched, when Kamala Harris first came in with the swap out, like, the campaign is still hemorrhaged. The campaign is literally hemorrhaged support from young men. So
excited. That's just
like, I think Tim Walz just being himself is an infinitely better, like, permission structure for men to behave in non-toxic masculine ways than this type of shit. Okay? That's it. That's why a lot of the Tim Walz is gay and tampon Tim shit don't work. Like, they ring hollow. Dude's a fucking football coach. You know what I mean? He hunts. He's a shooter. Like, he was in the military. It's so fucking stupid. It's why white dudes like Bernie too. Yeah. just be a normal person. And also try to be as earnest and as honest as you possibly can in terms of how you will help everyone unconditionally. And don't try to like chop up the voter blocks into different demographic boundaries and be like, I'm going to help black men by doing crypto. I'm going to help white men by, I don't even know, by just saying, come on, dudes. I think it's dumb. There's a reason why Bernie Sanders was so fucking popular and still is the most popular politician out there. I think like, I think these guys are expert communicators on the issue. That's it. Let this guy speak, dude. Not the other guys that we've seen so far. Make these guys the fucking campaign advisors, okay? Please. Make them the fucking surrogates. Not like some Hollywood guy that reads as like unimaginably fucking out of touch because he is. Let's look at Jeff Bezos, who also put a subscription notice on this. The hard truth. Americans don't trust the news media. A note from our owner. You know, my boss man, former boss man, Jeffrey Jebediah Bezos still owns the platform, but new Bezos in Washington Post defending his call to kill endorsements. Presidential endorsements do nothing to tip the scales of an election. What presidential endorsements actually do is create a perception of bias. No quid pro quo of any kind is at work here. He's not like, the thing that's annoying about this is that he's right. Like, presidential endorsements from a fucking newspaper is not going to tip the scales at all. Okay? Ain't nobody is looking at the Washington Post and going, oh, they endorsed Kamala Harris. Now I have the permission to also vote for Kamala Harris. I think a lot of this stuff is just cowardly. And the real reason why he didn't want to do it is because he doesn't want the Trump smoke. That's it. But he's basically using like a valid critique of media. And the way that people view the media in an effort to say like, oh, that's the real reason why I'm not endorsing Trump. So that I can get some Republicans to trust the media again. If you want people to trust the media, then report on the fucking truth. Okay? The annual public surveys about trust and reputation journalists and the media have regularly fallen near the very bottom, often just above Congress. But in this year's Gallup poll, we've managed to fall below Congress. Our profession is now the least trusted of all. Something we are doing is clearly not working. Yeah, it's called insane coverage on Israel that does not track with the reality that many people can see outside of fucking media, outside of traditional media. That's one of the reasons. Straight up. Okay? They lie about every damn thing. There's wonderful people in the media, specifically in Washington Post, even New York Times, and many other places. But broadly, but yet Hasan fell for the Nika soon Shang line. Same lame, easy out. No. Were you covering your ears and closing your eyes when I was talking about this? I said that Big Dog, okay, Papa Soon Shang, most likely had the same exact ambitions of Jeff Bezos in not endorsing Kamala Harris. His daughter, on the other hand, being an activist, a longtime activist, most likely wanted to use the extra attention that this story was getting in an effort to turn the attention over to Gaza and make it seem like perhaps it was Gaza that was the reason, when that wasn't the reason. Her father literally came out. Her father immediately came out and was like, Gaza's not the reason. Yeah, she used her nepotism for good to bring awareness. And that was my analysis of the situation anyway. I hope that after the Gaza war, younger generations will avoid legacy media and they'll all go bankrupt. No, I don't want that. You don't understand. That is devastating, okay? Think about all the misinformation that fucking runs amok, dude. No, we do not want that. I don't want that. I don't want the media to fucking perish, dude. I don't. Who the fuck's gonna do journalism then? Like, who's gonna do the journalism? Who am I going to react to? You think TikTok's going to do it? Yeah. Everyone that says that, everyone that says shit like that, don't realize that in the absence of like real reporting, you're just going to have Tyler Oliveira's everywhere. Okay? You want that? Is that what you want? You want an entire fucking sea of Tyler Oliveira's? You'll do it? No, I'm nothing without real reporting. What the fuck? I would never in a million years say like mainstream media needs to perish. It needs to go away. My argument is that it does not need to go away. It needs to do its fucking job. Okay? Ay, ay, ay. Oh. He uses real reporting to buttress what we already know. It doesn't happen on his own symbiotic relationship. Thank you. Exactly. I don't know. I think that, yes, what I do is commentary. What I do is not journalism. Sometimes I do some level of original reporting on an issue, or at least like some level of like I'll do an interview that is otherwise inaccessible to the average person. And then people yell about it for months and months on end. But beyond that, most of what I do is commentary and holding your hand through news reporting. Okay? Like real news reporting. I'm not the one who's doing real news reporting. I do not have the capacity or the bandwidth to do real news reporting. Because if I were to go out and track down a fucking story for months on end, I wouldn't be able to also do commentary on the side. Do you understand? So it is also selfish of me to want mainstream media to continue operating. But my job here is to basically hold your hand through the news. Oh, you're like media literacy training wheels? Yes. We are not against journalism, Hasan. There are Gazan journalists on the ground showing us their lives. Fuck the mainstream media for their complicity in genocide. Yes, I agree. That is precisely what I'm also saying. That the fact that a lot of Western outlets and their reporting is so unimaginably false, so openly at odds with what the reality is on the ground, that people are also trusting mainstream media less and less. There are good reasons like that for people to not trust mainstream reporting. And then there are bad reasons as well. Like during COVID, for example. COVID was incredibly impactful in the way that the broader public reckoned with the media. The way that the broader public was inherently antagonistic to mainstream media. At a time when they were being as competent as they possibly can be. And in that mismatch, people genuinely turned away. They looked for independent outlets to be like, nah, actually, COVID is fake, right? Come on, tell me it's fake. And a fuck ton of grifters came out. It's terrifying. It's less journalism that's the problem. The more that mainstream media is almost entirely captured by corporate interests and they control the framing of issues for the most part. I agree. In the words of my favorite Al Jazeera program, Listening Post, Hasanabi doesn't cover the news. He covers the way the news is covered. It's not just that I cover the way that news is covered. I also do news coverage in that process. But the problem is now, like, information is so decentralized, which has led to a lot of people seeing the truth on certain issues like Gaza. But also it's a genuinely terrifying prospect. Like, every time you get mad when you hear about, anytime you get mad when you hear about, like, you know, FEMA workers being harassed by some fucking conspiracy nut job with a gun, understand that that is because society has completely lost faith in adequate media coverage. And that's not because of Israel-Palestine for the most part, obviously. That's a number of different very valid and also many invalid reasons. But in order to maintain that trust, or to rebuild that trust rather, the media can't be fucking spending an entire year denying a genocide happening. Like, that's that doesn't help. It only harms. It only hurts. Especially in a community like this one, where we have a lot of high information voters who are laser focused on the upcoming election. And there's still hella people who are like, nah, shit's fake. Burn it all. Like, that's crazy. I do not agree with that. If you want to know why people also mistrust the news, like, outrageous, Israeli parliament approves bill to ban UNRWA. Let's see how the New York Times covered that. How a UN agency became a flashpoint of the war in Gaza. That's in September. That's from the New York Times Magazine. Let's go to the New York Times. Let's see how they're covered it. Maybe they're covering it well. I don't know, because this is like genuinely fucked up. Okay. Trump team fears damage from racist rally remarks. Harris points to Trump rally. Adam Schiff, Montana, Michelle Obama decries double standard. Suspect vehicle. Israel passes bill that threatens work of UN agency for Palestinians. Israel's parliament passes bill that threatens work of UN agency for Palestinians. The Knesset opened its winter session and approved legislation that banned the agency known as UNRWA from operating in Israel. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said his spy chief was back home from the Gaza ceasefire talks in Qatar. The Israeli parliament approved a bill on Monday that would ban the main UN agency aiding Palestinians from operating in the country. It was not immediately clear how far the bill would be applied and when and whether it would be put into effect, but it appeared to threaten some of the functions of the agency. The United States and 7 other countries, including Britain, France, Germany, have in recent days urged Israel not to ban the agency, which is known as UNRWA, Well, why did they fucking stop the funding of it then? They argue that it does vital work, not least on behalf of civilians in the Gaza Strip, which is in the midst of a humanitarian disaster. Let's look at this. CNN actually had a pretty solid title for this, by the way. Israel has banned UN Agency for Palestinian Refugees. That could be devastating for millions. This is good. This is correct. This is the correct way to cover this story. Okay? New York Times is probably one of the worst in terms of mainstream outlets that literally uses the most like neutral language whenever Israel does the most heinous shit. They're so bad on Israel. Like they are so incredibly bad on Israel. Prosecutors seeking warrants for Israeli leaders dismisses misconduct accusations as disinformation. That's Kareem Khan, by the way. South Africa submits its genocide case against Israel to the top UN court. Israel's Knesset passes bills banning UNRWA, the agency that aids Palestinians. October has been a relatively costly month for the Israeli military. Israel's parliament is expected to consider bills on conscription, a UN agency of terrorism. Israel says it targeted Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanese port city. Like this is a perfect example. Israel says it targeted Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanese port city. Oh, if Israel says so, then yeah. Never mind. Like, this is really heinous shit. The fact that they don't even mention that they falsely smeared UNRWA, which is the lifeline for Palestinians. The mere fact that they call it the Israel-Hamas war, which is what every single fucking outlet does, instead of calling it what it is, a genocide, is directly at odds with what people can see. It's making it seem as though this is like two parties that are at odds with one another, equally militarized states that are fighting one another. Joe Biden, I was thinking about this the other day. Joe Biden called what Russia is doing in Ukraine a genocide multiple times, even though there is an asymmetry there, of course. But Ukraine is still a sovereign state, okay? There's a reason why I do not call what Israel is doing in Lebanon a genocide in the same vein that I call what Israel is doing in Gaza a genocide. I very deliberately say Israel's bombing campaigns in Lebanon while simultaneously talk about Gaza in different terms, okay? I'm not doing this to minimize what Israel is doing in Lebanon ever, okay? That much is clear. It's just that there is an intent to engage in ethnic cleansing and displacement in Gaza. Okay? Joe Biden has called what Russia's doing a genocide, even though it's a state versus state situation. And one state is directly being funded by America and other Western allies in this circumstance. While there is an asymmetry there, I would not consider that to be a genocide. Just like I wouldn't consider what Israel's doing at this stage in Lebanon to be a genocide. At this stage. Yet the media doesn't do that. Not only do they not do that, but they also consistently normalize Israel's actions. They couch it under justifications, like they make it seem as though it's a reasonable action that they are taking. And it's completely unacceptable. And they don't just do this with Israel-Palestine. They don't do this just for Gaza. They do this for a litany of other issues as well. They do this for all of the most right-wing idiotic things that like Trump supporters say. It's in some ways not that different in terms of like normalizing an otherwise irrational and right-wing position that is born not out of reality, not out of any real concern, but instead born out of right-wing panic and hysteria. They do this when it came down to Black Lives Matter as a movement. They did this with the election deniers that they posted glamour shots of as early as this morning when I was talking about that. They did this with anti-abortion activists. This is all stuff that wears away on people's souls, people's consciousness, people's views of mainstream coverage of certain issues. That's how you slowly but surely hemorrhage whatever good faith that people might place upon you, whatever belief that people might have in you doing a good job, honestly covering whatever the fuck's going on. Well, you just did it to Ukrainian people, didn't you? What? What do you mean? Scumbags are doing Ukraine shit on you again? Wait, what? What happened? What did I do? Anytime you mention Ukraine, someone will say you are not sufficiently pro-Ukrainian. Oh, apparently a podcaster mentioned it. What? A certain live stream on YouTube happened today where they said you were anti-Ukraine. What? Oh. I like that if the smearing of me as an anti-Semite who like denies rapes wouldn't stick because people could see it with their own eyes. Now we're just going back to like even older shit. Sure. You don't think all war crimes are genocide, so people are dumb and you're not? Yeah, I mean, that's why I made the distinction between Lebanon and Gaza. Oh. Yeah. If we go back far enough, maybe people will start talking about how I bought a house. You know?
Knesset is examining a legislation that would ban UNRWA that would be able to work in Israel and in East Jerusalem. What are your thoughts on that?
So we have made quite clear to the government of Israel that we are deeply concerned by this proposed legislation. The Secretary raised this in the letter that he sent with Secretary of Defense, the Secretary of Defense to Minister of Defense Gallant and Minister of Strategic Affairs Dermer a little over 2 weeks ago. As he made clear in that letter, passage of this legislation could have implications under U.S. law and U.S. policy. That remains the case. Look, UNRWA plays a critical, important role in delivering humanitarian assistance to civilians that need it in Gaza. It's not the only role they play. They play an important role providing services to Palestinians in the West Bank and throughout the region as well. But they really play an irreplaceable role right now in Gaza, where they are on the front lines getting humanitarian assistance to the people they need it. There's nobody that can replace them right now in the middle of the crisis. So we continue to urge the government of Israel to pause the implementation of this legislation. We urge them not to pass it at all. And we will consider next steps based on what happens in the days ahead.
Two weeks ago,
Prem here.
U.S. sent a letter to Israel urging it to improve the situation in Gaza, specifically in northern Gaza. Let's see what they've done.
The U.S. sent a letter to Israel urging it to improve the humanitarian situation in Gaza and to follow international law. The U.S. gave Israel a 30-day deadline and floated implications for U.S. policy, but as we've asked U.S. officials, they've sometimes been evasive as to what exactly it might mean if Israel doesn't comply. I thought it might be helpful to give you guys a quick sense of how things have gone in the 12 days since then. Since the U.S. sent this letter, the Israeli military has targeted a kid and then bombed him and the people who were trying to help him as he pleaded for help in the streets, banned 6 aid organizations from Gaza, repeatedly bombed a refugee camp, attacked and besieged the remaining hospitals in northern Gaza, and detained doctors working in them. And they also bombed an oxygen station at one of these hospitals, killing kids in the ICU, killed 4 engineers fixing water systems, killed 3 journalists in Lebanon, rounded up people, separated them from their families, and tied up and blindfolded them, bombed an UNRWA shelter, killed a 59-year-old woman as she harvested olives on her land in the West Bank, repeatedly attacked United Nations peacekeepers in Lebanon, and all the while, top Israeli ministers spoke at a conference called, quote, Preparing to Settle Gaza, where they talked about controlling Gaza for years. Civil defense and rescue workers, meanwhile, stopped operating in northern Gaza, saying Israeli forces abducted several of their workers and bombed their only fire truck. Our Palestinian press colleague Hossam Shabat reports that, in fact, no aid has entered the besieged area of northern Gaza. And speaking of, the Israeli government publicly accused 6 journalists, including Hasan, of being terrorists, essentially tweeting out a hit list after the Israeli military has already killed at least 128 of our press colleagues since last year, making it the deadliest period for journalists since such tracking began. It seems almost like the Israeli government has responded to U.S. requests to follow international law by committing violations of international law.
The bill outlawing UNRWA, the one UN agency that is responsible for crucial aid for hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in Gaza and the West Bank, was approved with a staggering support of 92 out of 120 members of the Knesset. Only 10 opposed. 9 Palestinian members of the Knesset and the 1 Jew in the Communist Party. Whew. What is our VP doing? Vice President Harris responds to pro-Palestinian protesters who interrupted her remarks at a Michigan rally. On the subject of Gaza, we all want this war to end as soon as possible and get the hostages out.
In our country for a president who will see you, who gets you, and who will fight for you. And listen, hey, on the subject of Gaza, hey guys, I hear you. On the subject of Gaza, we all want this war to end as soon as possible and get the hostages out, and I will do everything in my power to make it so. And let's be clear, we are all here because we are fighting for a democracy and for the right of people to be heard and seen. We're not about the enemy within. We know we are all in this together. That's what we are fighting for.
God, it's so fucking, it's just so bad. Does anyone still Are there people in here that believe this? Yeah, I saw that they deployed Bernie. They activated Bernie. I disagree with Kamala's position on the war in Gaza. How can I vote with her? Here's my answer. I don't want to watch that. It's going to hurt my feelings. If she says, "Wow, we're all doing our best, how we can our best to end this horrible situation," I mean, that is what she's saying. That's what she's doing. It's always the same shit where they're like, "We're all looking for the guy responsible for all this." Anyway, let's get back to Donald Trump. This is the fallout from the MSG Nazi rally.
As a fortuitous gift for the campaign. You heard the vice president today saying that this is just more of the same from Donald Trump, more of this divisive and chaotic language where Donald Trump is seeking to have Americans point fingers at each other instead of trying to come up with practical solutions. And what's really notable is that the exact moment that this rally was underway, where people were comparing Puerto Rico to a floating island of garbage, Vice President Harris was actually at a Puerto Rican restaurant engaging with the local community. And that very morning, she had just laid out her economic plan for Puerto Rico, which includes rebuilding some of the energy grid, as well as trying to provide more access to affordable housing. And I just spoke to a campaign source, Kira, who is telling me that they are seeing this backlash break through in a way that they have not seen yet this cycle, with non-traditional media outlets and with celebrities who aren't politically engaged hopping into this conversation. Bad Buddy, who is one of the most influential figures in the Latino community, especially with Latino men and young Latino men, he had reposted a video of Vice President Harris talking about her plan for Puerto Rico. You had other celebrities getting into this conversation as well. I'm told that the campaign is going to continue seizing on this, that they're working on an advertisement around this right now.
I think it's amazing that fucking Tony Hinchcliffe is like directly impacting the election. Like, it's awesome.
And they're well aware, Kira, that
like we're in the bad place, dude. We are in the bad place. Like, the fact that a shitty podcaster who has no prominence outside of like being Joe Rogan's orbiter is unironically bringing Trump down a little bit, like taking a couple pegs. Just it's fucking sick.
that in battleground Pennsylvania, there's some 500,000 Puerto Ricans. This is an issue that they believe could have a real dent. The Harris campaign.
Politico. Donald Trump has serious Puerto Rico problem in Pennsylvania. It's not the smartest thing to do, insult people. A large group of voters here in a swing state and then go to their home base asking for votes. Huh. What is the number? It's like 500,000 or something, right? Like, there's a shit ton of Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania and New York. New York doesn't really matter, but it's like 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania, dude. It's so fucking stupid. What an and they all love Puerto Rico. Like, they are, it doesn't matter, okay? Puerto Ricans, from like stone toss the fucking Puerto Rican Nazi all the way down to like Puerto Rican independence style Puerto Ricans, they love Puerto Rico, okay? And it's understandable. Like, it's understandable. It's like fucked over by America in perpetuity. Some want statehood, others want independence. Everybody understands that America fucked them over. And also, every Puerto Rican loves Puerto Rico. The fact that Tony Hinchcliffe said that is so funny, because it's like it is worse than just like shitting on Texas or something. You know what I mean? Like, I think Puerto Rican nationalism, or like Puerto Ricans loving Puerto Rico, it goes beyond the you know, any kind of like American state saying like, yeah, my state is the best or whatever. So yeah, this might have some serious consequences, and and it's well deserved. It is well deserved. Yeah, I agree with this Ed Germentum take. I get the impulse to discount the PR stuff, because nobody cares about these kinds of Trump scandals. But the final week of the election is a bit different. This is when a lot of people are tuning in. And if you're the Trump campaign, this ideally is not what you want people to see. It's weird that this is what's taken off when I think his Latinos are having too many babies was way more angry and resentful instead of a joke at them. No, is she bothering you? Is she being annoying? Is that why you're telling her to come? Okay. So all this time, racism towards Puerto Ricans is the Achilles heel. No, you're just like picking away at a base that cares about Puerto Rico. You're picking away a shit ton of people that their opinion of Puerto Rico is going to outweigh their opinion over Trump. You understand? Yeah, considering all the Latinos, expats are the last he should fuck with in this context. Cubans or Venezuelan hogs fucking hate their countries, but even the most MAGA Puerto Rican loves their country. Exactly. That's what I was trying to explain. Like, you can have a MAGA fucking Puerto Rican guy, and when he hears like someone shit on Puerto Rico like that and be like, it's a trash heap in the middle of the ocean, they're gonna fucking feel some type of way about it. This was just like a gift from the gods, said Victor Martinez, an Allentown resident who owns the Spanish language radio station La Mega, noting some Puerto Rican voters in the area have been on the fence about voting at all. If we weren't engaged before, we're all paying attention now, Martinez said. He added the morning radio show he hosts was a chock full of callers Monday, sounding off on the Trump rally comments, including a Puerto Rican Trump supporter who is now telling people not to vote for the former president. See, I told you. Trump has to now literally fly to Puerto Rico. He has to. Okay? In order to fix this, he has to like either go to a majority Puerto Rican neighborhood and do one of these like, you know, fake glad handling like, I love Puerto Rico, it's my favorite, or he has to just directly fly. Oh, there you go. He has a rally tomorrow in a town with a large Puerto Rican population. He's doing an emergency press conference tomorrow morning before that, so he will probably try to change the news cycle. Yeah, he's going to say, Democrats have ruined Puerto Rico. I alone can fix it. Exactly. Puerto Rico is not a trash island. It's not an island full of trash. If Trump was operating with Kamala brain, he'd be like, Puerto Rico is a trash island. He would double down. He would go to a fucking Puerto Rican majority town and then like, and then when people ask me about the comments, he'd be like, it's fine. I'm speaking now. Get that Puerto Rican out of here. Get some dude with a Puerto Rican flag to be kicked out of a rally. Kamala brain shit. $7 a.m. Pacific, he's doing a press conference. At least he'll be awake. Yeah. Yeah, this would be like sending Tony Hinchcliffe to Philadelphia. Like what Kamala Harris did with like activating Richie Torres in Michigan. Would be like if he just turned around and sent he activated Tony Hinchcliffe again to go to the fucking Puerto Rican town and just be like, we don't like you. Satmar, what the fuck? Satmar endorsing Trump is wild law. They're super anti-Zionist, so this might be because Biden is too pro-Israel. It's not wild at all. They're socially conservative. They endorse Dems in every other race. Satmar Anash, United Citizens of Curios Yol, Town of Palm Tree, proudly endorses candidates for the upcoming elections. Early voting is already underway. We urge everyone to make their voices heard. if Trump loses, just remember Tony Hinchcliffe didn't kill himself. Yeah, that's not going to happen. He didn't even jail Hillary Clinton when he won. At MSG the night before was a Rangers game and it was Hispanic Heritage Night. Yeah, at the end of the day, will this change any votes? I mean, it might activate some Puerto Ricans in Philly, and there's a shit ton of Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania. There's 500,000 Puerto Ricans in Pennsylvania. So yeah, a lot of people forget that Puerto Ricans in Puerto Rico can't vote for the American presidency, except they're American citizens, so they can move to another state and live in another state and vote in another state as American citizens. So I think maybe, it's best not to do that. Yeah, there's more Puerto Ricans in the U.S. than in PR. It is also funny because, tell me, how can anybody tell me that this is not directly born out of racism? Americans think Puerto Ricans aren't American citizens, dude. That's it. That's just it. If you will never be able to explain to me how that is anything but just straight up racism. Oh, dude, I don't understand. Oh, that's what it is. We have new polling out on swing state voters and swing voters in those states. Survey shows high shares of voters are now aware of John Kelly's comments about Trump admiring Hitler. Have you heard or not heard about Donald Trump's former chief of staff, General John Kelly, saying, certainly the former president is in the far right area. He's certainly an authoritarian, admires people who are dictators. All swing state voters by 57% have heard, 30% have not heard, 17% not sure. Anti-Trump messages. Groceries are too expensive. Donald Trump wants to impose a national sales tax through tariffs. I've said that. I said when Kamala Harris presented tariffs as a national sales tax, I told you that was a banger. See, I call balls and strikes. I am 100% honest. Okay? If you ask me Kamala Harris's policies on fucking Gaza or if she's running a good campaign, I'll tell you it's broadly dog shit. But the first time I heard her package tariffs as a fucking broad consumer tax, I said that was a banger. Plus 10 persuasive. Social Security cuts. Donald Trump wants to gut Social Security to pay for taxes for his wealthy donors. Plus 8. Deficit. Donald Trump will increase the deficit by giving massive taxes to the wealthiest Americans. That's not because people care about the deficit. They just don't like Donald Trump giving tax cuts to wealthy Americans, okay? That's the reason why it's sitting at a plus 8. Americans don't like tax cuts for the wealthy, broadly. They do not. They don't. They fancy themselves to be fucking rich one day. But even then, most Americans are just like, yo, what the fuck is this tax cut shit for corporations and the wealthy? What are we doing? Corporate tax cuts at plus 4, following right after the deficit conversation. I wonder why. Donald Trump only fights for corporations. As president, he'd lower the corporate tax rate and pay for it by increasing the deficit. Don't even talk about the deficit, man. Don't talk about the deficit. Just say Donald Trump wants to cut tax for the wealthy and corporations. He wants to deregulate businesses so that they can keep poisoning your fucking water. You don't have to bring up the deficit. I promise you don't have to do it. It would poll even better if you said Donald Trump is corrupt and wants his rich buddies to be able to pay nothing in taxes. Americans love the concept of fairness. Here, I'll message it better for you. Americans love the concept of fairness, okay? They want to believe that there is some level of fairness happening in the world. It's unfair that the rich keep getting their taxes cut and you get fucking shafted, okay? Just present it like that. Rich interest. Donald Trump is out for the rich, not the middle class. He's the one He's on the side of predatory companies taking advantage of normal people. Kamala Harris understands the middle class is the backbone of America. Is blah, 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 middle class, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't matter. Again, deficit reduction. $200 billion in deficit reduction. Yeah. The best possible thing to do is explain to Americans that Donald Trump is in it for the wealthy and corporations. Deficit shit is like whatever. Even the Republicans don't do that anymore. I don't know why the fuck. I don't know why anybody else does this. All right, we still haven't done the
Vivek.
I'll do this last bit with Vivek Ramaswamy from the MSG fallout, and then we'll get to the ballots being burned alive, ballot boxes being burnt.
Vivek, thank you for taking some time with us this afternoon. The Trump campaign press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt, on Fox earlier saying the joke doesn't reflect the views of President Trump or our campaign, specifically talking about the Puerto Rico joke. But also she said the crowd, they didn't mind. You were there. Did you mind?
Look, the fact of the matter is I wasn't in the room when that joke was made, but I got to say, we got to take a step back and look at the double standards here, Brianna. Let's be really honest. George Lopez made a joke at Kamala Harris's rally over the weekend about all Mexicans being thieves. Are we attributing that comment to Kamala Harris or querying all of her proxies who were at that rally? No, we're not. So I think we need to all get off our high horses and acknowledge that a bad joke was told. It was bad because it wasn't very funny. The audience didn't find it funny. The guys told other funny jokes in other places. This wasn't one of them. But the media manufacturing of outrage out of this is really just a double standard when you look at the exact kind of jokes being told at the Kamala Harris rally over the weekend. And the fact is, if George Lopez had said that at the Donald Trump rally, if I may finish.
You've seen a comedy show before?
If I may finish, just to finish making the point, if the George Lopez joke had been told at the Donald Trump rally, you and I both know we'd be talking about that. But because it was at a Kamala Harris rally, we're not saying a word about it. And I think that that's just hypocritical.
I think that if your comedian were Mexican-American, it might be different. I mean, you're familiar with, I'm assuming you've been to a comedy show. You're familiar with these things. If someone is of South Asian descent or they're Mexican-American and they tell a joke about the group from which they come from, things can land a little differently. And we heard these jokes. There is a group, certainly, that the comedian belongs to, and he didn't really joke about them that much. So I think that's something to note as well.
The funny and most remarkable part about this is the audience didn't love the joke. They actually booed, and it says a lot about the audience's response to a bad joke. On the other hand, this is a comedian who roasted Tom Brady famously as well, so everybody knew he was a comedian. Let's also take a step back and ask what else was going on during this same rally, or focus.
Yeah, the audience didn't like it. No, the audience is woke. What happened? Why are they not defending bad jokes now at the Nazi rally? I don't understand. Talking to Trump supporters about Israel Palestine.
Daddy Trump! Daddy Trump! Daddy Trump! Daddy Trump! Daddy Trump! Daddy Trump! Daddy Trump!
I am a gay Democrat and I'm voting for Trump.
We're here today to support Trump. I love Trump.
You love Trump?
Absolutely, yeah. Since 2016.
You walk down these streets with a Trump hat, people will say the most horrific things to you, including calling you a fascist.
I'm trying to prevent World War III.
Yeah, I don't understand why they do that. I just love so many of his fascist policies, but I can't just like openly support him. By the way, I need you to... Okay, well, I can't be here. I have a bunch of stuff. We'll talk later. Dude. By the way, this is precisely the reason why I say there are no more fucking silent majority shit, okay? What you see is what you get, folks. What you see is what you get, okay? What you see is what you get, folks. There are no more... Okay, Austin, stop yelling. The mic is picking you up. What you see is what you get, okay? People are no longer like, oh, I'm so scared of being a fucking Trump supporter in public or anything like that. They're not. They love it. They wear it proudly on their fucking chest. They never shut the fuck up.
And I think my vote will do that.
Donald Trump is back in New York. He's speaking today in front of 19,000 people at Madison Square Garden. Now, just over a week from now, he could be elected president once again. And naturally, we're here to talk to his supporters, diehard Trump fans, about why they want him back in the Oval Office and what they think he can do to change the outcome of the war in Gaza and in Lebanon.
USA! USA! We love Trump! We love Trump! We love Trump! Fight, fight, fight! Fight, fight, fight! We love Trump! We need Trump! World needs Trump!
We're here at the entrance of Madison Square Garden. This is where they blocked off the roads, and lots of Trump supporters, lots of red caps, lots of Make America Great Again. And let's go talk to some of these people. Let's see what they have to say. So as a Democrat, why have you decided to vote for Trump?
Because those people are crazy. That's simple. That's your soundbite. That's it. Nothing else needs to be said. That's it. They've gone crazy.
How do you feel about Trump in terms of foreign policy?
Oh, he's good. He's good. Yeah. He's good, yeah. Donnie's got it going on, baby. Donnie's got it going on. They all know, boy. If Donnie comes back, they all got to start behaving.
Who needs to stop behaving?
All of them. All 191 of them need to start behaving when Donnie comes back.
A collection of all the uncles and aunts not allowed at Christmas, and all the shitty bad kids too. Like all the worst children. Like, I often wonder what that's like. Like, I'm so fortunate to not have like, I mean, I have my political disagreements with my immediate family members, but like nothing so broad, you know what I mean? Yeah, but all the fucking failed children too. They're just like, I love Donald Trump. He's gonna fucking fix the economy. It's like, what? How? How's he gonna fix the economy? Explain to me right now how he's gonna fix the goddamn economy. The things were so much cheaper when Trump was president. You were 12. What are you basing this off of? Fucking Haribo jelly beans? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean? Go ahead. Explain to me. You were 12 years old. Tell me what the Trump administration's impact was. Like, you don't understand. I was lasered in on the consumer price index as a 12-year-old, okay? This is what I was looking at every quarter. I was waiting for the Fed report, okay? Yeah, V-Bucks were cheaper, dude.
How do you feel about the war in Gaza right now?
This is the Magador code. Our movement is, we're mad.
This is the best part about the election. Nothing else, dude. This is the best part. Okay? It's just like hogs. Hogwatch, baby. Unrestricted Hogwatch, dude.
Matadors supporting the Magador himself. The Matador, Magador, Make America.
The Magador, that's clever.
Magador, like that. And
you cannot build a cohesive, coherent national movement around the most insane people you have ever seen. I'm sorry. Not even in a country like America. Maybe like in the next 20 years when we are full tilt in decline. But like, even right now, as it stands, you cannot have the sweatiest, grossest motherfuckers build a coherent national campaign. You cannot build a national campaign off of people who are no longer invited to Thanksgiving. Okay? You can't do it. And it's not because they're conservative. Okay? Do not misunderstand me. These are the fucking people with their conservative family members being like, yeah, okay, just don't. You know, Uncle Hank, you got to fucking not show up this year. I'm sorry. Okay? I am telling you right now, we're not there yet. I don't think we're there yet. And I think that's part of the reason why, like on the vibes front, this is why I low-key think, despite running a dog shit fucking campaign, Kamala Harris still has a decent shot at winning. Okay? I think, and I was talking to Austin about this. He can confirm this. I was talking to Austin about this the other day. I think that there are not silent majority Trumpians anymore, or like even shy Trump voters. I think there is a real phenomena of shy Democrat voters, people who are embarrassed to vote for Kamala Harris for one reason or another, because like whether it be because of the Gaza policy, whether it be because like they think that she is kind of embarrassing to support. I think, or perhaps even more importantly, wait, Austin said that? When did he fucking say that? This motherfucker, did he steal my fucking take that I had in private with him and then repeated it? When did he say that? Did he say that this morning? Okay, I can't tell this motherfucker anything in private. I can't tell this motherfucker anything in private. That's crazy. That's crazy. Okay, well, anyway, you said that today live? I've told him before as well. Anyway, listen. Like I was saying, I think that the real phenomenon that you are going to see, this is vibes based for the most part, is the actual shy Kamala Harris voter. This, you might say, is copium, but I do think that, especially in the suburbs, due to an unrestricted amount of political violence that comes your way if you openly back the Democrats in a red state or in a red area or in an area that you perceive as a red area, specifically in swing states and swing districts, I think there are a shit ton of people who want to vote for Kamala Harris. Like, they don't really like her that much. They're not, like, they don't have the permission to be like, nah, that's my fucking candidate. Fuck you. Okay? Because it's Kamala Harris. Why the fuck would you do that? But I genuinely think, especially because Republicans have gotten so fucking unhinged, that there are people who just don't want to put a fucking sign up on their front yard because they don't want to get a fucking brick through their window. Okay? They don't want to get a brick through their window from the unhinged Trump supporter that's gonna be like, why the fuck you put that? You want to transgender my daughter? I'll fucking kill you. Like, they don't want to even have that. They don't want to have that. They don't have a weird conversation with a neighbor. Okay? Because these guys are so fucking smelly and so fucking insane and so entitled due to no deterrence whatsoever. Okay? Due to just letting them run amok in this goddamn country, that I think that there are a lot of, especially older voters, especially in the suburbs, especially in purple districts, people that just like don't want to openly run around telling everybody that they're voting for Kamala Harris, but they probably are. One other aspect of this is, and I don't know how successful this will be, we'll find out about it. I was telling Austin, like, you'll see, if I'm correct, you'll see the New York Times write an article about like the silent majority actually was for Kamala Harris. Like, the real silent majority in America, how purple districts swung for Kamala Harris with these quiet voters. Okay, that's the title. I'm giving you the fucking headline. I'm giving you the title. If Kamala Harris wins, this is the reason. Okay, they're going to say the shy Kamala Harris voter was real. Okay, now, what they're going to say is like, due to, once again, an insane amount of like violence and annoying conversations at least, and direct violence at worst, a lot of people did not want to openly fuck, and also because they were embarrassed because Kamala Harris is not a great and not a strong candidate, that a lot of people did not want to openly communicate their desire for Kamala Harris. And that also on top of that, the campaign has been trying to run initiatives, even in red districts, for women specifically, being like, hey, if you want to vote in secrecy from your husband, like, here are the methods as to how you can do that. Like, the hidden spouse vote basically is the highest level of like conspiracy in this argument that I have. What's the line between cope and delusion? I mean, cope is delusion, for sure. Because I'll say this much. 8 days out from the election, I'm not just a leftist. I am the largest left Democrat content creator, independent content creator in North America. And as that person, I should be the number one enemy of all Democrats right now. And even I am not only not getting that many attacks, people are still saying like, oh, you're in the tank for Trump, blah, blah, blah. They are. Of course they are. But the amount of anger and resentment that I at least personally tracked originally in 2016 and even in 2020, in both instances where I literally openly was in the tank for both Hillary Clinton and then for Joe Biden, in a way that I'm not for Kamala Harris. And yet the criticisms that I have gotten are so softer, so much more limited from the ride or die Democrats. And I think that is precisely because they too recognize that it's kind of lame. Like, they understand how dangerous Trump is, as do I, but they're not willing to go out to bat and openly be like, I love Kamala Harris and you're a fucking piece of shit because you don't love Kamala Harris sufficiently enough. And I think it's because a lot of people are inevitably going to go out and be like, quietly, without loudly and proudly proclaiming their support for Kamala Harris. I think that a lot of people are going to go out and vote for her at the end of the day because they do not want Donald Trump to be president. That's the way I foresee it. Because do you see what I'm saying? Like, if people were more openly pro Kamala Harris right now, if the campaign itself had any sort of fucking legs to stand on, okay? If the campaign itself had like at least some tangible policies that you could fucking point to and be like, this is what you don't want, fuck you, you're a fucking idiot. Because like in 2020, people will be like, you're not sufficiently pro Joe Biden. You just want undocumented migrants to be killed. They can't say that anymore. They can't say that anymore. That doesn't mean they won't vote for Kamala Harris, but that means that they're not very openly promoting Kamala Harris. Half the time, people that yell about Kamala Harris and about how people are not voting for Kamala Harris are usually outflanking the campaign. They are actually putting forward messages that the campaign not only has not put forward, but is objectively against. Actual policies, housing agenda, Medicare agenda, price controls. Dude, I have time and time again. The housing agenda is, come on. Medicare agenda, light, but expanding Medicare for at-home care is great. Came very late. There hasn't been enough messaging around it. And price controls have been good, which is precisely the reason why they fucking abandoned it almost entirely. Okay? But all of those issues alone are not enough, because the most significant problems right now that the supposedly potential Kamala Harris voters can't even defend Kamala Harris on are literally, especially if you're online, Gaza. But beyond that, immigration. Anyone that comes out and is like, oh, you just want fucking immigrants to be slaughtered, or if you want, you want trans people to be murdered, dog, what the fuck? Straight up are outflanking the campaign. They are communicating a desire that they have over the campaign that the campaign itself has not actually outwardly defended, which is pretty funny. But I think that's the reason why. I think that it's one of those situations where I think like due to a multitude of different reasons, all of which I laid out earlier, including but not limited to annoying conversations that they don't want to have with people, the fact that like Kamala Harris is like not the most defensible candidate, and also last but not least, the fact that people don't want to fucking get fucking absolutely destroyed with political violence, like physical harm to themselves. I think that there's a lot of shy Kamala voters out there. But we'll see. We shall see.
You're a liar.
Sarah Palin, you're a liar? What is this fucking debate?
You lied.
I'm a liar.
Yes, and you said, no, Biden didn't do that. Yes, he did on day one.
Do you know he handed out more licenses to Trump? Do you know that?
I'm making the point that you denied. My point is true.
Destiny said energy's higher, and you said no. So if anyone lied, you did.
Listen.
People can DVR it. They can rewind it and see you saying a false statement to Destiny. Is energy production higher? Is energy production higher today?
You don't think that Biden
is energy production higher under Biden than Trump?
And you just
is energy production higher, Sarah Palin?
It's
a very simple question. I know facts are not your strong point. Is energy production higher today under Biden than under Trump? It's a simple yes or no question.
You're an obnoxious.
See, but
facts hurt, don't you? Facts don't care about your feelings.
Are Americans wrong when they have this feeling? Well, the feelings
I'm
oftentimes
obnoxious
are
because I asked you if energy production's higher today than under Trump.
You're obnoxious because I'm asking you why.
Here's another example to your point. How is a cynical row? Yeah, this is funny. Ro Khanna, these cynical Harris Cheney billboards are all over Dearborn and Southeast Michigan. Residents in the area are getting mailers with the two linked. How is this cynical, Ro? Harris decided to make a woman who supported every war in her lifetime and supported torturing people a campaign surrogate. Trump did not mind control Harris into doing this. By the way, a simple test of whether an endorsement is working in your favor is whether the other campaign keeps highlighting it. A very simple test, actually. Kamala Harris's campaign has done everything it can to basically lose this election. They still might win, okay? They still might win. But Kamala Harris is doing everything she can to lose the fucking election. And the Democratic Party is going to learn the worst lessons possible from this. They're going to use this to be like, see, we went to the middle and we won because we were moderate. No one will remember that there was no reason to do that and that the most significant poll bump that you got was when you didn't do that, okay? When you did the exact opposite. They were like, all right, we saw like an 8 to 10 point swing in the polls. Let's stop. We're getting ahead of ourselves. That's literally what happened. Almost overnight, they saw a 10-point swing. And then they were like, all right, guys, we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. We might actually have to win this election with like really significant percentages. We can't fucking do that. I'm on the persuasion text team, and we're literally only texting Republicans. They could have stuck with, that's weird. They're being weird. We want to help Americans. And they could have just reiterated and defended Tim Walz's agenda in Minnesota. That's it. That would have been your winning ticket. It would not be a fucking matter of discussion. This is exactly what we were talking about. A legit child who has no idea what they're talking about.
President, yeah.
For president. And how you feeling?
I'm going to be voting for Trump.
How you feel, though?
I'm feeling good.
What are your reasons? What are your policies? What are your issues?
Economy and just... Yeah, probably for me, economy and the immigration crisis.
Immigration. What would you like to see? Why economy?
I just think that Trump has more ground in economy, which gives him the most experience in that, and it would improve his, I don't know, just like...
Where do you get your information? Where do you get news?
I try to stay away from mainstream media, more so like reading articles online and listening to podcasts, stuff like that.
Like what podcast?
I watch a lot of Rogan, Tim Pool, Steven Crowder, more conservative guys.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, I'm raised conservative.
Yeah. You're part of the manosphere. Have you heard that term?
Yeah.
That Donald Trump is going after.
Pretty much. I don't watch like the more like extreme ones, like Andrew Tate and those ones.
Tim Pool's a little extreme.
Is he?
Come on.
Well, I haven't watched him as much because of the.
I could turn that motherfucker dude, I'm telling you, dude, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, this dude's entire worldview will change. I promise.
Recent stuff that I've seen, he's been like kind of clickbaiting a lot, and I think the numbers are showing that Gen Z is more open to voting for Trump than before. And it could be because of him appearing on podcasts and things like that, but it could also be that Gen Z is just starting to get a little tired of how things are going right now.
Do these guys reflect out of this or get more red pilled? It depends. If Trump wins and their lives don't change for the better, which it won't, a lot of them will actually start recognizing that they were wrong. There were a shit ton of people who were like, oh yeah, pro-Trump for the memes or whatever. Many of you in this fucking community that now call yourselves like commies or anarchists or socialists or whatever, probably for the memes, said you were pro-Trump in 2016. Oh, he's anti-establishment. Fuck Hillary Clinton. That's it. I'm an Army veteran with 2 deployments to the Middle East. I'm undecided as a voter and would love to talk to you about the prominent issues and topics in this election. Care to have me on the show? What? What are your issues, undecided voter? I feel like this is the low level version of people trying to fucking get on CNN. The media producer brain that I have, immediately I got tickled by it. It's like, ooh, an undecided voter. What are some of your issues that you are undecided on? He's undecided on a Camaro or a Mustang. No, I'm being genuine. What's happening in Israel is big for me. Wait, what do you mean? Okay, never mind. He might be genuine. I take it back. Yeah, he's undecided. He's like, I don't know if I should do Jill Stein or PSL. He's like, when I dug in the information listed on org websites, it became clear to me that there's a genocide going on, but our news outlets paint it in a very different way. Okay, good, true. I'm going to let you know right now, neither candidate is going to stop the genocide, okay? Neither candidate. Kamala Harris is not going to stop the genocide. Donald Trump is not going to stop the genocide. So if you're a single issue on that front, good luck. You got to figure out something different. If you really want to vote for either of the two parties, you have to fucking figure out some other reasons. Okay? That's my principle on it. That's my take on it. Neither side is going to stop the genocide. They're not. I know neither side are going to stop it, but I think it's naive to think it can't get worse with Trump. I mean, do I personally think that Trump is going to be worse? I do. And I have said this before. Trump set the stage for October 7th to happen to begin with. But that's not like genocide is already maxed out. Okay, you've already hit like the maximum worst bad thing that you can do. So because of that reason, like I don't think that's a successful way to try to convert someone to go and vote for Kamala Harris. Maybe some people that aren't really paying attention, but you're not going to be able to get like a lot of leeway in a community, especially like this one, that is super focused on everything that's going on. Like it's ridiculous. It's just like, it's the worst thing you can do. So the other party potentially doing something even worse than that, the worst thing you can do is just not, you know. Exactly who the F do I vote for? You have to, considering that genocide is off the table and that both parties are advancing it, you just have to look at a bunch of different things that you care about. That's such a defeatist attitude. Wait, why? That's not a defeatist attitude. The fuck do you mean? I don't think it's a defeatist attitude. It's the reality of the matter. The point is, like, it sounds hollow, and it is hollow, and it is inhumane for the party in power to openly state this, but it literally comes down to both parties are going to do genocide. It's different when Kamala Harris says this than me saying it, but both parties are going to do genocide. So if you care about all these other things in comparison to Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, then that's up to you. If you consider it completely unacceptable to vote for Kamala Harris due to her defense of genocide, then I also understand that. I will, however, urge everyone not to vote for Donald Trump. That would be stupid. I much respect to you, man. I live in Canada. I just don't think I can vote for either of these two. We got a PSL voter. Have you seen Arab Americans are 43-41 for Harris? Yes, not only have I seen that, but I've also seen a bunch of fucking idiots in the news being like, it's because they're conservative. It's like, dude, Arab Americans have historically voted for the Democratic Party post 9/11, okay? That is so fucking insane. I wonder if there's a reason why they're swinging the other direction.
And it's amazing. What would you like Trump to do if he gets elected? First day in office.
Change New York.
Change New York?
Yeah.
How so?
Make it better.
Close the
Make
border.
it greater. No, seriously. It's terrible.
Close the border, clean the water.
Close the border with Canada or?
Clean the water? Clean the water? The fuck do you mean? Clean the water?
Right now, there's a war in Ukraine, there's a war in Gaza.
Yeah.
How do you want Trump to handle that?
Peacefully, diplomatically, peace through strength. I believe Trump's the best candidate for peace in the Middle East. He's proven that.
Do you agree with how much weaponry is being sent by America to Israel to help with this war?
I have no comment on that.
The reality is, though, when you're dealing with, Islamic fanatics, which is what we're dealing with in Gaza, or any kind of...
My sugar cookie from yesterday. I brought it back to give it the D machine and he left it here. So now I'm eating it. No, the sugar cookie wasn't ours.
Backward type of group of people. You need to understand that.
At least tell them, hey, Jill is the only candidate that wants to stop the genocide. At least say that. I mean, helping Win Green get 5% of their contributions on the next Democrat. No, I will not do that. No. I will not be doing that. Fuck no. You want to protest, vote for Jill Stein? Go ahead. If you want me to fucking advocate for Jill Stein, that's not fucking happening, okay? Get the fuck out of here.
That they only speak the language of force.
How do you feel about the war in Gaza today?
I think if Trump was around,
It'll be over in 1 month.
What would he do differently to what the Biden administration is doing?
He would make sure that there's no distribution of anything over there, and you'll have the Gazans fighting with Hamas.
The distribution, you mean like humanitarian aid?
Exactly.
So I was bullied growing up in New York City by anti-Semitic children who were taught to hate Jews because of Israel. And this was starting as a...
What is this guy saying, bro? You're voting for Trump because you were bullied by anti-Semitic children? That is an innocent... Like, what are you saying? First of all, you were bullied as a child, okay, by anti-Semitic children. I wonder what who those anti-Semitic children are voting for in New York.
As early as first grade. And how could children know that Jews are bad people? Somebody had to have taught them that.
I mean, how do you feel?
And it was a Democratic Party. This guy's so stupid.
About some of the people that accuse Trump of surrounding himself by people that do have anti-Semitic rhetoric in the past, people like Steve Bannon and Stephen Miller.
That was a problem for sure. And that's one of the reasons people like...
Yeah, that was a problem. Not that big of a problem, though. This guy's awesome.
I mean, didn't vote for him before. I do think he's been wiser and smarter in terms of who he surrounds himself with more recently. You certainly don't see Steve Bannon advising Trump and things like that. I think he was foolish in the beginning, and that's part of his problem in 2020 why he lost, I think. But I think you're seeing a very different Trump this time around, and the polls are reflecting it, and I think the results will as well.
Why do you support Trump?
Because...
Bro, he can't support Trump. He's 12. You are now asking a child.
I see people marching through the street calling for the death of people like me, and I don't think that's acceptable. So I think Trump will not let that happen.
Get over yourself. Didn't say to advocate, but at least dictate his positions about what each candidate view on Israel. And you forgot to mention, dude, why are fucking Jill Stein voters so unhinged? I do not believe that Jill Stein cares about anything other than popping up every 4 years when there's an election and being like, I'm here. Vote for me, please. And every year there are enough people that go, I'm going to do that. I never see her shooting in the gym. I never see her running laps. Click their card. You sound like AOC. Yeah. For the record, all my criticisms of AOC aside, and there are plenty, and I very openly criticize her regularly, AOC is still an infinitely more effective politician than Jill Stein. Like, going with Jill Stein is like writing me in for president. Okay? This person has done nothing to win your vote or your favor or your belief. I don't get it. I think it's desperation. And that I do understand. She can win if you vote for her. Yeah, true. So can Hillary. I foresee a lot of cranks in this direction, inevitably going in further crank, in the further crank direction, the going the crank distance. I've been doing this for quite a long time. Okay? For a very long time. This is not my first election cycle. Many of you right now are going to be like, honestly, yeah, I don't really care. It was a protest vote, and be normal. Some of you are going to fucking keep going down the crank route until you loop back around to like a more normalized tent pole. And by that, I mean like probably fucking Donald Trump, pro-Trump or pro-Republican. I think for a lot of people, they hate the Democratic Party for understandable reasons. And then their hatred for the Democratic Party basically turns into like, I just hate the Democratic Party and I want to punish them. And then, well, the only appropriate party that actively punishes them is the Republican Party. That's usually what happens. I wouldn't say this about PSL voters. Those guys are cooked already. I mean, they're activists. Respect to them.
What happened?
Who are you talking about when it comes to people marching?
Palestinian protesters saying Antifada revolution, which is calling for the death of all of the Jews.
There's a war in Gaza and Lebanon. How do you think Trump would handle a situation like that?
Better than Kamala. There wouldn't have been a war if Trump were in office. So.
How do you guys feel about what's happening over there?
Terrible.
It's horrible. Obviously, I mean, it shouldn't be happening. It's inhumane. And I think it shows the energy of the world right now.
Do you think young people in America today have a better understanding of what's happening in Palestine?
Yeah, I think definitely a lot. I know in 2016, back then I was very young, obviously. I was like 15 years old. And I saw Trump be pro-Israel. So I was like, oh, all right, that makes sense. Like, I'm just going to do whatever he says because I like him and whatever. And now that I've gotten older and realistically post-October 7th is when I think a lot of my generation specifically woke up. So I don't think it started on October 7th. I think that it started in 1948 when...
Oh my God. Yo! This is why they got to ban TikTok. They got to ban TikTok, dude. They have to... No, toothpaste out the tube. Pandora's box open. You got, by every metric, a blonde Trump supporter in New York being like, yeah, honestly, like, what is this, Rashid Khalidi? What the fuck is going on? What do you mean it didn't start on October 7th? This is the last person, aesthetically, this is the last person I could ever hear this kind of sentiment from. What the fuck is happening? AIPAC is so cooked, dude. ADL is so cooked.
The British and the United States decided to create Israel and make it a state. And that's when the first Nakba happened, 47 to 49. 15,000 Palestinians were killed. Even more were displaced. They were forced out of their homes. And as you see the maps from back then to now, Palestine has gotten smaller and smaller and smaller to the point where now it's Gaza and West Bank, and even West Bank is getting infiltrated. There's no safe place for Palestinians to exist.
Why do you think Trump would handle the situation better?
Because everyone's scared of him. Honestly, that's the only reason. Trump is very pro-Israel, and everything else I agree with him on except for that. So I honestly have to go with what I agree most on, and that would be with Trump.
Dude, Kamala Harris is so fucking stupid. The Democrats are so stupid. I mean, this is just one person in New York. It doesn't really matter, but the Democrats are so dumb, dude. There's so much data. There is so much data out there that shows that this is like a real right from wrong situation that like most people understand. There is just so much data. She's like, I want mass deportation, but I also think what Israel is doing is horrifying. Like, think about that. I promise you, there are more people like this out there. It's not just her. Okay? It would be a good faith initiative that could turn their perspective a little bit from the Democrats. That's all it would have taken.
But I think that Israel would be scared of Trump the same way that Hamas, Palestine, Iran, China, Russia, all these countries are scared of him.
We believe in God. We believe in Jesus. Globalists deny God.
This might be the pro-Palestine that's actually just anti-Semitic, though. Fuck no. Dude, they're wearing MAGA gear in the middle of New York. Have you listened to the actually anti-Semitic pro-Trump people? They would just be anti-Semitic. She's already wearing MAGA gear in New York. She's already given up half that conversation. Like, no, she would just be openly anti-Semitic if that was the case. She wouldn't be talking about the fucking Nakba and shit.
Yeah, so we believe in God. And Trump, we believe God choose Trump.
God chose Trump.
Yes.
It was the only president that came and established Israel as the nation, its nation, the capital. Every president promised to do it.
He moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem.
He moved it to. And so he's not going to just stop with Jerusalem and Israel. He's going to move over into Palestine. He's going to bring peace in the land because he's sent by God.
Obviously, the border needs to be secure.
Very normal Trump supporter. Wow. That's cool. Thank you, ma'am, for that wonderful analysis.
Or in a fair manner, and then we have to stop sending money all around the world. I mean, it should be America first. That's nothing wrong with that. I mean, they say that we're insurrectionists, make America great again. That's make America great again for everybody. You may not like some of the things he says once in a while, but you have to make a choice, and I think it's clear.
Speaking of money, the U.S. government under Joe Biden has sent $40 billion worth of weapons and aid to Israel this year. How do you feel about that?
I think we should support Israel, but I think we should stop all the money to Ukraine, and not all of it, but I mean, that war is going on for no...
He's like, give it to Israel. Stop this money to Ukraine. What are they doing? Defending themselves from Russia? Fuck those guys. Give it to Israel. I like wars that we can win. That's awesome. Please. They want more. They want more baby killing bombs. They want more bombs to kill babies with. What are the Ukrainians doing with that? They're killing the anti-woke crusaders in the Russian forces. That's fucked up. Okay? Please. Anti-Ukraine, pro-Israel dumb fucks. I mean, that is like a commonly held position in both Russia and also in Israel. So he's more aligned with people than he thinks he is.
No reason. I trust Trump that he's going to stop that war. Listen, he created those Abraham Accords, peace deals with the Middle East. This is what we need. A leader like that who's going to do things that no other president has been able to do.
Israel has to come out winner in this situation because Israel is very important ally.
Why? Why is that?
For this country?
He's like, give money to Israel instead, not to Russia, not to Ukraine. Please, do not give money to... Let Russia do whatever it needs to do. Okay, it's very nice. You don't understand. Israel, very important ally. Why do you say? No, it's not good. what's happening in Ukraine, not very good. And by that I mean, it's Russian territory. Just give it. It means the border.
It's ICE intelligence in the Middle East. Israel cannot go down.
Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel will defend itself. Israel will survive. And for everybody who's saying within our lifetime Israel will cease to exist, you are going to die one day and Israel will live strong. The question is whether...
Dude, you are not normal, dog. You're fucking insane. He's like, people who question Israel will die one day. Israel will never die. Israel will be stronger when you die. I'm going to kill you.
Israel will survive. And for everybody who's saying within our lifetime Israel will cease to exist, you are going to die one day and Israel will live strong. The question is whether can we make peace or can we not make peace?
How would you want President Trump to handle the war that's going on in Gaza right now?
He could tell Bibi to make that a parking lot for all I care. That's how I feel about that.
Wow, that's a Kamala Harris voter, I think. I mean, the sentiment expressed by like openly pro-Kamala voters is not that different, you know?
That's how you'd want him to handle it.
I mean, that's what he's doing. Let him do it. He has every right. They came in out of nowhere and just attacked people on a holiday. Yeah, he can level it.
How do you feel about people that describe the situation in Gaza right now as a genocide?
It is what it is. It's happened throughout history, all of...
Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, my God. He's like, yeah, it's a genocide. Yeah, I like it. Okay, thanks, man. That's cool. You're a ginormous piece of shit. Fucking... reverse Santa Claus, dude. He said genocide is a naturally occurring phenomenon
of human history. It's just another page in the book.
Trump down. No fascist in America. Get rid of him. He's horrible.
I've hated him since the 80s. You know, I really...
This goes way back for you.
Yes.
I love these old ladies. Like, they're at every one of these fucking protests. They're
does
sick.
go way back, and I didn't like them then.
Obviously, there's a lot happening in the world right now. There's a war happening in Gaza. There's a war in Lebanon, obviously in Ukraine. And some of the people that we've talked to here say that Trump would be better off in power because he projects strength and that the United States needs to project strength. How do you feel about that?
I think that's a bunch of crap. Projects strength. He's a deranged lunatic.
My name?
Yes.
Vladimir Putin. Maybe you heard I have new single out.
You've got to change.
Bro, you're moving your mouth. You can't. What the fuck? You can't move your own. Like, you're destroying the purpose of being a ventriloquist. Am I crazy? Stop hating. Everybody has to start somewhere.
Change your haircut. I like it.
What? You're not wearing a freaking beanie. Let's see your hair, mister.
You want to see my hair?
This guy's telling me I have a haircut. Look at this clown.
Listen, I didn't say I did it.
Like a kiwi.
I didn't say I hated it.
Okay. I feel like we got off the wrong foot.
All right, well, tell me why you're here today.
I'm here because it's like I'm a big supporter of Donald Trump, and so I want to just kind of like show love.
So why is Trump doing a rally here in New York? There hasn't been a Republican candidate that has won this city since Ronald Reagan. It's been more than 40 years. And yet, some people think that he is here to send a message, to prove that he is just as popular here in the middle of a blue state than he is in other states around the country. Obviously, this is going to be a tough city for Trump to win.
Correct.
Why do you think he's campaigning here today?
I don't think Trump is campaigning here to win the votes of people who are here. I think he's doing it to show that don't be afraid to voice your opinion. There are more of us than you realize. There are more people who think the way people like myself think than you realize, even in blue places like this.
President Trump is a figurehead
that we're sick and tired of the status quo, sick and tired of what's happening in America.
Like they say MAGA, we're not, we're not any extremists. So you could just see the love in the crowd around here. We just want.
Yeah, dude. It's like, those words ring hollow when we can see all of the people behind you and have heard what they have to say. Okay? He's right. There's way more Nazis in this country than I realized 10 years ago. Yeah. We're not extremists. We just want to fucking deport every migrant. What do you want? What do you want from me? We just want to fucking kill every brown person in America. All right? What do you want?
To have financial stability, and we want to have freedom and safety.
Fight!
Harris versus Muslim vote to Trump amid controversy on Gaza policy. Harris blitzes must win Pennsylvania final push. Oh, here.
Officials now say they've identified a suspect vehicle tied to a pair of ballot drop box fires in Portland, Oregon. Authorities are investigating the very disturbing incidents as well as another blaze at a drop box in neighboring Washington state. I want to bring in CNN Sarah.
Maybe they're equal opportunity. They went into the Washington state for a red district and they went into Portland, Oregon to a blue district. Austin, get over here. Why are you in shambles? He said he just showered. He's in shambles. What? Oh, shut up. Oh, shut up. Oh, I'm not camera ready. Oh no.
In my face and in my jammies.
You look great.
Thank you. Look, I don't understand anybody who lives in Oregon, Multnomah County. Oh, in case you didn't know, I'm from Oregon.
Oh yeah, you're wearing. Yeah, we brought our Oregon correspondent, and he's literally wearing an Oregon shirt.
Oregon correspondent here. By the way, your lighting is so much improved in here.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Like before it was crazy, but now it's just like I can comfortably sit here and know I'm not going to be like light's not going to be bouncing off my forehead. Yeah, this is nice. Anyway, Multnomah County, it represents the large majority of Portland. Where was this ballot box in Multnomah County? It was in Portland. What part of Portland was it?
I don't know. We'll see.
Murray, she's working the story for us. So what are you learning, Sarah?
Well, Wolf, obviously this is very disturbing. We don't yet know what the motivations are behind this, but officials are saying that there appear to be three different instances that are linked. The ones that we're hearing about today that took place in Oregon as well as Washington, and one that took place earlier this month in Washington State, where there was an incendiary device that was somehow attached to these ballot drop boxes and caused, these kinds of.
Yeah, here's where the ballot box in Vancouver is located, on the south end of Clark County, which was overwhelmingly blue.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so it's not they're okay. I wonder who did this.
You'd have to burn a lot more ballot boxes in fucking Oregon and Washington State. Jesus
okay, don't
Christ.
give them ideas,
no,
bro.
I'm not telling you to do it. No. Hold on, FBI, believe me, don't worry. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm not telling you. Don't do that. Don't do that, okay? I'm not saying.
Whoa, you're speaking to them directly? You're communicating with them?
No.
Is this a stand by moment?
That'd be fucked up if I got done in for that, but Trump incited a riot at the Capitol on January 6th, and
FBI, open up.
No, don't do it.
Now it seems like you're giving them commands. Austin.
No, I'm not. Stand
what
back.
The fuck?
Stand back and stand by.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
The videos that we're seeing here, these flames and ballots burning in Oregon, they said it was just 3 ballots that were impacted and that they've reached out to the people who were impacted. And in Washington State, they said there are hundreds. And so they're basically telling people, if you cast your ballot over the weekend in this drop box, to check the ballot tracker online. These are both states that conduct their elections predominantly by mail. And of course, in Washington, we have seen this very hotly contested congressional race. And Congresswoman Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez put out a statement. She's one of the candidates, of course, in this hotly contested race, saying, I'm requesting an overnight law enforcement presence be posted.
I mean, yeah, she's a Democrat, but like, She's the worst kind of fucking Democrat, but it's whatever.
Is she like the?
She ran on a relatively progressive populist message, Justice Democrat style campaign, and then immediately turned around and was like, "I'm Kirsten Sinema." Kirsten Sinema died and was, you know, woke up inside of my body. She is so fucking annoying.
Marie, this representative?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the anchor.
No. Marie Glusenkamp Perez. Marie Perez.
Oh, is she?
She literally is a Kirsten Sinema. Yeah, she's
a Clark County representative.
Yeah, she is so fucking abysmally bad.
Oh.
She literally she's like a problem solvers caucus. Wait, is she also bisexual? Shut the fuck up. No.
Come on, she's a fucking Washington State representative. Of course she's bisexual.
Oh my God. Oh my God. It's by invisibility.
Are you kidding me?
It's by invisibility time.
Oregon had a bisexual governor, and then we now have a lesbian governor.
I went to college with her.
We're
she
gay as
fucking
fuck.
sucks. Like,
I mean,
here,
it's just
I'll show you. I'll show you what like she ran on. Hold on. Like, if you were to watch, like, let's see if we can find like her old ads. Not like recent. Fuck. Can you guys find one of her older ads?
Oh no.
This is new. This is after she did her fucking congressional stint. She's a blue-collar, Bible-quoting, Israel-supporting, pro-choice millennial Latina. Is she the future of democratic progressivism? I'm Brian Kilme. Okay, I'm Brian Kilme. No, I'm not talking about this. I want her old out here.
I'm not your typical candidate for Congress.
Marie Glusenkamp Perez, auto repair shop owner, mother, and Democrat for Congress. For too long, our representative has rewarded the special interests and ignored us. Marie's not taking corporate PAC money. She'll deliver American jobs, better health care, and she'll protect women's reproductive freedom.
We don't need another corporate shill or extremist in Congress. I will fight for working Washingtonians just like me. I'm Marie Perez, and
She even used the fucking Justice Democrats font, dude.
What part of Washington State was this?
Is
it Clark County?
I guess
like
this,
like Vancouver area.
Yeah. Even her fucking campaign logo is literally like Justice Democrats font.
That's so funny because half of her constituency like lives in Oregon, basically. Just find that Vancouver is just, like, if you live in Oregon, like Portland area, like Vancouver's so interesting to me because it's literally just Vancouver, Washington is considered the Portland metropolitan area. It's just Portland. It's Portland without state income tax, which is why anybody lives there. Like, to be honest, I think that's why people live in Vancouver, Washington, is because there's no state income tax. Like, it's probably 100% of the reason people live there is for the state income. Because why wouldn't you? And then they live in Vancouver. So get this, Hasan. You could live in Vancouver, right? Not pay state income tax, and then cross the bridge and shop in Oregon and not pay sales tax.
Okay, here's best of both worlds. Here's what she did. 2 Democrats voted alongside the Republicans to repeal Biden's student debt relief plan.
One of them was her?
One of them was her.
Why?
Because she is a bleep. I can't even fucking, I hate her. She is a charlatan, dog shit, fucking.
But what constituency is she even representing? That doesn't even look like it represents her constituency.
I'm redacting most of my criticisms of her because I don't want to fucking, I don't want to go overboard, but I fucking hate her so much. But, still better than a Republican, I guess.
Oh, her pockets. I see.
Yeah, she's no longer running. She got 100K. Yeah, she got 100K PPP loan. She got $100,000 PPP loan for a fucking small business, and then turned around and voted turned around and voted against student loan debt relief.
Did they know they weren't going to have to pay those back?
Well, yeah, of course.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But it's Washington, so like the people that she ends up running against are usually like Klansmen. So there's not really, what am I supposed to say in that situation? You know what I mean? She's like, okay, you have like, you have the reincarnation of Kirsten Sinema, who is going to literally spear dick every progressive policy, join the problem solvers caucus, and just like create more issues for the Democrats. But also the opponent is just a Klansman. Like literally.
That's
like
literally Oregon politics.
He's like running. What? Oh, she just drank water.
Oh, okay.
Here, you want a napkin?
Oh shit! Place.
Kaya, place.
I'm so sorry. Oh, that's.
It's gonna be fine. It's just a little slobber.
That's okay. Oh, I just got all clean. It's okay, Kaya. It's okay. I'll be fine. Kaya, I love you, but it's okay. I'm not a hater.
It's Washington.
My only pair of sweatpants.
It's Washington. You have like every now and then you have a good politician, okay, if the Democratic Party doesn't like undermine their chances. But beyond that, it's always going to be like regular fucking Democrat that's annoying, neoliberal, working to undermine the Democratic Party's very own agenda versus a guy who wears like a Klan's robe at a rally and he's like, oops, well, it could have been any kind of robe, really, that also like secretly wants to, I don't know, separate Washington from the rest of the country or something. It's like a Washington cessationist.
Wait, did Washington try to do the secede? There's a part of Oregon that wants to secede to Idaho.
That's what I'm saying. Those guys in the PNW is riddled with these fucking weirdos. Okay.
Okay, it's not as common. Well, actually, I digress. It actually is very common. If you drive outside of like the Portland like city limits, within about 20 minutes, you'll start seeing big pickup trucks and American flags and MAGA adjacent people. It starts to get very conservative. In the rural areas of Oregon, like if you drive south on Interstate 5, you'll hit a town. I don't know if anybody here. I may get somebody from this town. There's a town called Canby, Oregon. You get into those towns. Even Gresham, if you go east to Gresham and Troutdale, it gets more conservative. If you go to like in Clackamas County, Oregon City, even Salem gets decently conservative. It gets conservative as you drive south, and then you hit Eugene, and it gets like really blue for a second.
Are you reading what's in front of the screen? GOP candidate asks residents to mail him their pee.
What?
If you're in Cave Junction, Oregon, this congressional candidate would like to hear from. If you're in Cave Junction, Oregon, this congressional candidate would like to hear from you.
Wait,
my name is Art Robinson. Read one of the mailers he sent to 500,000 Oregon residents in March. I'm a scientist who has lived and worked in Josephine County for 34 years. My colleagues and I are developing improved methods for the measurement of human health. Please consider giving us a sample of your urine.
Robinson is a scientist. And that's part of the
problem. The
problem.
Caltech educated chemist has run a research nonprofit out of a family compound in the mountain town of Cave Junction near the California border. In a monthly newsletter called Access to Energy, Robinson has used his academic credentials to float theories on everything from AIDS to public schooling to climate change, which he believes is a myth. In perhaps his most famous missive, Robinson once proposed using airplanes to disperse radioactive waste on Oregon homes in the hopes of building up resistance to degenerative illnesses.
I mean, this all tracks because Republican scientists, it doesn't make a lot of sense. It's like an oxymoron. It's like gay Republican.
All we need to do with nuclear waste is dilute it to a low radiation level and sprinkle it over the ocean or even over America after hormesis is better understood and verified with respect to more diseases, Robinson wrote in 1997.
I want you guys to know that this is not representative of me as an Oregonian, okay?
So why did you vote for this guy?
Oh, I didn't fucking
It's
vote for him.
fucked up that you voted for him.
I have never voted for anybody, but
he's never voted for anybody.
I'm so lived up that I'll look at the bills, or the measures, and I'll see which party proposed it. I'll try to find who and what party proposed the bill, And if a Republican proposed it, I'm voting against that motherfucking shit because I know it's crazy.
All right, let's watch this.
Posted at all ballot drop boxes in Clark County through Election Day. Southwest Washington cannot risk a single vote being lost to arson and political violence. And Wolf, these drop boxes, again, we don't know the exact motivation behind these efforts, but they have just become targets for misinformation, claims from the right that there is rampant voter fraud. That hasn't been proven out, but we have seen the Department of Homeland Security warn that these kind of drop boxes are targets for domestic.
Somebody in the chat said, when's the last time Austin voted? I am literally a high propensity voter.
Austin not only is a high propensity
of the party.
dog, I
phone bank.
He literally phone banks.
I'm
for the
phone banking
Democrats.
tomorrow. Like I'm not even like I'm literally phone banking tomorrow.
That's why he's still here.
That's why I'm here because I'm phone
He
banking.
didn't fucking leave LA because he's gonna do
phone banking.
Creators for Kamala phone bank that I am not going to.
Yeah.
Violent extremists. So, we'll wait to see. Officials are investigating locally. The FBI is investigating. We'll see what comes of those investigations.
Yeah, I'm sure the story is going to continue.
All right, breaking news, a search underway for whomever set fire to 2 ballot drop boxes in 2 different states. So the fires were in Washington State and Oregon and destroyed hundreds of ballots. And authorities at this hour believe the 2 fires are connected. And they've actually identified what they say is a suspect vehicle tied to the incidents. That is according to the latest reporting out of the Associated Press this hour. And it actually comes days after a mailbox fire in the swing state of Arizona damaged multiple ballots. Tonight, the FBI and the DHS are warning of, quote, domestic violent extremists who want to terrorize the voting process with election workers
definitely
being potential
a pickup
targets. Out front now, Pennsylvania's
100% a
Republican
pickup
Secretary
truck.
of State Al Schmidt.
That doesn't reduce it. I mean, that doesn't like help us identify the political ambitions of the person though, because I feel like
think so? In Oregon,
because I feel like
does.
everyone fucking drives a pickup truck. Oh, well, I guess if it was a
Oregon
Subaru
specifically,
if it was a Subaru, maybe
definitely would be very ambiguous.
Yeah.
No, truck like in Oregon. Look, if this was Texas, maybe you could. Oh, it was a Ford sedan. Okay, it's a little bit more ambiguous. Oh, it was a Volvo, an S60 Volvo. That's interesting. That's interesting. I wouldn't have expected. Oh, let me look at the car. I see a lot of these vehicles. Oh yeah, conservative.
No, you don't know that. No, the conservative part is because they're fucking lighting like blue areas. Like that's what implies that they're probably conservative.
That's not a lived up car. All right. Now, if we saw that drive away and it was like a 1999 Camry with a bunch of bumper stickers on it, then I'd say, okay, maybe this is maybe the call is coming from inside the house.
Someone's at Antifa. Yeah, okay, dude.
You know?
And Secretary Schmidt, I'm sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances, and I know we're going to be talking a lot over these next weeks as this all plays out. I want to start with these fires. How worried are you about them? Are you worried Pennsylvania could be a target of these sort of drop box fires?
Well, I've certainly seen reporting on these incidences in Pennsylvania, all drop boxes that we have. And again, they are County Board of Elections drop boxes, have video surveillance on them. They are secured into the ground usually or oftentimes staffed by people to make sure that voters can return their ballot directly to their county in a way that's safe and secure.
I'm going to show you on camera.
So when you hear the FBI and the DHS, first of all, I'm glad to hear
Check
about the
this out.
cameras and the putting it into the.
Murat, you'll see in a second. Hold on. Boom. Look at that. Can you
Damn.
see?
That's sick.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, Murat's not impressed. He works on fucking rockets, baby.
I mean, he does literally this.
He's like, that's a camera. I ain't impressed. That don't impress me much.
What the fuck? Oh, your timer's up, dude.
Ground. I mean, details that we wouldn't necessarily even need to talk about, but I'm glad we are because it's important. But when you hear the FBI and the DHS warning of domestic violent extremists with election workers.
I wonder who could have done this. If I'm just thinking like deep blue area. Is there one of the 2 major parties that's constantly talking about threats towards like election workers and how the election is going to be stolen? So we got to take matters into our own hands. you know, maybe even took matters to their own hands in the form of like an insurrection or something. Had a bunch of people in that actually got criminal penalties for interfering with the election last time around.
Maybe spicy too.
I really, must be Jill Stein voter. Who could have done this? I don't know.
Wait, is there a seared? Can I get a seared salmon too? Just one order. That's a.
Why are you asking him anything right now? He's gonna. Oh my god.
Thank you.
He's gonna complain
That's
if
it.
it's not up to his standards
No,
too. He's gonna be like, ugh, I don't
if
like
somebody
it.
buys me something,
I don't like it.
No, if somebody buys me food, which is Hasan right now, I will never complain unless it's Hasan, and then maybe I'll complain a little bit.
Yeah, I guess it's probably the heated rhetoric that we hear from the Democratic Party.
Nigiri.
It must be them that's responsible for this. I just can't seem to think. I could never think that this would be a Republican doing such things.
No,
I
don't. It doesn't
I would
make
never.
any-
I
it
would
doesn't-
never. I would.
It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, no, it does not track.
So I imagine if you got
like people who have voted for Trump have a 2 for 2.
Yeah.
People who have either registered for the Republican Party or directly voted for Trump have a 2 for 2 rating on failed Trump assassination attempts. Yeah. I feel like they have captured that space so hard that they're just fucking doing it to themselves at this point.
If you got inside this person's head, let's just say they are a Trump supporter, when we don't know that yet, right? Let's wait till all the facts come out.
I'm just saying, I would never say it's a Trump supporter.
No, it could be. You never know.
No, it's
You
never.
don't think it could?
No, never.
Okay. Well, let's just say theoretically, if it was, what are they thinking? It must be like, oh, they're doing voter fraud, so we might as well do it too.
That's literally what prominent cases of voter fraud that were targeted in the aftermath of the 2016 election said.
Yeah.
One of the ladies voted under the name of her dead husband as well as herself, and she was caught. And she literally said, it's because Trump told me undocumented immigrants are voting.
So these people go online, read some sort of like fake news article about voter fraud and how they're voting with like dead people, and then they literally go do the voter fraud.
Yes. The answer
when
is
it's not actually happening, but they actually make it real and do it themselves.
The answer to your question is yes.
That is awesome.
And I agree with them.
Yeah.
I agree. The only way to combat potential Mexican voter fraud is if you, Barbara, you, Deborah, go out and take matters into your own hands by doing voter fraud yourself.
Okay, by the way, what are the Republicans saying about like no like identification? Like I had to provide my driver's license number when I voted.
Yeah, well, some states you don't have to.
Oh, really?
But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter that I have a driver's license? What? That's not. What are you talking about?
Marcy, you just doxed yourself.
Yeah, because I have a driver's license.
Yeah, owned.
Being potential targets.
No, guys,
What
come
are
on.
you
Are you
even able
kidding
to
me?
do to protect
I don't
elect-
support voter ID. Are you fucking kidding me?
Austin wants voter ID.
No,
he
I
told
don't.
me.
They're restrictive.
A little bird told me that you used some of the rhetoric that you heard from me earlier about shy Kamala Harris voters in the morning conversation that you had with.
Oh yeah, with Mike.
With Mike.
That's a me. That's not your rhetoric. That's my rhetoric. I came up with that on my own. I swear to God, that's something that I have thought for a long time, but maybe you had the confidence to say. But no, look, there's no such thing. Look, I'm going to say it.
Oh my God.
There's no such thing anymore as a shy Trump voter. They are the
Stop.
most proud.
Stop.
No.
You're repeating things
No.
I told.
They
What
are
the fuck?
They are the most proud, like.
I'm done doing political commentary. I'm just gonna call Austin up on the phone.
In fact,
and have conversations with him so he can just say it.
Part of the fact of being like being a Trump supporter is like what they value is telling you that they're a Trump supporter, and like, I don't give a fuck what you
Austin,
think.
this is verbatim the conversation that we had.
Maybe I got it from you. It's one of those things that it happened, and I don't know where I got it from. Maybe I got it from you.
We had a phone conversation.
I was thinking about this before. I brought it up, and you're like, yes, and then you went on a tangent.
No, that's not.
No.
No, I was in the shower too.
Yeah.
Like I know exactly what I was doing at the time.
By the way,
because I was thinking like, should I tell Austin that I'm in the shower while we're having this conversation? Is another thought that went through my mind while we were having that
I
combo.
do have some data. I think this is a good opportunity to share it about the election. There have been poll after poll after poll that have indicated that amongst those that have already voted in states, Kamala Harris is winning, and even Florida. Now let me pause. Florida is not going to go blue. No question about it, right? But what it does tell you is that it's an early indicator that she's winning independents by a large margin, specifically in the early vote. Now, we'll have to see what happens on election day, but if you look at a state like North Carolina, it's pretty much split. 1/3 Republican, 1/3 Democrat, 1/3 independent. So based on and somebody said you trust polls too much. First of all, I don't trust polls too much, but polls specifically that are polling people that have already voted tend to be pretty reliable polls. And I say that because I read it somewhere. Those tend to be a little bit more reliable. North Carolina is absolutely not lost. Absolutely not lost. But there are indicators that she's winning among independents. And a lot of young people specifically. Oh, and I also heard today, this is what I am not sure of, okay? I am not sure of this, but I did hear that in Nevada, they are seeing indications that like lower propensity voters, people that haven't voted before, Democrats are doing pretty well in that category. And better than Republicans in Nevada at this moment. The tide is obviously they got out to a good start, but the momentum that Republicans have is starting to come down a little bit. But yeah. Anyway, that's some data that I found out. But who knows what's going to happen on election day? But if she's doing well with independents in North Carolina, I think Republicans have a.
All right, stop poll watching. Let's get back to the story.
So many of whom, of course, are volunteers coming out to help their community.
And the most important people on election day, it's not the Secretary of State, it's not even a county commissioner, it's those friends and neighbors who volunteer essentially for a 14-hour day in Pennsylvania to make sure that when you show up to vote, you can make your voice heard at your local polling place. The Shapiro administration last year set up an election threat task force so that we have clear lines of communication with federal, state, and local partners in law enforcement and election administration to make sure that if any of this ugliness returns that we saw in 2020, everyone knows what everyone else's role is, and we can make sure that if there's any threats targeting our voters or our poll workers or our polling places or our county election staff, that we'll be prepared.
So, Secretary, in Pennsylvania, in Lancaster County, officials there say they stopped suspected fraud in as many as 2,500 voter registration forms. That's some of these margins of victory in many states last time. I mean, this could be everything. Those applications had showed inaccurate addresses, mismatched signatures, several forms with the same handwriting. And they say this was what they call a large-scale canvassing operation. That's what was responsible. What more can you tell me about that?
Well, I'm eager to hear the full report from the county. They reached out to us right away. We provided guidance to them for how to handle this sort of situation. It was that they received a significant number of registrations as a group, and some number of them they believe to not be legitimate. So at the end of that investigation, we'll hear from them the degree to which they have found evidence of voter registration fraud. I just want to be clear, voter registration fraud is separate from voter fraud. And while the two can intersect, when you apply to register to vote in Pennsylvania, you're providing a driver's license number or you're providing a social security number. So when someone files a fraudulent voter registration application and it's not legit, it's easy to identify and flag.
All right. So then, do you feel that you know the full extent of this? Is it in other counties? I mean, do you feel like you have a sense of how big it is?
It's really at the county level, and I'm confident that the county will report out to the Pennsylvania Department of State and everyone else the extent to which they have found evidence of this at all.
All right. So I want to ask you about Elon Musk. You know, he's being sued now by the district attorney in Philadelphia over that $1 million a day giveaway that he's giving to registered voters in swing states like yours. They say that it's an unlawful lottery. They want it shut down. Do you think Elon Musk has broken the law, Secretary?
Well, I can certainly see why it would be concerning. The Pennsylvania Department of State is not a law enforcement agency. So I would really leave that up to our partners in law enforcement to make a determination about whether that's lawful or not.
I'm curious when you know, there's been all this talk about whether Pennsylvania will be able to have results on Election Day. I know you have cautioned against expecting that, even though you have machines that will help open some of those mail-in ballots that are designed to open the outer ballot, the inner ballot, all of that. But now you're getting a sense for how many people are voting early. Do you have a better feel every day, Secretary, with how quickly you'll be able to tell the country who won Pennsylvania?
Well, Aaron, every election, whether you have mail ballot voting or not, always comes down to how close an election is before you know who won and who lost. And while our laws, unfortunately, have not changed since 2020, that prevent counties from processing mail ballot envelopes before 7 a.m. on election morning, some things have changed. New equipment at the counties, a lot more experience than they had in 2020, and fewer voters voting by mail. Even though it's widely embraced, during that peak COVID environment, we certainly had a lot more voters choosing to vote by mail. So with those three things, I'm confident that our county partners will process mail ballots expeditiously and with integrity.
All right. Well, Secretary, I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Screen, our political director, Washington Bureau Chief Rick Klein, our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl, and Rick.
Oh.
Okay. Now we're going to look at
poll watch.
No, dude. What the fuck? We've done enough poll watch today. God, you love poll watch so much. No, we're going to look at this insanely racist shit that happened on CNN earlier.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
If you don't want to be called Nazis, stop doing.
You're called an anti-Semite. You've been called an anti-Semite more than anyone else's table.
Yeah.
And people would sit there and no, by me. I never called you an anti-Semite. Okay. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians. So I'm used to it.
Yeah. I hope your beeper doesn't go off. The thing is that
you just say.
Oh my God. That's insane to say on live national television.
Dude, I'm telling you, people who are pro-Israel are so comfy. Like, you know how we talk about, like, we watched the Madison Square Garden rally and I was like saying how fucking comfortable people are just being like openly racist. This is no different than that.
That's insane. What does he say?
Well, I don't know. Here, if you missed it, here, we're going to run it again.
I'm a supporter of the Palestinians. So I'm used to it.
Yeah. I hope your beeper doesn't go off.
Mehdi Hasan says, I'm a supporter of the Palestinian cause. And he replies with, yeah, well, I hope your beeper doesn't go off. To a Muslim man.
Well, I want to see what he says.
The thing is
Did
that
you just say I should die?
You should not.
No,
Did you just say I should be killed?
No, I did not say that. I said, no, I did not say that.
Hold on.
Oh, he got scared. He's like, no, I did not say that. Oh, no, you did.
I did not. On live TV.
I said I hope you don't.
Let me just stop.
You said you hope my beeper doesn't go off.
Because you said I'm a big supporter
of the Palestinians.
Of Hamas.
Guys, let me stop.
Palestinians.
Are you?
Am I what? No, of course I'm not.
Palestinians
I apologize.
Are you a racist, violent person?
Then I apologize. Oh, dude, damn, dude.
Oh,
that's cool, man. That's nice. That's nice. Good stuff. He said you should be a victim of a terror attack that Israel conducted.
so who is this guy?
I don't know. Fucking some guy. Some dickhead who's way too comfortable. What happened to canceling people? There's no such thing, man. There's no such thing. I think people will eventually finally come to that fucking reality. There's no real, like, that doesn't happen. You only get fucking canceled if you did something that's like worthy of people hating you. And you can only get canceled by your own, like your own side, your own fans. Okay?
Oh, yeah? Place.
That's it. You don't actually get fucking quote unquote canceled by the opposition, okay? And even then, that's not even a real thing.
Ryan, that's disgusting. That is completely.
No, I apologize.
That
Good
is
job, CNN.
completely
Let's have first
out
block
of
say the
pocket.
Muslim guy
You
should
know
be
that.
blown
I
up
apologize.
on
I
TV.
apologize.
Don't
I
say
apologize.
then I
Wow.
apologize. You literally.
I thought you said
accused
Hamas.
him-
I
You didn't think I said Hamas. I said I supported.
Oh my God.
That's so funny. That's great, man. Good stuff. No, keep popping. What happened, big dog? What happened? What happened? Native New Yorker, Roman Catholic.
Roman Catholic.
Yeah. Dude, this tracks. Are you kidding me? Christian Zionists are literally the most fucking... The Christians, he's a groiper,
he was a
dude.
gay Republican.
Christian Zionists are the most yeah, he probably is.
Okay. It's just kind of like two.
Wait, he's not gay?
No, allegedly not.
Christian Zionists are so fucking unhinged, dude.
Palestinian rights.
I did.
Why? Because when you hear
What's funny
Palestinian,
is
you
Rudy
hear Hamas.
Giuliani said this
No,
yesterday,
because-
so you're a great guest to be here
All
to
right,
defend
I
Rudy
told
Giuliani.
myself
Give me
I
one
wasn't going to
second.
entertain
Give me one
nonsense
second.
today, and so at this point,
This is what we're in
I
now.
can't
This
do
is America in
Here's
2024.
what I will say.
Forget the
Here's what
racism.
That's right.
I should
That's
die.
right.
I didn't say that. You
You
should
said,
die.
what does beeper mean? Don't give me your
I
fake
did not
ignorance.
say you should
Guys,
die.
Why did you say
guys,
with my
give me-
beeper
give me
go?
a-
What
what did you mean?
What did you mean by the beeper?
So what did you mean?
What did you mean by the beeper?
No,
No, you didn't. You said, I hope your beeper doesn't go off.
Ryan, stop talking.
At least have the guts to support your racist comments.
Hang on. I'm so sorry.
Let her bring it back.
This is why yesterday's rally was disgusting.
Don't call us Nazis, but I'm going to threaten the brown guy as a
This is
terrorist
why.
and kill him.
Because I didn't ever say Donald Trump was Hitler. But do you know who stood on a stage yesterday and said, I want to come to the Nazi rally? I don't have to make up words and call you something. You're saying it for yourself. And what you just said
Kamala
right
Harris
here,
is a pimp
apologize,
handler.
but I will tell you, I don't accept that apology, and you didn't even
That's
say it to
fine.
me.
I didn't say it
that
to
was
you.
disgusting. But I can be offended when you don't even say it to me. I'm not Puerto Rican, but I was offended by what he said
Okay.
yesterday. And I'm offended that the former president and potentially future president would allow it and go for 12.
Okay, so is this guy actually not gay? Because like
still laser focused on that.
I mean, I can't like
Look, he's doing gay face.
You're not wrong.
I mean, I don't know what.
I didn't say it. He's gay. He's gay.
Look,
he's gay. I didn't say it. He's gay.
Look,
okay.
Is that? Am I gonna?
He's a gay physiognomy. No, he is. He's got my gaydar is beeping.
Oh,
okay.
God, am I gonna get canceled?
It's got
for that?
fucking. It's doing 8 Röntgen. Okay.
Look, it was a joke. It was a joke.
No, don't get offended. No, don't fucking. There,
Okay.
people are fake offended. Okay.
12 hours and not say, I don't care, because you know what? When Kamala Harris put out statements about switching up opinions, it wasn't good enough for Republicans.
Why are you looking at me?
Because you said it.
Dude, CNN panels are so funny. They just have like the most insane people now. I mean, back then, like they've always had insane people, but like nowadays it's just like so they'll be like, hey, we have groipers for Hitler.
Yeah.
A super PAC that just came out for Donald Trump. It's like, okay, why is that guy on a panel on national television? Like, you guys are supposed to be like a serious news outlet. What the fuck is happening?
Oh, God.
Yeah, here we brought 2 Republicans who are slightly in disagreement over one another to argue on why Donald Trump's rhetoric towards migrants is actually acceptable to varying degrees.
We're back here, and before we get started, I want to just address what happened in the last segment. And first, I want to apologize to Mehdi Hasan for what was said at this table. It was completely unacceptable. When we get this discussion started, you'll see that Ryan is not at the table. There is a line that was crossed there, and it's not acceptable to me. It's not acceptable to us at this network. We want discussion. We want people who disagree with each other to talk to each other. But when you cross the line of a complete lack of civility, that is not
They took him out back. Yeah.
going to happen here on this show.
He's been banned from Grindr too, I heard.
Oh.
It's a heated time. We're in the middle of a political season. We are 8 days from a presidential election. But we can have conversations about what is happening in this country without resorting to the lowest of the lowest kind of discourse. Want to address that, and I want to apologize to the viewers at home because we want to be able to hear each other, we want to be able to talk to each other, and we plan to do that in this next segment.
The podcastification of traditional media, all these panels are short form podcasts. Everyone got to have one, dog. Yeah, it's just so insane.
Oh, man.
Bro, CNN banned him. It's like Hasan banning a chatter. Yeah, Abby Phillips clicked ban on his head. That's great. What is this? New trolley problem just dropped.
What is this one?
Are you going to pull the lever or just virtue signal about how you can't support pulling the lever? Wait, what? Oh, dude, people need to stop doing this. They're saying that like both the Republicans and the Democrats want to kill Palestinians. And so you have the option of pulling the lever and then not killing. It's the trolley problem. It's like the utilitarian hypothetical.
I've seen the trolley problem, just not in this form. Usually it's like you're making the decision. Yeah, I know what the trolley problem is.
Ugh.
Yeah, is that the trolley problem?
Yeah, that's the real trolley problem. Murat said we don't have any trains in this country. I agree.
What would Obama say?
It's just fucking bullshit. Fucking bullshit.
Christian and you care deeply about the abortion issue. I understand that, but does that mean you'll support somebody who seems to violate pretty much every precept of the Ten Commandments? If you are a service member.
I love when he does that.
And you're somewhat conservative and you're used to voting Republican, I can understand it, but somebody who genuinely does not believe in duty and honor and does not understand why anybody would
Yeah, I hate this fake Josh Shapiro, dude. He just like stole his whole fucking flow, bar for bar. Like, you're not him, little bro. You're not him. You're not Josh Shapiro.
God,
you are not the governor of Pennsylvania. You will never be him.
He's such an incredible speaker.
Yeah, Josh Shapiro, I agree. Obama just fucking biting his shit so hard, dude. Fucked up, honestly.
sacrifice themselves on behalf of their country. Why would you do that? If you're a Muslim American and you're upset about what's happening in the Middle East, why would you put your faith in somebody who passed a Muslim ban and repeatedly suggested?
No, it is now in Michigan. Polls show that Trump is now winning like 43% of the vote, as opposed to Kamala's 41% of the vote in the Muslims in the Muslim population.
What was it before?
70%.
Jesus, crazy.
Yeah,
it's pretty significant. Well,
she just
Do you have a
didn't
few
drop
minutes?
the ball. She dropped the bombs.
Do you have a few moments?
She's done so much though, like in terms of openly being like, I don't want your vote, like basically saying that to Muslims over and over again. Bro, they sent Richie fucking Torres, who is like one of the most prominent, like he's nothing. Like Richie Torres is nothing. The only play he has is like he's AIPAC's attack dog basically in Congress as a Democrat. They sent him. His only name recognition is because he's like a pro Doors open. He's a pro-Israeli congressperson from a fucking district that, you know, has nothing to do with Israel, and is one of the poorest district in the United States of America, I think, literally. Like one of the poorest districts. And he literally like doxes teachers who talk about genocide in Queens College and shit like that. Like that's the only thing he's known for. They sent that guy to Michigan.
Why?
It's crazy. To assure the Jewish Michiganders that Kamala Harris's commitment is to Israel and nothing else. That's literally what it was. That's what the Political article said. He tweeted about you again 1 hour ago. Wait, really? I can't see his tweets because he blocked me. Ooh. But he tweets about me all the time. He tweets about how anti-Semitic I am. Oh, he's a couple days back. Hasan Piker is seen laughing at a Jewish woman who thanked VP Harris for advocating for hostages who conveyed concern about anti-Semitism. Simple question for Hasan Piker. What exactly do you find amusing? Are you amused by anti-Semitism? Amused by kidnapping 30 children, among them infants and toddlers? Amused by the abduction of aging Holocaust and Farhud survivors? The useful idiocy of Hasan Piker would be comical, were his amplification of anti-Semitism not so dangerous. And it's like pretty obvious what I'm amused by here. But of course, it's another 18-second clip that this dipshit posted. And it's like, yeah, dumbass, I'm abused by the fact that there's this woman who's like, I am an undecided voter, and my decision hinges on how sufficiently pro-Israel Kamala Harris is. Yeah, that's the absolute dumbest thing on the fucking planet to be undecided over. Anyway. Also, I called it ahead of time. So. He follows Bonarcelli, by the way. Yeah, it's pretty cool that he thinks that hitching his wagon on like a famous internet cyber terrorist who has tanked campaigns in the past, apparently, is actually is a solid way to go about this. But then again, he's gotten literal funding from Kahanis, so it's not that surprising. Nobody cares, though. He's got no motion. Hilarious that he's asking you to answer, but he also blocked you. I know. I can't interact with him. He blocked me. That guy from CNN. 2025 Advisory Group American Moment Leadership Group page. Oh. Interesting.
Huh.
Interesting.
Well, he certainly won't lose his job, I guess. No, the guy, he's on Project 2025.
Have you considered that undecided voters really like it when powerful people pay attention to them like they're going on a date? That's true. That is what they want. You will never convince me that an undecided voter that goes on television and be like, I'm an undecided voter and this is my single issue. Like, you will never convince me unless it's on like Israel, Palestine, and not in the direction of like, are you sufficiently pro-Israel or whatever? Like, you will never convince me that that's a genuine person. Okay. They are not undecided. They have decided a long time ago. They've decided. Hasan Piker calls me an insane and vicious monster and a psychopath because I exposed them for justifying the insane. Wait, what? Dude, why is he posting behind the block, dude? Hasan should take a long, hard look in the mirror. The rape apology of Hasan. His insistence that it doesn't matter if rape happened on October 7th is insane. Vicious. Dude, I said that doesn't justify genocide. Are you moving away from the camera?
I have 4 more suits.
Are you? Austin is escaping. Nah, he's got no motion. He sucks. We should community note him. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't mean anything. Yeah, he gets like 100 likes per tweet usually. But when he posts about me, he gets like hella motion from all the boner chili orbiters. No, that's legit. It's just like Iowa primary voters. They're all like, if a presidential candidate doesn't come into my living room, I don't know if I can vote for them. Oh my God, Iowa. Oh, don't remind me. Yeah. Look, on the pro-Israeli column, the guy that was like demanding that Mehdi Hasan get executed is the last type of guy that's out there that's a defender of Israel. It's just like fucking Richie Torres. It's debate pedophiles like Boner Chelly. I almost said Hassan Minhaj, you know. It's all guys like that. They got no motion. It's like, it's Rabbi Shmuley. It's E. Fartlow. It's Richie Torres. It's John Fetterman. Like you have nothing. You have no motion. You have no movement. You've lost the people. Like you got a sex shop rabbi who's kosherizing dildos and shit. It's just like the bottom of the barrel scumbags. You got Brianna Wu. You got the guy, the yelly Boston guy. Yeah, Michael Rappaport. Like these are not serious people. These are not people that have any motion whatsoever. They can just like smell each other's farts in the same fucking periphery, and that's it. Like all they do is just like, I don't know, get written up by Barry Weiss or something. Brianna Wu found out her marriage would be illegal in Israel and recoiled. They might be losing her next. Nah, she's fine. They got nothing. He's blocking everybody. Yeah. I saw this. POV, you asked the congressman for the poorest part of South Bronx why his constituents care what a Twitch streamer has to say about Israel.
What should I get? Yeah. That was just a snack. It was an appetizer. I'm a snack. Oh, stop it. Not in front of Hasan.
New Bernie video on Gaza and Harris. Yeah, I saw. I haven't watched it yet. I haven't decided if I want to watch it.
I already watched it.
Was it good?
Nobody's going to like it here.
Yeah, that's why I don't want to watch it.
Nobody's going to like it.
It's going to upset me if I watch it.
People are going to be very upset.
So that's why I haven't. It's like, it's going to break my heart. Okay, Steve Kornacki. All right, let's do a little. Fuck it. Let's do a little poll watch. Fuck it, dude. You wanted it all day.
All right.
The race stands and just who the voters are that the campaigns may still be able to persuade. I'm joined by national political correspondent Steve Kornacki.
It's about getting them
Steve,
out to
this
vote.
race is incredibly tight in the home stretch.
Yeah, absolutely, Kristen. One thing we have noticed in the last couple of days,
He also followed that pokey stalker who watches your stream all day and clips about you. Oh my God, Richie Torres is following the Pokimane stalker. That's awesome. Bro, he's so fucking stupid. That's amazing, dude. What is American Congress? The person with like 500 alt accounts. Yeah. He's so...
What is it about late at night I just want a fucking French fry?
I don't know.
Like, what is it about late at night that I just want a fucking French fry just dipped and lathered in ranch?
Oh, Jesus.
I don't know what about it.
America's not a real country. I swear to fucking God. How do I explain any of this shit to any normal human?
What, that people want French fries dipped in ranch?
No, dude. I'm talking about a fucking sitting U.S. representative.
I got you. Sorry, wrong.
Following
You were talking about something else.
Following like one of the most mentally ill people.
Yes, I know. Okay,
on the planet.
No,
like literally one of the most mentally ill people on the planet.
Yeah.
Who has made over the course of the past 6 years like probably more than 1,000 alt accounts.
But I do get you. Try explaining ranch to European people. It doesn't make any sense.
That's amazing.
Not all of the polls that are out there now, but we have seen a number, 4 in the last 4 days, that have shown very small, but in the context of this close race, potentially meaningful movement in Trump's direction. I don't want to overstate it, but at the same time, it's hard to ignore these 4. The CNBC poll came out the other day, has Trump ahead by 2. The Wall Street Journal poll, Trump ahead by 3. These are national numbers. Siena and the New York Times.
I just don't buy it.
What, oh, you don't buy it?
No.
No, the actual argument is, oh, these are general election polls. It doesn't matter. These are national polls.
That's why I don't buy it.
The Electoral College is how you win elections,
Exactly.
baby.
That's why I don't buy it.
A reality that Hillary Clinton had to learn in 2016.
I'm not looking at any polls. And by the way, all the things
That's
that I
a lie. You literally only look at polls.
No, I look at early voting numbers, okay? That's my new thing. Early voting numbers, that's what I look at. Okay.
There's this one guy on my TikTok timeline all the time. He always like, I'm not worried. Kamala Harris is winning. Here's why. And I see him all the time. And
that's stupid because you have to be worried.
No, he's like Kamala Harris is gonna fucking do gangbusters, and then he talks about the polls. It's funny.
There's a chance they could be right, but most likely not.
Tied race, CNN a tied race. The significance here is broader movement. Again, we're seeing in Trump's direction. To put this in some context, here is our current national polling average. Let me call that up on the screen for you right here. Harris continues to lead nationally. I want to stress that, but we've been tracking this.
By the way, I'm gonna have Greg Kazar on tomorrow.
Every week on the air here. A couple weeks ago, this number was at 3 for Kamala Harris. Her lead in the poll average now down to 1.2 because of some of the numbers that
Come on, man. Really? Like in the last week?
Damn, poll averages show Arizona up by 1, Georgia up by 1.2, Michigan, Kamala Harris is only up by 0.6. Nevada is tied. North Carolina up by 8.
Like you're telling me with no significant things happening in the campaign, all of a sudden things start to magically trend by 2 points in the aggregate on the national level? Did something significant happen?
I mean, the closer it gets, the more you start hearing from mid and low propensity voters.
Potentially.
That's a good point. The closer the election gets.
That's a good point.
The more people start going, wait, is there an election in like a week? What? Uh-oh.
That's fair.
That's a
fair point.
I just showed you. Of course, the
Is
swing
this the guy you
states,
watch
the
on TikTok?
battleground states
Yes.
are going to
Yes, this is the guy.
Has Donald Trump up in the national vote. You can do yourself a favor and go ahead and disregard that poll. There is a 0% chance that Donald Trump will win the national vote. The Republicans have won one popular vote in 34 fucking...
Okay, this I do disagree with, by the way. I don't know why he's saying that. Like, some of his analysis is sound. I don't know why he thinks that, like, there's no shot the Republicans win the national...
In years.
Or the general...
It ain't never
not the
gonna
general election,
happen.
but the popular
And
vote.
on top of that, he ain't ever won the national vote. He ain't even fucking come close. This idea that he's going to make up 8 million votes, it's never going to happen. The only thing those polls are good for is checking the crosstabs, seeing the makeup of the vote. That's literally it. Donald Trump's probably going to lose by like 5 points. Maybe more. This election's going to come down to a handful of states. That's it. And a handful of votes in those handful of states. But every day, I get tagged in those videos. People using it as evidence for why Trump is going to win or the Dems are going to lose. Stop freaking out. It's okay. Be cool.
And then it's every single person in the comments being like, you gave me hope. I'm so scared. And one day I'm going to see Austin's name. That's why I look at his... I go to the comments directly when I see his...
I silently watch the
I go to the comments directly when I see him show up on my TikTok to see if Austin has responded like, you give me hope.
No.
I'm scared every day.
I don't listen to these people because I feel like I could be in his spot telling people the same thing. Like I've heard every piece of copium that there is to be heard.
to be what decide this election. And look how close those are. We see 1.2 nationally. Just about all these swing states are even tighter than that. So Trump certainly a little improvement nationally, but where the race is decided, absolutely razor thin. But what is happening nationally? Well, we can show you from the CNBC poll. They picked up on something that our own NBC poll was suggesting recently, and that is a shift in the image of Kamala Harris. You can see right now in the CNBC poll, 42 positive, 48 negative. Higher negative than positive. That's where Trump is too, largely 39-49. The significance is about a month ago when we were polling this, Harris had a higher positive than negative. In our poll, in the CNBC poll, in other polls out there right now, you see Harris now with that negative going back above that positive rating. That said, tons of uncertainty and volatility remain in this race. Check this out. We can show you this morning also from that CNBC poll, looking at this question of persuadable voters, defining them this way. How about this? 12% in the CNBC poll who currently say they support Harris or Trump say that they could change their mind.
That's like how do you make that flip? Like, I just don't understand. Like, how someone's like, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I might just decide all of a sudden. Like, this is, God. Every time I look at stuff like this, I'm like, maybe democracy is not the best idea. It's so stupid. Oh man, I really haven't heard enough. Like,
still in this race,
unless it's directly on like weapons embargo holdout voters somehow who still believe that there is going to happen. 12% are Puerto Rican. Yeah, it's the Puerto Rican voters.
Another 6% say they're undecided or currently going to vote for a third-party candidate. That's a persuadable category of 18%. That's getting close to 1 in 5 voters here. And the uncertainty is particularly acute for Donald Trump. We tell you, maybe he's made some gains.
It's just funny because, like, Donald Trump is maxed out on name recognition. Kamala Harris is the current vice president. Sure, like, maybe people didn't know what her policies were. Maybe didn't know who she was or whatever. But like, you know, at this point, you probably should have figured it out, right? Like what the fuck? It's not like one of those situations where it's like, wait a minute, let me hear out who this Trump guy is. Okay, I don't know about. Okay, I'll bite. What's Trump? What's a Donald Trump? Give me. You know, I'll listen to what you have to say.
Here, but his support continues to run deepest with voters who it is unclear if they're actually going to turn out and vote. Look at it this way. From our NBC polling, a merge of all of our data, those who voted in the 2020 presidential election and the 2022 midterms, Harris with a 6-point lead, the most reliable block of voters. Those who only voted in the 2020 presidential, that's where Trump opens up a lead. And then those who didn't vote in either, that's where Trump has his biggest advantage over Harris. Are they actually going to vote this time around? Huge question mark.
Although,
another way to look at it,
is 10 points enough? But that's a national poll.
Yeah. 10 points on low propensity voters? Yes.
Okay, but it's a national poll. It's hard to say.
Yes. That's insane, Austin. I can't believe you just said, is 10 points enough in the largest group of, that is literally not just 10 points. It's 10 points in, like, I think the largest block out of the 3.
I don't know.
The problem is, are they going to actually vote? That's the real question.
Yeah.
That's the real question. And also, are they in the 7 states? Because, like,
that's what I'm
you
saying.
can have everyone in Florida go out and vote. That's not going to change the dynamic. It's actually just going to do the funniest thing possible, which is give Trump the popular vote and then have Kamala eke out a marginal victory through the Electoral College.
What's 7? What does this mean? What is this part of the poll?
Interest in election.
We ask folks, scale of 1 to 10, your interest in this election. Again, look at this. Those who rate it the highest, 9 or 10, Races tied, 7 or 8, pretty high. Harris is ahead. Here's where Trump cleans up. Those who say 1 to 6. So again, Trump relying on a coalition that if they turn out could be powerful for him, Kristen, but that's a big if.
Powerful indeed, and those persuadable voters in focus in these final.
Holy shit. Trump has a 16-point lead in a 1 to 6 interest in the election. That's insane.
That makes
days
sense
of the race.
to me.
This is what I was telling you. Again, another thing that I don't know if you stole from me and fucking talked about, but it's like, I told Austin earlier this morning, if you ever hear him fucking say this, know where the talking more came from. That like, there are more pro-Trump people out there than there are pro-Kamala people out there. 100%.
Hold on. Wait, before you say that, I literally said that to Mike earlier. I told him, I said,
I'm going to kick you.
No. I told him, I said, there are more people out there that want to vote for Trump than want to vote for Kamala Harris. The question is in the election, are there going to be more people that are voting against Trump or more people voting for Trump? Those are the two categories that you're looking at.
You're butchering the thing I told you.
No, I'm not butchering.
That's crazy.
I'm not butchering.
That's crazy. You literally just verbatim repeated to Mike the things that we had a conversation about.
I don't think we talked.
I'm so mad.
I don't think we talked about that.
I'm done.
Steve Kornack, great stuff as always. Thanks so much.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or follow us on social media.
Video? Hell yeah.
And the lineup was, first it was Mike Johnson, then it was Vivek,
Fox
then it
News.
was Tulsi,
Yes.
then it was RFK Jr., Hulk, Dr. Phil, Dana White, J.D. Vance, Elon Musk, Melania, and Donald Trump. What a lineup.
I know. Yeah,
There
fucking
were people
losers.
that.
Holy
And by the way,
shit.
Dr.
What a
No, I
fucking
won't.
pathetic lineup.
I want to do more Hogwatch.
Yeah. Wait, is there more like did the nice guy, what are those people called that go out and interview people?
The good guys?
Good guys? Is there any more Hogwatch from them?
In your positions,
Really
I question
though,
you on that because
Caitlin, I was just in New York City. I believe that's where you are.
This is me and Austin. I swear to God. This conversation is me and Austin.
Broadcasting live from tonight.
Carrie Lake.
What do you mean?
No, listen to what she
That's
says.
where you are broadcasting live from tonight. The streets aren't safe anymore. The subways aren't safe anymore. I care about.
I take the
order, and
subway
we're
all
gonna
the
make
time.
sure
It is safe, but
we're
I
gonna
want to
make
get
sure
back
we
to
secure-
focusing on.
Okay, look.
When someone who
In
lives
another
in
universe.
when someone who lives in a fucking suburb ever encounters the city, this is their immediate reaction.
Why is she?
What do you think happened with her?
Oh yeah. Have you watched this yet?
No.
Oh, I'm so horny for it. Let's watch it.
Hurricanes that happened in
Hurricanes? I think that they want the land. You know, I think that the government wants the land, and this is what they did.
What?
But what do you mean what they did?
They made a fake tornado. Yeah, they planted whatever they do. They pull.
I mean, okay, at a certain point, you got to realize, like, a person that looks like that is going to have that opinion.
I guess, but my God, like, I don't even know, like,
like, come on, look at her, dude.
I guess, but Jesus Christ.
Come on. Like, what the fuck is she wearing?
They all look like football fans that like don't know how to like articulate the details of like the sport that they're cheering for. You know what I mean?
But that's
Like we need a new fucking quarterback.
You think
I
maybe
mean,
the
he fucking
government-
drops back the pass and they fucking sack him. And like they
Manipulated
need
the-
a fucking new coach. Like they don't know what the fuck.
Government is not.
Are you
our
waiting for me to
friend, sir.
unpause?
The government is not our friend.
Do you think the government created the hurricane to hurt the United States?
Absolutely. Not to hurt the United. They want the land. They want the land for the
Not to
for
hurt the
yeah, for
United
the-
States. They want the land. It's a distinction, sir.
What is that? The batteries, uranium stuff, whatever it is.
Lithium?
Lithium. The lithium. That
The only reason I know that is because another lady at a Trump rally told me.
they know. You don't know. You know.
I do watch the news. Yeah. Do you watch the news?
No, not all of it.
We are here in Manhattan, outside Madison Square Garden. People have made the trip from Long Island, from Staten Island, even as far as New Jersey to be here. Did you guys come in from Staten Island, Long Island, or New Jersey?
Long Island.
New Jersey. Long Island.
Long Island.
New Jersey. All right. So there you have it.
Do you want Trump to be a strong leader?
He is a strong leader.
Do you want him to be like the strongest president in history?
He already has been.
Do you want Donald Trump to go after some members of the media?
Absolutely. The media needs to be corrected. It's just so biased. It's ridiculous.
Do you consider Donald Trump a nationalist, somebody, an ultra-nationalist?
Absolutely. Trump gets along with everything. Trump keeps the peace. Trump makes the economy better.
Do you think Trump is the only guy for the job right now?
He is the best candidate.
The best candidate?
And the toughest. We need him.
Do you think Trump is a fascist?
No.
Have you heard the reports of his former chief of staff, John Kelly, saying he believes Donald Trump is a fascist?
Nope, don't believe it.
Don't believe it?
Nope.
He said he's a fascist. He gave the definition of fascism. He was like, he is an ultranationalist. He wants to go after his enemies, the media. He said he's like a strongman candidate. What's your thoughts on that?
Trump
don't believe it.
Correct everything that needs to be corrected, and the poor guy's been just beaten to death.
Oh my God!
By the wrong side.
But you don't think he's a fascist?
No.
We are here at a Trump rally. Look at this. Look at all the people.
God.
Would you just look at them? Are you excited to be here?
Well, I'm absolutely excited to be here.
Did you come in from Long Island or New Jersey?
I'm from South Jersey, right outside of.
Is that a Deborah?
Bro, you know
That's
her
the biggest-
apple pie slaps though. Like, oh my God, bro. I'm telling you right now. Oh, we watched it already, M HUD. You know she makes the best cookies and she sprinkles that sea salt on it too. Perfectly perfectly chewy.
Philadelphia.
Okay. What's the capital of New York?
Syracuse, right? No, Albany. Albany, yeah, it is Albany.
There you go. So you can see people are here, genuine New Yorkers. What's that song you're singing?
Trump, Trump, a little higher. Trump, Trump, until you get tired screaming. Woo! Trump 2024. Where am I going to be on? We keep singing.
He's no racist.
Do you think Donald Trump would admit if he loses?
I'm not Donald Trump.
You just have no idea.
Nope.
Given the past, do you think he'd admit if he loses?
I'm not Donald Trump.
Oh, wow,
You're just not Donald Trump.
Such a brave
I'm
answer.
not him. I can't answer for him, so I can't say that.
Okay, honestly, I thought you were Donald Trump for a second.
No.
We're not banning, abortion, but we try to talk to people into maybe having the baby, giving it up for adoption.
Abortion is banned in several Republican states.
Well, in some states, but
All run by Republicans.
But you can go to other states, okay?
Are you sick and tired of the people comparing Donald Trump to Hitler?
The only ones that are saying that is Kamala Harris.
Well, and also Trump's VP.
J.D. Vance is comparing Trump to Hitler? I never heard that.
He said Trump might be America's Hitler.
I don't believe that was said. I did not hear that. I don't believe that would.
No, he said that.
Trump is 100% for the people. He's for making America.
Yeah, so was Hitler, like, for his people. You know what I mean? That's not. The thing is, these people like that Trump is like Hitler. They just don't understand it because in their minds, they think like, Hitler is bad and Trump is good. So there's just no way to like figure that out. You know what I mean?
America great again.
Right, no, I'm just asking if you're.
I didn't hear anything about that.
Yeah, he said Trump might be America's Hitler.
I don't think so. I think that Trump.
No, he did.
No, I think that he's going to go in.
No, but he did.
And he's going to straighten out the country. The economy is going to turn around. It's going to be soaring. The border.
No, I totally understand the economy and everything, but I'm saying J.D. Vance did say Trump might be America's Hitler.
You're telling me that. I didn't hear that.
Okay, did you just manage to not hear it?
I just did not hear it. No, I never heard that.
All right. So there you have it. Some people out here sure that Donald Trump is going to win, and somehow not having heard, big news that everyone seems to have heard.
I think he won New York State, Donald Trump in 2020.
Possibly.
What?
Do you think he's going to win this year?
Absolutely.
100%?
100%.
I mean, this is, bro.
What a life.
At what point is this ableism?
Yeah.
Like, I sometimes do feel like we're just looking at like we're making fun of people with like intellectual disabilities. I think, like, come on, like there's a line, okay, for someone to be like, oh well, Trump's not Hitler, I don't care. That's one thing, but when someone's like, I won't tell you if he won New York or not, and then he's like, oh, will he win this year? And she's like, yes. Okay, you're not like a serious person. I don't understand how you are alive. How did you get to this point? Like, who put the clothes on for you this morning? You know what I mean?
Want to bet $100 on it? That he wins New York State. $100 that Donald Trump wins New York State.
I hope so, yes.
Okay. All right, can I get your contact? Can I get your contact info so I can...
Okay, bro, he's trying to fuck. He's trying to fuck.
Collect my bet if I win?
Get the good liars on the broadcast. I don't think they fuck with me like that. They were kind of avoiding me at the DNC.
Give me a phone.
So, do you think Donald
That's
Trump will
crazy.
win the state of New York? People are saying
He's trying to beat.
I know
You
it.
know he will?
Yes.
You're 100% sure?
I'm 100% sure.
Do you want to bet on it?
Yes.
Okay, $100?
You got it.
Okay, what's your email? Just say your email address. We'll keep in touch.
I'm not going to say it here.
Okay. But do you actually want to bet?
Yeah.
Okay.
You think the polls are lying about New York?
Absolutely.
You think Donald Trump is going to win New York State?
Absolutely 150%.
Do you want to bet $100 on it as well?
Kamala Harris is a slimy communist. She's going to do what the globalists.
I wish, man. I wish.
Tell her to
You
do.
think Kamala Harris is actually a communist?
Actual communist. She's the furthest left senator of all 100. I think it was back in 2019.
But are you saying that, is that hyperbole, or do you believe she is actually a communist?
I see Marxism all over the place.
Yeah, I bet you do. Yeah, because you're hallucinating. Okay. Please ask him an example, please. Like, what is an example of Marxism that you see all over?
I mean, she was a prosecutor. This is not a career path for a communist.
Absolutely, it is.
Why would they want to interrupt the certification of a presidential election, which Joe Biden was...
Investigate the votes and how many more cheating was
I'm
going on.
asking why would Antifa and all of them interrupt the certification of a presidential election in which Joe Biden was going to be certified as the next president? You're saying they posed as Trump supporters on January 6th. Why would they do that?
To make Trump look bad.
What? Okay, follow-up question. Why does Donald Trump want to release Antifa terrorists into and consistently calls them political prisoners?
Oh, God. All right, appreciate it. When the big blue toilet cities allowed Antifa to burn the joint down.
You live in New York. What are you saying? Or New Jersey. Okay? What the fuck do you mean?
Down. That's what communists do. They stoke
The
violence.
big blue toilet cities?
Portland, Chicago.
You're in New York right now.
Yes, I know.
Are you frightened of
I've
being
lived-
in New York?
No, I've been here for decades. Why would you think I'm not from here?
Well, you're calling it a blue toilet city.
It is. In many ways, New York is. It's not as bad as Portland or Seattle or San Francisco.
come on,
but
dude.
If we
What's
don't,
so bad about New York?
What's so bad about New York? The crime is pretty bad, mostly in underserved communities, and that's where the communists go first.
What?
The wrath of God is going full force. We cannot remove God from our country. And
What do you mean the wrath of God?
This is my favorite Trump supporter.
I feel like with Kamala Harris,
You're saying the wrath of God is...
Bro, that's like a registered nurse. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck? That shit scares me. When I see a normal one have that take, I'm like, so they could be anybody.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that is, I think that is objectively scarier than just like having a dude with the weird Trump garb be like, that's right. Trump is God's chosen son. It's like, that is like a registered nurse. Okay. What the fuck? That person is trying to find a vein in my arm. Okay. I am not trusting that person any longer. This makes me mistrust my fellow man and woman, okay?
Is coming after Kamala Harris?
No. I'm saying God is very not. Sorry. Let me take it back.
Yeah, no, take your time.
I don't think that God is happy with what is happening right now. It really depends on the God that you're praying to, and whatever push you feel within you. But
So your God is telling you vote for Donald Trump.
Yes.
Do you want Donald Trump to be a strongman president?
Of course I do.
Do you want Donald Trump to go after Democrats?
100%, yeah.
Do you want Donald Trump to go after the media?
Yes, I do. We need a new whole system on the media.
Do you think Donald Trump is the only man for the job?
Right now, 100%.
The only guy that could do this is Donald Trump.
The only one? Who else is there? Who else can
I hope they don't have children. Do you think Donald Trump is a fascist?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Oh, they do? Oh, God.
Hey, thanks for watching the video. We want to remind you.
Each? 10 each?
There's a chick in my trade school who says God clearly speaks to her in her head and preaches at anyone. I don't get it.
That was depressing.
Are there more like insane loonies out there, or is it the internet that like made more loonies? I feel like the internet.
I mean, I've met a couple people like this at the rally, like that at my gym. Like I've met people. I got into a debate about.
That's my least favorite part of living in Los Angeles is that I never see these fucking freaks.
Dude, there's so many of them. Like I've seen them. I've met them. I've debated them.
Actually, that's not true. I see them at like public parks and shit. But they're like half the time it's like you can't tell if the person is like homeless or not.
I just can't. I can't debate them anymore.
Like
it's insane. Like you can't. I can't do it.
Just go to Huntington Beach, Lamau. Yeah, no thanks.
You can't reason with that level of stupidity. There's no reasoning with it. Because that you just back them into a corner where they're just like denying things that are right in front of their face. Nope. That's what eventually you get to.
Yeah. I mean,
can't argue
so
with
much.
that.
I've talked about this before, but like so much of like the pro-Trump sentiment, like this is genuinely, this is worse than it was ever before. But so much of the pro-Trump crowd just stems from not knowing a thing.
Yeah.
Like just not knowing simple facts about a certain issue.
Maybe. Yeah.
That's what it is. All right, everybody. That's it for tonight. Austin and I are going to watch Bodyhead episode 3.
That's right. And Hasan's going to order me more food.
And then I'm going to make you a sandwich. You want me to make you a sandwich?
What? Yes. I want a sandwich.
Nah, you ain't getting a fucking sandwich,
Are you
bitch.
fucking kidding me?
Yeah, fuck you.
Fuck. I'm going to have to order food then.
All right. Well, anyway, love you all. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to have Greg Kazar on tomorrow. Texas's very own. And I'm going to get Austin to ask him questions about how Texas is going to turn blue. Yeah. We'll figure it out. Anyway, love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. the crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, AustinShow chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.